absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
.1053 The Fan.
The 1-1. That ball hit back up the middle, off of the pitcher Burgos. It deflects into foul ground. Coming in to score, Hellman. Here comes Duran, throw at the plate, and Duran is out.
And the Rangers can't challenge.
They can't challenge it. The call from plate umpire Chad Fairchild is out at the plate.
We are opening with the Texas Rangers somehow, some way on the Monday edition of Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Schlerith, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. If you were like me, you were all in on TCU versus Bill Belichick in the debut. That thing got out of control fast. Switch on over. Okay, ninth inning. See the Rangers. Maybe a feeble attempt at a comeback. Maybe you get one runner on. They come back to stun Arizona on the road for their sixth straight victory, and they are a game and a half back in the wild card. Holy smokes.
What a great job by the boys.
Unbelievable. And the injuries keep piling on, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Like, everybody who's getting thrown in there is doing a bang-up job. And, this was a weird game because Corbin, he didn't. The numbers don't look, I don't think, as bad as maybe he was at times. Like, I mean, he gave up 3 home runs. It's not good, but they're all solo shots. 2 of them were the first 2. They literally, like, it could be much worse. You could have 2 guys on when those guys come up, and you have the same amount of home runs. And all of a sudden, it looks way, way different. But to allow, like 3, pretty good pokes. You don't have your A+ stuff. It doesn't mean he was bad. He just have his A+ stuff. And, for them to come and scratch and claw and get a completely out of nowhere triple. Jake Burger doesn't hit triples.
With a limping Adolis card.
Yeah, who could have moved around the bases faster in that instance, you think? Adolis or Bochy? Like, he was he looked like he was gingerly just trotting.
T-Bag will make fun of his weight now, I'm sure.
I was about to destroy Bochy. I was going to murder. It took a Jake Burger triple for me not to kill Bochy. There's no excuse for Adolis Garcia to be left out there. If he would have gotten held up at third, which
or hurt even more.
Or hurt even more. And they immediately pulled him from the outfield after that. Adolis running around the bases. Burger triple. The Zeke slide. Cody Freeman coming up big. So many heroes.
Yeah, my assumption on that was, like, Bochy didn't think that, Burger's a strikeout or a home run guy, right? Like, that's it. He's not, they don't think, he's going to shoot the gap. And Adolis is going to be right. We're just going to try to get Adolis to the next inning, right? Because now, we're going to try to get him. I have no idea, like, honestly, because they already used Duran. They already used Moore. Like, all they had was Osuna to pinch run. And I don't know why they decided to do that.
It was ridiculous.
It doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
It was ridiculous. And Adolis just got hurt. He's always hurt. He always gets these types of injuries. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
He, like, as he's running around the bases, you can almost hear him, like, sucking through his teeth, like ugh. Like, I mean, when you watch it, it does not look like anybody who should be out on a baseball field at that moment. But it was enough. Luckily, it was far enough in the gap that he was able to get down there. And then, of course, you had Jake Burger round and around getting the triple, and then you get that like little doink into the outfield to tie the game, and then you get the shot off of the pitcher in the 10th to score the other ones where Duran comes in and gets that second one, and it's good. It's nice. It's positive. It's good to see a couple of victories against some bad baseball teams.
Yeah, I knew you were going to go there. I knew you were going to try to hang on to your trade deadline take.
17% playoff odds still.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
There was at 9 last week.
Yeah.
Double.
Yeah.
Go.
So what happens when you play the A's and the Diamondbacks?
It does not matter right now who you're playing whatsoever.
No.
If you wanna get in and then say they're going to get worked and they're going to get smoked,
who cares?
Then you can go ahead and break it out. It does not matter right now. By the way, against the A's this season, 8-5 was the season series, so it's not like they feasted off of Sacramento or whatever the hell they are.
I still call them Oakland.
Oakland, fine.
I still call them Oakland.
Yeah, it does not matter right now. And as Jared Sandler points out, meaningful baseball to start September for just the second time since 2017.
Yeah, like that's always. I used to get like into these like these philosophical baseball discussions. What is a successful season? And for some organizations, it's title or bust. And some, it's like, hey, play meaningful baseball in September. Like that, play meaningful get in September, the final month. You have 30 days left. You can scoreboard watch every single night. It's fun. That's like for 99% of the teams out there that aren't the Dodgers or Yankees, that's the successful season. And you've got there. You're there. You're playing meaningful ball in September when football's going on.
And this is with the Yankees and the Red Sox both 7-3 in their last 10.
Yeah, I think it's Seattle they're picking the ground up on.
Yeah, Seattle's 5-5 over their last 10. And then Kansas City, who is right behind you, they're 5-5 in their last 10. But no Seager and no Evaldi. It doesn't make any sense. And this is why Brett Boone will come on tomorrow and go, it's a strange lady. That's the way baseball goes.
And no Evan Carter and no Marcus Semien. And now we wait on Garcia.
Yeah. But an incredible turn of events. Pepe, are you back in? Are you back waving the white towel?
I gave Corey Majors the white towel back. I said, you know what, Corey, I don't need it, because he was the one originally waving it on Twitter, saying, all right, I've given up. But no, they're back in it, and that's what we talked about last week. We talked about the upcoming schedule. You had the Angels, the A's, and the Diamondbacks, and you had to basically not go perfect, but you needed to go 6-3, 7-2, and that's what they've done so far. And with Corbin, it was struggles early on, but he's with Evaldi out. You need him to be that first half of the year, Corbin. Patrick Corbett. Because before, we were talking about, could we have traded the guy for a piece here? And, he kind of fell off a little bit after July. But no, it's a great job by the guys and
The boys.
And but then after the Diamondbacks series, it gets tough. It gets real tough.
Bruce Bochy on the young Du Bois.
Huge game for the kids. They came through in a big way. We got 2 outs, 2 strikes, and Freeman, he does a good job putting in play. It's hard to get more clutch than that. And, of course, Osuna, he hasn't played in a while, gets up there his first at bat and ends up knocking in 2. He smoked that ball. And, great job by the kids, everybody. I don't know who didn't do something to help us win this ball game.
Is boys or kids considered older? Is that like have they graduated to kids?
Huge game for the kids.
Yeah. Young people.
Huge game for the boys, huge game for the kids.
Huge game for the young people.
Let's talk about the kids. Let's talk about the kids that the hoodie is trying to coach up against Fort Worth. TCU, Bill Belichick debut, and this thing could not have started off more perfect for the Tar Heels, and then downhill.
That was a rewarding performance, and this is a rewarding run as Gavorian Barnes is out the gate, inside the 30, to the 10. Touchdown TCU, 75 yards and no flags.
Bill Belichick turning into an absolute joke on social media, 48-14. The Horned Frogs felt disrespected. Sonny Dyke said it afterwards. Everyone making fun of the ESPN pregame show. Did you have a chance to sneak in at all? The TCU was a decent squad. Again, 5 minutes in, Twitter was saying, and you thought Sonny Dykes versus Belichick. It was never a fair fight. Oh my gosh, the hoodie is here. Perfect opening drive, and then they get destroyed, Bobby.
Yeah, what was was it Herb Street that was making the note? I can't remember which one of them was.
Or was it his dog?
It could have been his dog.
That they threw on, apparently, at the end of this thing because it got so out of hand, they put the headset on the dog.
It was where they were talking about how it had been, if you looked at, going into the third quarter, Gio Lopez it had been 2 hours since he completed a pass or something on the clock, on the actual clock. It had been 2 hours since he had last completed a pass.
TCU had scored 35 unanswered points by the time between completed passes.
What?
He completed a pass in the first drive, and then TCU rattled off 35 straight, and then he completed his next pass.
This is if you look at the numbers of this thing. TCU 29 first downs, North Carolina 10. TCU 7 for 12 on third down, North Carolina 1 for 10. Total yards 542 for TCU, 222 for North Carolina. This is beautiful. I love it. This is a lot more where this came from this year for North Carolina.
They had a really good opening drive.
Amazing.
Right? You could tell they scripted the plays well, whatever you want to say that happened there. They had a really good opening drive. And then they had a really awful next 2.5 quarters. It was really, really bad. And the good news is this is probably the last time you'll have to watch North Carolina football this year.
Look, I started off wanting Belichick to succeed this year. I wanted to see true football brilliance. I respect him for the stones of going to a brand new level, starting over as an older coach, and saying, I'm going to undertake this at a non-powerhouse school. So if you had me picking whether I would want North Carolina to run the table throughout the rest of the year, I probably would, just because the story would be incredible. But when he did that pregame interview with Holly Rowe, the hatred in my bones and my blood started boiling up like, you freaking prick. You are his little fake media smiles for the 1 year he was unemployed, and then he goes back to being an absolute jerk with Holly and talking with everyone else. He had his little pep rally crew up there with Brewski and Saban and Randy Moss. They got his little pep rally crew. So I started rooting for TCU real quick when it started getting out of hand. Yeah. But man, what a humbling, as all the Michael Jordan up there and what's her face, Jordan Hudson, with all their copyrights and trademarks. It brought up my North Carolina Belichick hatred.
Probably in hindsight, not the best idea letting her call plays for the game.
Yeah, I don't think I'd let her game plan anymore.
Bobby was working the memes.
Oh, I've got so many to use for the rest of the year. I didn't even get to a quarter of them last night. Just have them saved in the drafts. They picked up 83 yards on that opening drive. 4 minutes fast down the field. Yeah. They score. From that point, it was on the game clock, 34 minutes, more than a half, and they picked up 83 yards in the next 34 minutes. They were absolutely awful. They didn't start moving the ball until Max Johnson came in there, son of Brad Johnson. That is Brad Johnson's kid. Very good job.
Very nice. It was a guess.
What did y'all honestly think North Carolina was going to be this season?
Look, I still think they have a chance to win 7 games.
They got Charlotte and Richmond coming up back-to-back.
Look at their schedule. They miss Miami. They don't play BC.
They got Clemson, California, Virginia, Syracuse, Stanford, Wake Forest, Duke, NC State.
They'll lose to Clemson.
And UCF.
They'll lose at Cal, and they'll lose at Syracuse.
They'll have a losing record.
You think so?
Yeah, they're not good. They're really bad, and Bill has no idea what he's doing.
Why do you say that?
Because the college game is just it's going to be completely different, and the fact that he is, like I said, it is a joke last week, but I mean it is sort of serious. The fact that like as he's adjusting to this game, he's out there worrying about filing trademarks for Gold Digger with Jordan Hudson. That's bad. He's not ready for this, and it looked like it last night. Sonny destroyed him, and I saw somebody say something last time. I can't remember who it was, but they were like, "There's so many college coaches who are." In like just dislike the Belichick aura that's being brought to college when they don't think he's ready for it, that they're like, you're going to see a lot of teams that if they get the chance, they're running it up on North Carolina this year.
Wow.
The thing about a college season too, Belichick loves to do this. 3 games to analyze. There's 3 or 4 to really feel it out. Your season could be done in 3 and 4, and then you get the ever-changing recruitment, NIL, transfer stuff that works against you, where in the NFL, you're absolutely locked in for the year, so you can feel better about the last 3 games of the season, last 4 games of the season. You could have kids starting to say, you know what, this NFL hype could wear off real quick.
It could. I mean, look, there's no doubt about it. Like, it's a different game. Bobby's right. It's a completely different game. I mean, half the time these teams are in 3-3-5 defenses, which how many NFL teams are in that? It's just a different world, and then you're constantly trying to cobble together a roster. You have no idea. That's why all these preseason rankings, they've got to do it. They're so dumb. You don't know how these teams are going to play together. And you go look, I mean, obviously you had a ton of matchups between top 10 teams this week anyway, but you did have a lot of teams that were preseason ranked that just looked ugh. And then you had teams that were unranked that looked like world beaters.
I think we've already kind of gotten the answer in the last couple of years. And I think we had the answer over the course of 20 years, but this is going to help contribute to giving us the answer that Brady was more responsible than Belichick.
The Cowboys start spending some of the Micah money. Was Dak totally fine with Parsons leaving? And the build-up to Philadelphia starts officially this week. We take you inside the Star with all the latest on the Cowboys. It's a loaded Tuesday edition on Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us right here on The Fan.
order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, look, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3233 with Frankel & Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
We got so much, I don't know where to start. The Cowboys locking up Daron Bland. Are we reading between the lines that Dak signed off on Micah getting shipped out of town? And is Trayvon Diggs getting ready to make the debut Thursday night? All these things coming at you on the official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being part of the 6 a.m. club with a Tolo Tuesday edition with the opener on Thursday. It's Sean Schlerith, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. I guess we'll get rid of the Micah stuff early as he had the opening press conference in Green Bay and gave his thoughts and feelings on how he felt about being dealt.
Honestly, everything happens for a reason. It's a blessing in disguise. You know, I may not have that answer for you yet, but I'm gonna figure it out, and I'm gonna work hard every day to prove that the Packers organization made the right decision and trusted me, and I'm gonna carry that with me.
Not really a lot of drama or mudslinging in this. I felt he is gonna wear number 1. I don't think that's been worn there since Curly Lambeau back in the day. What?
I'm out on people who are number 1. It's the look at me number.
What, you were 23?
Well, yeah. I was the best player on the team.
I thought it sounded like Micah was willing to miss games. He's like, I didn't want to have to go there, deprive my teammates. I want to be out there and playing. Now, maybe he's got to keep up that public front. I don't know, but it sounded like he was willing to take it there. I know you said, Bobby, at the firehouse, that's probably what was going to happen. And then Micah said he did not have any say in what team the Cowboys traded him to. No back issues. Quote, physically, I'm great. We'll get to that in a second. What else did you take from the presser?
Yeah, I think it was generally playing nice. And sort of, I think everybody recognized. I think both parties probably could have gone nastier in their press conferences if they wanted to. Jerry could have been uglier in his. The Cowboys could have been uglier in theirs. Micah could have been uglier in his. And instead, they're going, you know what? Plenty of time. Move forward. I mean, they're going to have to see each other in a month. And so when they see each other, there'll be plenty of discussion about it then. And maybe we see a little bit more. But I think that what the impression you got there from Micah was that, at least to me anyway, I think he's projecting that he didn't want to leave, regardless of his request. And we already know that he went back to the Cowboys, tried to restart talks, as Jane Slater reported, and him saying there, describing it as getting to Green Bay as, well, this is a blessing in disguise. Well, that doesn't sound like you got your way then, necessarily, if you wanted out of here that bad.
And his brother Terrence said, look, to you dumb blanks thinking Micah's making less with the whole tax thing that's going around, he would have signed for 43 in Dallas had Jerry picked up the phone and negotiated with his agent. So Terrence continues to say that, and Micah, I think, continues to suggest that I just wanted you to deal with my representation, and Terrence says he would have signed for 43.
It's that spring meeting. This entire thing ultimately comes down to what happened in that spring meeting and how it was represented, and then the lack of or the damaged trust that came out of that. And I mean, obviously, it's being told in two very different ways what that was and what that was meant to be, and we'll probably never totally know what it is, just like we still don't know who agreed to the cameras in the draft room or this or that with Jimmy and Jerry.
So we were trying to follow up on Nick Eatman's appearance on Friday from DallasCowboys.com because Nick was saying that the reported 5 for 202 maybe a little bit off in terms of the numbers. And what we were trying to do is figure out if Jerry, in March, before all the ugliness, actually offered Micah 43 or 44 instead of 40. Because when Nick said that, we were like, what? Huh? Is he saying that the offer was much, much better? And if that was the case, what I tweeted, if it's true that Jerry offered Micah in January 43 or 44, I absolve Jerry Jones of any blame and any responsibility. I would put it 100% on Micah Parsons for not accepting that deal. What are you thinking, or what did you find out, or what are you hearing?
We'll be able to get better details on this probably either later today or tomorrow. But with certainty, I know from both sides that was not their offer, and so they did not offer. They offered the 40.5. The number that was out there that was reported, the 202, that's the number. And I think when we get into the details and figure out the nitty-gritty of like cash flow in the first few years and what actually was guaranteed and when and what kind of trigger dates were in there, I don't think it was particularly close on the contract.
So, like, I guess my question for that would be, and you have to go back and do so, like, when was that offer made in reference to the other contracts that were done? When Miles did his new deal, when
Miles was done.
Miles was done. TJ was not.
TJ was not. So Miles was done. And that was just at 40.
Yeah.
Like,
barely going over that.
So, yeah. So Miles went from the previous high was, what, 35? So he jumped $5 million.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, if I'm an owner in the league, I'm not jumping another $5 million in the same offseason.
Well, you don't have to maybe
Like,
jump $5 million, but like 43.
How about 41? Why is it, like,
a lot of people would also argue Miles was fighting for he was trying to get a pay raise. He was not like up for the extension the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Miles just wanted a reset.
I hear what you're saying, though.
I'm not going to sit here. Like, if Jerry offers top of the market, if he offered 40 and that's what the top of the market is, that's 40, and they've already jumped the market by $5 million that offseason, and I'm not going to sit here and blame him for that.
Do we owe Parsons an apology for making fun of the back injury when Adam Schefter puts out that he's been dealing? By the way, Micah practiced in the New Jersey. I saw him hitting the sled. I wouldn't be doing that with a really bad back, but I'm not a professional athlete or an amateur one. Mike has been dealing with an L4, L5 joint sprain in his back and may take an epidural injection prior to Sunday's game against the Lions if needed. Before trading Parsons last week, the Cowboys prescribed him a 5-day plan of an anti-inflammatory, a prednisone, to help him recover from back tightness, had him on a physical therapy program. So do we owe Micah a back treatment apology?
No, what that tells me is when they said his MRI came back pretty clean, that means they looked at it and said, sure, there's something here maybe somebody could say, so we'll give you a 5-day run of steroids. We'll get you, we'll run you a pack of steroids, basically, not HGH type of steroids, but like the literal anti-inflammatory steroids.
Fine, here's your treatment.
Yeah. They're giving him prednisone.
Not the Debbie Clemens supplementation regimen.
Kristen gets prednisone when she has like a sinus infection. That's basically
epidural.
An epidural sounds like that's a little bit more serious.
That does, but I don't I thought when they give the epidural to like women when they're in labor, it's like, yeah, you can't feel anything now at all. You can't even move. Like, it's one of those things where I would think he couldn't even feel his legs if that was the case.
Yeah, it's like it's the spinal tap basically.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, look, if that's true, that's serious. Like, you don't just get injections in your back.
No,
you don't get injections in there.
This is me speaking. You know what? Let's play the Micah clip from Friday's presser on how you're now feeling.
Well, I think physically, I'm great. I think I can contribute a lot. I'm going to team up with the doctors, creating a plan. We already talked about how we can ramp things up and get me into a flow where they feel comfortable and I feel comfortable. But, my plan is to be here. They didn't give up what they gave up for me to sit on the sidelines and make this big of a, risk and change for me to do that. So I'm finna give my all.
In my opinion, this is Sean speaking, David Mulugheta hit up Schefter and Rappaport and had to give some credence to the whole back thing that was here and missing camp. I don't know why you necessarily have to. Like, we all could look at it and go, we know Jalen Ramsey wasn't really hurt to be missing games when he forced his way. I can't even keep track of where Ramsey left. The latest time was out of Jacksonville. He got out of Jacksonville
to the Rams, then Rams to Miami.
But this to me is just the agent being like, "Hey, let's give some legitimacy to this."
Oh, sure. It's probably just a floated story just for kicks, right? But if they do actually give him an injection, it's like, oh, okay.
And then he'll play half the game, but it'll really be because of conditioning and scheme, and then that way they can say, no, he's playing through something. He's trying to battle through it.
I think his conditioning. I wouldn't be stunned if his conditioning's up to par. He's generally a pretty good. Like I don't think we've ever looked at him and felt like he was somebody who was.
No, but he hasn't practiced. We all said last week he's not going to play a full game.
Right, but I said he wasn't going to play a full game more just because of where you were at in terms of the ramp up and different things. I think conditioning wise he's fine. It's just a matter of the
I'm not
context
saying he's
and different
fat
things.
and out of shape. He's not regular season opener game shape.
He will. I'm sure. We're not going to hear much about this. I don't even know if I haven't even looked to see. I don't even know if he's on Green Bay's injury report.
Right.
He may not be.
Dak Prescott. When you read this, it sounded like he was one of the ones that signed off on it. But as always on this show, we need to hear it. Was Dak surprised that it happened?
Yeah, I was. I can't say I was completely surprised, but I definitely didn't think he was going to get traded. I'll say that. But just with the way that their negotiations went down, obviously, to some extent, I mean, hell, y'all were asking me questions. It seemed like it got personal on their ends. So that's why I wasn't surprised. But yeah.
The part that blew up through text and just reading it was, I know what adding a guy like Kenny Clark, adding a true leader, a real man that's going to only elevate this team, who's been a Pro Bowl player and is excited about being here, means. So people took for adding a true leader and his other tone when hearing him as, okay, maybe Dak was fine with it. Let's move forward. All sides are happy.
I mean, Jerry said it was unanimous. Brian Schottenheimer said it was unanimous. I can't imagine they wouldn't have at least asked Dak as part of that poll that they took.
Leadership Council.
Well, how much are we? I mean, no offense, Brian Schottenheimer's show debuts tomorrow, 8:20 on this very program. When Brian Schottenheimer sits up there and says it's unanimous, I'm still halfway thinking Brian Schottenheimer is reading what is written down on his company index card. So I'm going to have to absolutely know how many people got to vote. And, Brian Schottenheimer's not going to sit up there and say it's not unanimous. He's got to follow what Jerry said. That's me.
But he volunteered unanimous, too. And
he was going to be asked. He was going to be asked by every single reporter.
Well, then I will tell you it was unanimous there. So it was.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I don't know. Why are you taking attitude when I was just saying?
I didn't take any attitude with you.
You did.
I'm talking about the Cowboys.
I know. And as soon as I said he did volunteer it, that you were getting worked up. I'm like, well, he's going to be asked.
Because it doesn't mean that
I'm telling you,
I don't care that he volunteered. He was going to be asked about it by every reporter in there because Jerry said it was unanimous.
Regardless, he used the language that he did. He chose the language and he brought it in. And the reason is because they were. They were like, you don't put that up there either way if you know people are going to be asked about it anyway. Like, they're not going to go up there and repeat. Steven repeated it. Jerry repeated it. Schottenheimer repeated it. That's where they were at. I don't think anybody was like begging for him to go necessarily, but I think everybody said, do what you got to do, and nobody gave resistance to put in a fight on it.
So from now on, when Jerry says something, I'll just say, you know what? When they all go up there and agree with him, that's the absolute truth. We can question Chris Young and we can question everyone else, but when Jerry says it,
no, you can question Jerry. That's why you have to ask him about it. But I think when you hear Schottenheimer talk about it throughout that time, and you hear everybody else talk about it, it's clear they all were on board.
They start spending the Micah money. The bickering that took place on the group text over the Daron Bland deal, the Nico incident in Addison, and best and worst of the weekend, all next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that. Roger that, Sally.
Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
College football kegger. Focusing on Arch Manning and the Texas Longhorns at 7 a.m. right here on Sean and RJ. It's a Tolo Tuesday on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, and starting off your shortened week with us with the NFL opener on Thursday taking place on this station. We got Cowboys news, and Daron Bland is the first recipient of some of that leftover Micah money, a 4-year, $92 million extension with 50 guaranteed. Bland locked in through the 2029 season at $23 a year, making him the 6th highest paid cornerback in the NFL.
We'll be all in.
I mean, this is what you could do with the money that you saved with Micah. That's the whole, that's one of the benefits to moving on from it. You get your picks, and then you get to save some cash. And then you get to use that elsewhere because, one of the team-building philosophies is stars on offense, depth on defense. Don't overpay individual defensive players. This is not an overpay. This is not an overpay necessarily.
Is Daron Bland the 6th best corner in the NFL? Does he have a fight to be made for that?
Last year, he obviously was hurt for a lot of it. I mean, you could have put him in the contention in the discussion after his second year. Last year being a year where he didn't even show up till midway through the season makes it a little tougher. But he was not bad last year. It's just there's not a full context there.
I mean, he had 14 picks in his first 2 years.
Yeah, he didn't have an interception last year. He was solid in coverage for the most part, though. He was not great, but he was doing a decent enough job taking guys away. I would say he was above average last year in coverage. He wasn't elite.
Well, you dove more into the deal.
Yeah, so this is essentially, it's just a 3-year extension, basically, is what this is. Like not even a 3-year extension. It's a 3-year contract, if you include this year right now. So over the next few years, his cap hit this year is almost $6 million. His cap hit next year is 17. His cap hit the year after that is 17. After that, they can cut him and owe nothing. So, I mean, he's essentially making, on the books, he's making $6 million this year and 17 the next 2 and then nothing. So he's not making
He's not making 23 a year?
No. In fact, his salary, the only year where he starts getting up towards 23 a year on it is when his salary is at that point no longer guaranteed. This is essentially structured the same way Amari Cooper's deal was, where it's set up where they could just walk away from Amari after 2-3 years if they wanted to. In fact, they typically, these contracts when they get signed, they have these, you've got guaranteed at signing and then you've got total guaranteed. And the guaranteed at signing means, hey, when you put your pen to paper, this is all you're owed right now. If we cut you tomorrow, we owe you this. Total guaranteed is like, there's trigger dates along the way of, oh, okay, if you're on the roster the 5th day of the league year next spring, then your salary for the next year guarantees. Well, that's typically how those triggers are built into contracts, is a year in advance. So you're really forced to choose, hey, do I want to lock in and guarantee to pay this a year out? They didn't even give that to Daron Bland. They gave Daron Bland the year of.
So
which means
saying Daron Bland signed a bad deal?
This is a very friendly deal for the Cowboys.
Oh.
The Cowboys, essentially, if they wanted to walk away from it next year, after next year, they could owe nothing. Because the only other trigger date in his contract is the 5th day of the league year in 27. So we're talking about they basically can walk away from this free and clear definitely after 3 years, as early as 2 if they want
But
to.
Daron's not taking a loss in terms of the money per. Because in my mind, I'm like, they're not walking away from him after 2 years. So maybe he gets hurt or something. But Daron Bland is here to stay. They're weak in the corner room moving forward. His APY is fine for him.
Yeah, but APY is just could be like essentially an accounting number. So like it looks good on the surface.
But aside from cutting him early, fine on Daron's side with what he got, what's going in the bank account?
Am I? I'm good
no,
with it.
Daron's side should be fine.
No, well, I mean, they're happy with that number. The problem is the guarantees. The guarantees that tells you what you're going to get. Like after that, after you get past the guaranteed money, you generally negotiate a new deal. So either you'll be gone or you'll get a new deal out of it. And if you look at the total guarantee that he had, if you take the total guaranteed money that the top 20 corners paid in the NFL have, and you average out the top 20, it's $55 million. So Bland is $5-6 million under what the average top 20 corner is paid in total guaranteed money.
I'll tell you the worst part of this is the escalators. If he gets 5 interceptions and a playoff berth, he gets $250K. That seems awfully low.
So yeah, he gets 12 interceptions and they'd miss the playoffs. He doesn't get his money.
That seems awfully low. Why would you tie that to the team? Didn't Saquon do that too? Wasn't Saquon's thing was tied to the team?
Yeah. RJ Ochoa, pretty amazing the Cowboys were able to go get a deal done with Bland, given that his agent was involved, and we've been led to believe that this is stupid and honestly should be illegal.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the reality of this one is it's very similar to what they did with Osa in the spring, where they got a deal on Osa compared to what they were getting the rest of the market. This is essentially...
Well, David Hellman pointed this out. He goes, it makes me feel like Bland got done because it was team friendly, and the Cowboys are in business for that. Tyler Smith may take a while because Tyler Smith should be very top of the market.
You would assume now the agent that they're
Cowboys'
dealing with
philosophy
there
is if you want to give us a deal, we'll get you done early.
Yeah, and I mean the agent that they're dealing with Tyler Smith is one that they've gotten deals from before. It was Tyron Smith's agent who gave him basically a lifetime contract. So they've got a good relationship there. If Tyler wants to be here, Tyler obviously was a North Crowley guy and then went to college not too far away in Tulsa and has been with the Cowboys. It may be something where he's comfortable and wants to stay home and cuts them a deal. But that one Bland was the one that people anticipated could get done earlier.
Let's get to best and worst of the weekend, changing things up with the Tolo Tuesday edition. It's usually Monday at 7:40. We got Ask Reddit, though, an hour from now. Let's get to best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Let us know what you got into at 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. I'll start with worst.
Okay.
And just kind of shove this story in here. Nico Harrison at a Twin Peaks in Addison?
Eats drinks scenic views.
Is this I thought I saw someone say they had a cigar. Does Twin Peaks have a cigar lounge?
Yeah, at the Addison one they do.
Oh. That's pretty badass.
It is.
Well, Nico was, or bad breasts, whatever. Nico was sitting inside the restaurant, and these two guys are walking on by and decided to confront him.
Nico? Nico. What's up, man? Good to meet you. We all still hate you. All right, good. Good talk, brother.
Do better.
We all still blanking hate you. Nico actually back in the clip goes, I hate you too. And then the two guys walk around the corner. Thumbs down.
Yeah.
I know it won't be a popular reaction for me on the fan text, but come on, man. Like it's just something you want to boo him in the arena.
Amen.
You can't.
You want to not let him see.
Yeah, you can't.
He never shows up.
He never shows. But to me, this was his lack decency.
It's completely lacking decency. He's off the clock. I know people don't want to admit that, like that they want to think that these guys don't have an on and off clock. You want to boo him in the arena, like Bobby said, you can't. I get it. That's when you boo him. In public, he's at dinner.
I felt
Just
bad.
have some decorum.
I did feel bad for Nico in that moment.
I think like a lot of people hate Nico, and nationally they make fun of him. I saw a lot of people nationally say, "All right, this is the moment where like you kind of felt bad for him." I mean,
fantastic job. Look, if it was just the trade, that's one thing. It wasn't the trade. It was everything else after that, essentially mocking fans and telling the whole city they were stupid. He's gonna have to put up with that for the rest of his life.
Fortune
Sorry.
favors the
Like, I
bold.
mean, the whole way that he handled that and the whole fallout, the way he handled that and the way he talked down to everybody when he would talk, when he would show up and say, hey, no recorders, all you guys just relay my message that I think everybody's stupid. I think he can deal with the fallout of, hey, you effing suck, by the way. That's what he's gonna get. And I know he probably thinks everything's magically fixed because they lucked into Cooper Flag, but this is the fallout. These are the social repercussions of talking down to a city for 6 months.
Yeah. I get it. He's not getting, the benefit of the doubt from 99% of the people here. I'm just saying, like, it's time and place. There's a time and place for that. And then sitting there, coming up out of nowhere, like you're just walking on the side of the street, and he's inside as the window's open. Now I will say this: the guy did it in as likable and funny and non-threatening tone of voice as possible. The comedic timing level on that guy, easy 8 out of 10. Easy
Best
8
of
out of 10.
Best of the weekend, station pool party going down. I thought it was very, very successful turnout and event. Got the young kids there. Nick Harris stopping by. We had the food, the drinks. Corey Majors coming through by getting in the pool first, even though it had rained throughout the entire morning. So that was a little worrisome. Water was freezing. 2 days of cooler weather. It makes the water apparently freezing cold, but very successful station, second annual Labor Day station pool party. Way better than the first one. So that was my best.
Look, that was my best. Was I had a different best, and we had a late edition last night. But the best was like being able to maneuver my schedule to make it to this thing much early. We were not going to get there probably till about 7 o'clock, which would have been pointless because everybody would have been gone. You were gone. You were gone. You were there, but gone. We got there much earlier. But the best is, shout out to our vacuum cleaner company, Dyson. They replaced it. We sent a photo. We had this. I was trying to put this thing together.
Yeah.
I was trying to, fix this thing. I had to replace the trigger. They're like, no, it's broke. Can't fix it. Put it back together. Take a picture of it. And they're sending us a new one.
Very nice.
Yes, baby. That's right. Now,
hundreds of dollars saved.
$600 saved.
$600
saved.
Bobby, best and worst.
I mean, the best was the station party, which was almost ruined by rain. There was some concern that was going to go on for a while. That was sheets of rain early in the day. That delayed most everybody from getting there because it was just the bosses. I think Tim and Gavin were the only ones who were there on time.
Yep.
And then I was next, and I was there at like 1:40, and it was supposed to start at 1. And so it was everybody was kind of delayed a little bit by that. It was a little bit much when Kristen obviously started getting hit with the neck pain late in the day. She thought she was going to crash at your place. She thought she was going to get Black Bear Cafe or whatever the next morning. And it didn't happen because she walked over and she just kind of crouched down and she's like starting to tear up. She's like, my neck hurts. And she's like, I don't want to sleep here tonight because I'm just going to probably cry in the side room. It's like, okay. So we got in the car. She got some different icy hot and different stuff like that to put on, and she was better at that. I did tell Nick Harris I was narrating, watching her talk to you and Jimmy in the pool and everybody else. And I told Nick, I was like, this is the moment where I can always tell when she's drunk. I just got to see her body language. I was like, how wide her hand motions get. She always talks with her hand, but how wide and pointed and direct all of her hand motions get. I'm like, all right, she's gone. I know she's reached that point now. The worst, and I started to realize it the other day at your house, is that I am going to have back surgery at some point.
Oh, of course.
This is just, I got to be
Micah L4, L5.
I got to be, mine's L5, S1. I got to be more locked in on my PT exercises, which I think I'm going to have to start doing here in the studio during breaks, which is great because you guys will certainly film those and then mock me on social media with them. But, yeah, it's getting progressively worse.
And now the 2 no-shows with Peyton Russell and Aiden in the back. My own show, my own guys, not making it to the event.
Sean, I'll be the first to apologize. I know Aiden is very sorry as well. I was busy Saturday, wasn't able to make it out. And then, the FOMO hit me hard because my 10-year high school reunion was Saturday night as well. So Saturday was just a big punch in the face, punch in the guts to me.
You missed the reunion too?
Yeah, reunion was Saturday night in Dallas. So that sucked as well. But yeah, Saturday was not good. Not good to be Peyton. So I apologize. Next year, though, I'll make it out. You have my word.
Well, how do you know you're not going to be doing the same thing next year?
Well, you know what? I'll just say no.
Oh, okay.
Wait, so you willingly said yes?
Still have not had a reunion.
Yeah.
What?
Still have not had a reunion. My grade, my school.
No leaders.
They've nobody has done a reunion. They did a picnic one year.
Would you go back?
Yeah, I would go back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's supposed to be
You're probably the most famous one. You got to go back if you're on top.
There's a guy. There was an SNL writer. I don't know.
What era though? Was it the non-funny era?
They're all non-funny. So, yeah.
Best and worst of the weekend here with the Tolo Tuesday edition on DFW Sports Station. College football weekend and the openers. Let's do everything Arch and Longhorn disappointment. The college football kegger is next.
After we get you over to...
A&M Leasing Studio.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Manning pivots to throw from his own 36. Swoops that up the right side of the field. Intercepted by Ohio State, and stepping out of bounds, Jermaine Matthews with his second career interception. Picking it off and getting the ball right around the Texas 30-yard line as he picks off Arch Manning.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
The college football kegger featuring Arch Manning's debut.
Oh, yeah. Well, I win. Google me. I win is not what Arch Manning said this week. I absolutely not. That was one of the most abysmal performances that I think you could have predicted or thought of when you decided that you were going to turn this game on. 0 for 5 on passes, 5 yards downfield through 3 quarters. An off-target throwing percentage of 37%, the worst of any Texas quarterback in the last decade. They didn't score until, what was about 4 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Bad performance by Texas. It's not the end of the world for Arch. Like, his story is certainly not written. Playing your first game in that environment, there's a handful of environments that are better. Not many. And when you factor in how good that team is, that might be the toughest place to play when you factor in how good Ohio State is. Because let's be perfectly clear. To go in there and only allow 14 points, the defense did their job. It's going to be a hell of a defense all year.
Yeah, look, there's a tendency in college football more than just about anywhere else to overreact to week one and to have
NFL too.
Large, like wide-ranging takes that are not going to be true throughout the rest of the season. That being said, I don't know if we're going to win another game. Arch is so bad. Arch is so bad. And look, I mean, I know the context is important. They have it's essentially an entirely new offensive line. They lost a bunch of their receivers. They don't have like an obvious like go-to guy. You've got all these different things that are going on. It's Arch's first start, obviously, on the road and a big environment, a big game, stuff like that. I kind of wonder, not an excuse here, because believe me, I'm not going to defend Arch today, but I kind of wondered like if his shoulder was messed up. He kept like messing with his shoulder all game, like messing with the shoulder pad. But no, they were just offensively, they couldn't do anything. Matt Patricia was the coach of the game. Patricia did so much to outwork Sark. And as much as like they were running the ball fine for most of the day, their short yardage was awful in this game. They could not, even the 4th and 1 that they snuck on the opening drive, they barely got. That was like a second effort from Arch that they almost didn't get. But man, that ugly ass Phillip Rivers motion he throws with.
Damn.
It's long. It's got to shorten up a little bit too. The memes. Arch got more Eli than Peyton in him. That he's adopted.
That was good.
That's good. I mean, because like there's to me there was 4 things that happened. It was either a really bad day. That's the real Arch. There was a ton of nerves. Hostile road environment. Like those are the 4, right? That and it could be a little bit of like, is Arch really that bad? No. Is he overhyped? Maybe. Probably.
Ohio State's defense is really, really good.
Probably.
Of course he was overhyped. I tried to say this the entire offseason. Paul Feinbaum, you should be taken off the air for like 2 months.
Just as like a suspension.
The greatest, a take suspension. The greatest quarterback since Tebow. Everything is there. My big concern about Arch, going back to last year when I watched him in the limited action, I'm like, all right, what's jumping out to me like trait-wise that makes me go, holy crap, oh my God. His athleticism is not like, it's good.
He's well-rounded.
It's really good for a Manning, but I wasn't watching throws saying there is all-time zing on that. The accuracy's sake, it's certainly not the throwing motion. He made a couple of touch throws that I was encouraged by. He's not going to be that bad. Again, Ohio State with all these NFL drafted, they may have supposedly 2 or 3 players in the secondary that are drafted. I think he's going to be okay, but that is an all-time disappointment that we're going to remember for a while. Pepe, you used to be a Longhorn fan. What do you think?
I'm going to overreact. I'm very worried about this team. Not that the defense, I guess, offense-wise, because mechanics, that road environment doesn't affect mechanics. I mean, he was throwing effing sidearm. Like, what is he doing over here? And the red zone offense again, dude. I mean, you've eliminated yourself in the playoffs the last 2 years because you can't convert in the red zone. You can't score a touchdown. You still come up empty there. So it's frustrating. Again, I mean, you pray the offense is better, but their next big game is in the Swamp. Like, good luck, dude. If you can't play on the road, I mean, there's another L right there.
Well,
and then you get Athens, you get Georgia. I mean, good luck, dude.
That was one of the things I said last week. Like, if they don't win this game, like, their schedule does set up pretty poorly for them. Like, Ohio State could have lost that game, and they still probably would have been all right. But Texas has to go to Georgia, to Florida. They got to play A&M. A&M's not going to slouch. They're not a slouch team. They got to play Oklahoma. John Mateer he is. Is he already the Heisman favorite, I think? I think I saw that he's the Heisman favorite. I mean, he went from nothing to something.
Hell no, Nuss. It's going to be Nuss, baby.
Look, Nuss had just an elite all-time throw in the corner of the end zone there.
That they robbed from him.
Sark is getting called out. People said it looked like Ohio State knew all the routes, the same stuff that was run last year in their playoff game. The wide receivers for Texas are getting called out as maybe not being talented enough or effort. I saw some of that out there. So some people were killing Arch, others were killing Sark.
To me, I don't know how you waste. There are people, I think they're wrong, but there are people who will say Jeremiah Smith could be like a top 5 receiver right now as a 19-year-old in the NFL.
And you said you think that's wrong?
Yeah, he's not yet. It's the same thing as like when they said Trevor Lawrence would walk in and be a top 5 quarterback after his freshman year at Clemson. No, like he's still got to, you got to grow up a little bit. And not in like a maturity way, but you do got to progress a little bit. But this is 2 of his 4 worst performances of his career at Ohio State now have been against Texas in their games you lost. And like you're wasting what your defense is doing for you. And I didn't think Sark had a good game. Arch obviously didn't. The receivers didn't. I mean, as a whole, the offense wasn't great. The running game did a little bit of something, but for the most part, yeah, this was demoralizing and upsetting, and it's another big game that Sark has not been able to win.
People think they're going to drop to like 9 or 10. I thought Heather Dinich? She has LSU, who Lee Corso picked as his national champion, moving up to number 1 in the country, with the Longhorns falling to 9 or 10. Arch, after the loss.
Yeah, it didn't start fast enough. It took a whole half for us to kind of even get the ball down the field. So that starts with me. Get back to square one and get back Monday and go prepare for San Jose State. Yeah, ultimately not good enough. Obviously, you don't want to start off the season 0-1. They're a good team, but I thought we beat ourselves a lot, and that starts with me, and I got to play better for us to win. Can't wait till the second half to kind of get things going.
Man, he sounds too much like Eli. You can hear Eli's voice in the background.
And he doesn't even look enough like him, which is concerning.
Yeah, so she's projecting the college playoff. If the college playoff committee met today, that Texas would be 10th, and LSU would be number 1.
That is not the worst loss of the ranked teams. That easily belonged to Bobby's favorite.
Boggs in motion left to right, and they fake the handoff, end around right to left this way. Running 30, 25, 20. Makai Dancy breaks a tackle. 5. He's in. Shot in there, baby. Makai Dancy on his first touch of the afternoon. Speed kills. Touchdown Florida State. Touchdown FSU.
Oh, God.
What happened to Deckerhoff? He used to be there for years. Fire the cannons. He was there at Florida State for years. He must have quit.
$70 million. That's how much it costs to buy out Kalen DeBoer. Look, I can't. My team didn't win, and that sucks, and it was a painful loss, and it was another big loss that we've had in the last couple years, and in the big, like, crunch time moments. We haven't won the big game yet. This is my victory this weekend. Is watching Alabama suffer, watching Clemson suffer, watching Bill Belichick suffer. Those are the things that I'm going to lean into and feel really good about. And this was not just a fluky thing or anything else. This was Florida State beating their ass. This was Alabama getting whooped as a massive favorite.
And this right here, and we're going to see the rankings, the top 25 today when it comes out. This is what the problem with preseason rankings is, that 2 things are going to happen here. The people who voted on this are not going to admit they were wrong on Alabama. So they're not going to drop Bama far enough to where they deserve to be. But in doing so, they're also going to overrate where Florida State really is. They're going to put Florida State's going to be about number 8 today. They're going to go from unranked to probably number 8. And that should not happen.
What about this team and this coach finally winning a season opener?
Back to throw. Looking. Throws toward the end zone. It is. Gone for a touchdown. Daniels caught it in traffic, and they're going wild at Hard Rock Stadium. What a catch by C.J. Daniels, who makes an announcement. He's here in Miami.
Sorry, not finally winning a season opener, finally beating a top 10 team. Miami radio with the call.
First time in about a decade that Miami beat a top 10 team. Mario Cristobal had his own little issues with top 10, but this
play of the weekend with a catch.
Yes, what a catch. And Carson Beck got pretty mocked for leaving. First of all, they said he was basically carried by Georgia. He was the bus driver. So he got mocked, and then he takes this ungodly amount of money, completely alters the NIL packaging, right? Because he got so much cash. Well, what happens is he goes out there and he plays pretty well. And, Cam Ward dragged that Miami team last year. That was not an elite team. And they lost a lot of guys off that team that wasn't even that good. And Cam Ward dragged them. Well, now you got Carson Beck in there, and Carson Beck's doing Carson Beck things, good things. Maybe Carson Beck was better than we gave him credit for.
It's an impressive victory. There's nothing you can take away from it. Miami won a game that a lot of people didn't think they would, and a lot of people, I think everybody pretty much unanimously agreed Notre Dame was a better football team, that Notre Dame was a title contender, or somebody who was at least going to be one of the teams we're talking about as one of the final CFP teams. But it's a good victory for them. I still am not a believer in Carson Beck. It's nice that he had a good performance. This is one of his first really strong performances against a ranked team. Like a big-time, prime-time ranked team. He's had a lot of struggles like that. That's a consistent theme with him, Klubnik, Drew Aller at Penn State. Like, they all have these issues, and it's nice that he overcame that one for this afternoon or for this evening, but I still would not bet on Miami being one of the top teams at the end of the year.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Also, look at, this just kind of goes to show, if you get a transfer quarterback that's a very good vet who's seen everything, fourth, fifth year, you're just so ahead of everything else. I mean, Notre Dame had Lloyd Carr's grandkid, who was young, making his first start, right? They obviously they had Riley Leonard last year, but he goes on the road, right? Here's Carson Beck just seamlessly going in. Mateer in Oklahoma, a vet, seamlessly going in. Aguilar, Tennessee, all these teams that had young quarterbacks struggled, and the ones that had the guys that were older figured it out.
And then a huge sigh of relief for Brian Kelly as they get the win over Clemson.
Yep, and then Nussmeier versus Klubnik. This was one of those kind of who's going to be the overall number one pick elimination games.
Better not be Klubnik.
Half joking, but yeah, Nussmeier and Klubnik, and this was a lower scoring game than I think a lot of us envisioned that it was going to be based on who those two quarterbacks were.
Old Reitma, he was feeling good. He had the under, and he had Clemson minus 4.5, and he had it parlayed. And he got the under because the over-under I think was 56.5 or something like that. Yeah. But you don't bet against Nuss. You don't bet against Marcus High
These
School.
Nuss.
These Nuss.
College football Kegger Tolo Tuesday edition. Football is back. We got the opener Thursday night in Filthy on this radio station, and back to the surging Rangers at 8 o'clock with Diamond Cavs. Also on your home for Texas Rangers baseball. It's also your home of the commercial-free Expressway. That is what is happening next, along with Ask Reddit. We need your answers and help at 7:40. But has the smear campaign already started against Micah Parsons? Back inside the Star with the very latest on the details that led to the divorce after this.
on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Trivia Lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Thanks to awesome web guy Josh Clark for sending over the piece that just dropped from friend of the show, the great Don Van Natta, taking us inside the March meeting between Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons. We're trying to go through this as quickly as possible here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby with the opener days away Thursday night on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex, commercial free with the Expressway. Ask Reddit coming up at 7:40. Diamond Cavs with the Red Hot Rangers at 8. While we go through the Van Natta piece, we have one already to break down. And this is, I agree with you, Bobby, a fantastic article from Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated, on what really happened. So I'm going to go through pieces of this, and y'all just stop down with your objections or not, like we're in a courtroom.
Okay.
Everything on Micah's end, from his disinterested demeanor and sweats on the sidelines at camp to carrying nachos into AT&T Stadium, then laying on the training table, was taken as intentional from the Cowboys. There's a difference between this negotiation and the previous three with Zach, CD, and Dak. They are and were very popular in the locker room. That's not the case with Parsons, who has rankled teammates in different ways, seen by some as egotistical and self-centered. His podcast has created issues, too, that go all the way up to Dak Prescott.
All right, Dak, then just cancel your Dannon commercials or whatever the hell you're doing. Sleep Number, is that what it is? Sleep Number? I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear people complain and bitch and moan about a podcast. It's just downtime. It's just downtime. Don't complain about it. It's an hour out of his day. Don't complain about it. I don't want to see. I don't want to see a single player play golf.
I don't think anybody's complaining about it because it's an hour. Like, I don't think it's because you're not spending enough time. I think people are concerned with what he's discussing on there.
It's his business. Who cares?
It's the team's business when he's discussing it.
He's not discussing, he's not giving away trade secrets.
No, but if you're going on there and you're gassing up.
Can you recall, two things that he has said that you think could become issues in the locker room or to the team that were annoying?
Yeah, I think it rubbed people the wrong way when he did his top 5 quarterbacks and he just completely left Dak off of there. Whether that's real or not, everybody always throws their teammate in there. Cam Ward said Calvin Ridley was one of the 5 best receivers in football. It's what you do. And so I don't know if that bugged Dak. I know it bugged some people, though. And then the other was the fact that he was so just fawning the week of the Green Bay playoff game over Jordan Love. That was something that upset some people.
The Dak thing's a problem. You got to put Dak in there. I agree. But that, again, that's not the podcast. You know what I mean? That's not a problem. That's not the podcast is not a problem. If I don't want to see a player play golf, I don't want to see him go fishing. If you're not in the facility, in the training room, in the pool, getting a workout in the film room, then you better be at home relaxing. I don't want to see you changing a diaper. Nothing. It's football or nothing. If that's how you want to play it, if that's how these players want to play it, fine.
Do you think there's a way you can handle things poorly in the locker room when you're interviewed by the media?
I think there's a way you can handle
Yeah, like, do you think that can have a negative impact, the way you answer certain things to the media in the locker room?
Of course.
Yeah, I would think so.
So, like, if you've got an unchecked, just free form, I'm talking about every issue and I'm taking shots at the Giants the week of the game, talking about how stupid they are for not re-signing Saquon and potentially getting them pissed off and worked up. I'm saying this and that. I think it was just, you don't need to talk that much. You are talking way too much about things we have going on here, and you're creating problems for us that wouldn't exist otherwise. And I'm not saying that would bug me if I was in there or anything else, but I'm saying it bugged people, and it was going to bug people when you're that open and talking that much.
I understand. I'm just saying, like, that's his hobby. You know, like, it's what it is.
Making money off it,
and he's making money off it.
But his hobby does affect them.
If you let it. I suppose if you let it,
you think how does
like if you let those words get to you?
No, but I mean, if he's talking about the Giants, or he's gassing up the Packers the week of the playoff game, or he's talking about an issue that then gets somebody in the league upset or gets a teammate upset.
Emily Cooker talked about it. I'm surprised that Dak's name made its way into this piece.
Yeah,
was he asked about this?
About the Breer piece specifically?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
Like, someone needs to ask him, did you have a problem with Micah's podcast, Dak, on his message to the locker room after the trade?
I don't know if there was a necessary meeting or things needed to be said or handled or had. I mean, it was a very public issue that everybody could look on the internet or ask somebody or ask one of y'all and get a lot of intel or feelings about it that, like I said, it's just good to be past it. And as I said, both parties are happy. From what I got from the feel of the locker room, I don't think there needed a talk or lifting guys up over the divorce or feeling down about themselves. I mean, or about the situation. It's a business. And I think a lot of guys in that locker room know that, have felt that to some extent or not. And I just think that was just another realization of it, of this is a business. And hell, if anything, I hope it was a wake-up call to some guys, right? Like, this is for our life. And every day you come in here and you approach it as it is for your life. We're blessed to play a game for a living. So, yeah, the locker room have seemed upbeat. The ping pong games have still been going on, and yeah, we're focused on Philly.
Here's the way I feel about the podcast. I'm more towards Choppy's side of it's not the biggest deal in the world. I think what this would come down to for me, how do I feel about Micah in the locker room? If I thought that Micah was egotistical and was not that great of a leader and didn't do every single thing that he should in the film room and in terms of following the defensive assignments, and I felt like he was an egomaniac, I'd be annoyed by his podcast by proxy. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Not necessarily everything he's saying in it, but hey man, like you're kind of annoying in here, or you get a pass for being this superstar. You talk about being this leader, and you don't do all these little things to follow up on it. So then I'd just be annoyed by something else you do.
It's the,
you know what I mean?
It's the old one-legged DJ joke from Nate Bargatze, where he said he's talking about his wedding, and he said he was messing up the songs, and he goes our DJ had one leg, and he goes, which it doesn't matter. He goes, until he starts messing up. And then you go, why does he have one leg?
Exactly. More from Albert Breer. Mulugheta was putting together the final details on Micah's blockbuster trade with Green Bay, but Micah was getting impatient. I think the reason this is important here is because this is part of the Jerry and Steven negotiating tactic that the player will crack. And it sounded like Micah was starting to crack. I think this is actually from the ESPN piece. Micah was beginning to worry that his situation may not get settled, which is why Thursday, as he was leaving the team facility after getting treatment on his back, he called Mulugheta. Mulugheta was working on the final details, but Micah said, I told him that day, dude, I don't know what's going to happen, but I need you to get something done. That right there was maybe the window that Jerry and Steven are hoping for, that Micah gives in to the 40.5. I haven't not played football this long since I was in 7th grade, Micah said. And also, he never found out from Jerry or Steven that he was being traded. But Micah was starting to get a little antsy. And we had started hearing that from some behind the scenes. Micah's starting to get a little paranoid here and may want to go ahead and lock it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they absolutely were banking on that specifically with him, that he would give in. That's why when he was in the OTAs and he just goes, give me a helmet, give me a helmet, let me get out there. Like he does love it. He loves being out there. I think that's the thing. And I don't know, we'll see what the Van Natta piece says as we go through that. And we've got the Breer thing. I don't think anybody can question, does he love, does he have that competitive fire? Does he love winning? Does he love perform? I think he does love all those things to an extent that it probably can make him short-sighted at times. I will always go back to the Leighton Vander Esch clip on Hard Knocks when he was a rookie, when he's talking about, I just want to make every play during that first preseason game. And Leighton tells him, you got to know which is your play to make. And that's the thing, is that Micah, I think, just was so wanted to get there and make the play and do those things. At times it would lead to, some reckless stuff or, a little bit of hero ball where he says, I got it. I got it. I can make this play. I don't need to do my assignment. I can get there.
Gap
and then,
integrity.
And then it leaves you vulnerable. So when the play's not made, there's a bust. And so, but I think if you want to talk about reasons for making it or for blowing off an assignment or whatever else, I do think a lot of where Micah's comes from is from a place of good intention of just, I want to make the play.
Well, this is the next part. Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated. Previous defensive staffs had trouble with Micah at times because he would play out of structure in an effort to make big plays, which led to the run defense issues Jerry and Steven kept referencing at their press conference.
I think that specifically is talking about Dan Quinn's staff being frustrated by that.
That does happen with great pass rushers. It was just too common, Breer writes, with Parsons. And again, he was too smart a football player for these to be a string of honest mistakes. The Cowboy offer made by Jones to Micah himself in April, as the owner detailed, topped $40 million per year, but ended up being too long for the Parsons camp's liking. That's something Clarence Hill tweeted out. Everyone's getting 4-year deals, including Daron Bland now. Why are you holding me to 5? What's the answer to that? Because I would look at that if I was Micah and Mulugeta and be pretty furious. Why does everyone else get back to the market and I have to go the extra year?
Yeah, I think for them, they would say, well, I mean, I think for them, they would say that this is just one of their hard lines that they're taking. They're also talking about paying him an exorbitant amount where they would probably need him. This is the thing they used to argue about with Ezekiel Elliott. They tried to tell Ezekiel Elliott, we have to make it a longer-term deal to make the finances work on our
But
cap.
you just gave Dak 60.
No, I know, 100%. I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just saying this is where they would probably cut at it. Now, that may be a negotiating tactic or maybe like genuinely their belief on it. They've always caved. They've always wanted 5 for CD. They've wanted 5 for Dak.
And why are you holding me? I'm the best player on the team. Why are you holding me to a different standard? You're supposed to be cutting me more breaks. During camp in California, Parsons was very attentive with and receptive to his new defensive coaches. Good in walkthroughs, good in the meeting room, and stayed up on his workout regimen. There was then a marked difference in how he carried himself at practice, what we saw in Oxnard, when cameras were on and when ownership was around, which gave everyone the feeling that he was very much trying to send a message to the bosses. Only Micah knows his intent. However, it seemed clear to others he was trying to irk management in a way they could not quite point the finger at him. But one thing that was brought up over the past few days, Jerry needs to trust a player to pay him like that. And somewhere along the line, Parsons lost Jones's trust. The Packers are one of 6 teams. We haven't gotten another team reported. The Packers are one of 6 teams that had their hats in the ring. The other was a leadership component Dallas was looking for as part of that larger reimagination of the team under Schottenheimer. Kenny Clark has very much always been the adult in the room. All right?
That's good.
Dan Quinn, to a degree, limited the freelancing Micah could do by playing him at linebacker early on and giving him more responsibility. Parsons started to drift more in that regard when he became more exclusively a pass rusher. The Packers, for their part, have a good group of people on that side of the ball that play disciplined and within the framework of the scheme, and they believe those guys will bring Micah along now financially secure with them. There was some question the Cowboys folks who've been around him about how much he truly loved football versus what football had done for him off the field. So, you're going to get the smear campaign stuff from some of the Micah lovers. Of course, the Cowboys are going to go ahead and throw dirt on his name with Albert Breer with some very, very interesting details.
Yeah, and we get that a lot. This is the tough thing about trying to...
Both sides are going to do it, of course.
Yeah.
They should. They got to win the PR battle.
They didn't do it publicly. I mean, at least to their credit. Both of them kept it fairly clean in the press conferences. But this is what you get whenever there's a breakup that happens. We went through this with McCarthy. It's happened when there was a split from Amari Cooper, different things like that. Of when you then try to just explain, not excuse or endorse it. When you just say, all right, here were their concerns, you'll get a lot of people who will then say, here's the smear campaign. You're the Jones boys. Did they catch your check? Are you dropping this for them now? And if you don't say anything, then they say, well, see, there was no reason for it. It's like, all right, well, then I'll just tell you, this is their thought. I'm not saying it's right or anything else, just telling you this was their thought, this was their concern. I'm sure Micah had his own issues and concerns, and David Mulugeta had his own issues and concerns with the Cowboys. There's always going to be, when things end, it's a lot easier to look back and say, yeah, okay, this is how we got to a divorce. This is we're just sorting through the rubble and saying, all right, this is what happened. This is how it got here. And the thing that I guess we'll need to find out, because Jerry publicly is saying, been considering this all the way back in January. I want to know if it
January or the spring.
He said since we hired Brian.
Yeah, because that's even less of an excuse to have dealt him before the draft. The timing of this is my biggest problem with everything. And look, I get it if you're trying to say, well, look, in April or March, we thought we were working on the extension. We weren't having trade talks with teams. We thought we were on the doorstep. We thought we had something worked out. That was Steven justifying it the other night at the presser when Mike Florio and everyone else was going after them for, why didn't you do this before the draft? Todd Archer asking Jerry 4 times, why didn't you do this before the draft? And they're like, why are we talking about divorce when we're talking about renewing our vows? That's their position.
I think Micah brought it up to him, like all the way back in the spring. I think Micah brought up the idea of like, hey, if this isn't going to go the way y'all want, trade me. Like, I don't think it was a firm request or anything like that. I'm guessing the final nail in the coffin probably was the request. When he made the request at the beginning of August, when we were standing at the airport in LAX, like that was when it shifted, I would guess. But I mean, this is something that where I don't know if it was the spring was just the initial crack in the foundation and the request is what destroyed it. But that's a long play. If their trust was broken in March, that is a long time to drag this out and try to get this done.
Brian Schottenheimer on why this was the right move.
Well, I think, we just went through the whole process, and at the end of the day, it was unanimous. This is not something we came about. It wasn't something where it was like an overnight thing. We had talked about it, and at the end of the day, I think when you look at a football team, when you can potentially add up to 4 or 5 players and things like that, it gives you the ability to do some things. We were certainly excited about the addition of Kenny Clark. I've played against Kenny. He's very, very disruptive inside. And again, when we looked at it, it was something that at the end of the day, when you get a chance to get things back in return that you're excited about, then you make the move. And so obviously at the end of the day, we got to maximize the picks that we have, and that'll obviously be the plan.
You know how like when we talk about trades, it's like, I don't worry about what happens with these picks. I mean, if they pick 2 Taco Charltons or they pick 2 Aaron Donalds, to me that doesn't change the evaluation of the trade, because the evaluation of the trade has to be made at the moment of the trade.
Okay.
Right.
Sure.
So you know what I mean? So who you get, it's the whole thing. If I buy a house and the house gets struck by lightning the next day,
but
it was still a good deal.
But part of my evaluation in that is how far back in the round the picks are supposed to be.
Right, and we don't know.
But we think we know.
I think we know around 20. Just
at the highest.
Probably.
I haven't heard anyone's think it's going to be higher than 20.
No, because that's where the Packers have been the last couple of years, right? They've been
and I mean, like,
wild card team.
This is the NFL. Jordan Love, and this is not a wish, nobody go clipping this or anything else. Jordan Love can tear his ACL in week 1, and then the Packers all of a sudden their fortunes change.
But I'm not giving the Cowboys credit for that.
No.
You shouldn't.
But what you do get is you are adding 2 extra players in theory.
You're
that
adding
are
10 free years.
that are 5 years of control.
The first round pick.
I just wanted 2 players at 15 with 5 years of control. They should have gotten a little bit more.
That'd
to
be
me,
nice.
I'm not thrilled with the return.
I'm not thrilled with the return either. I would have gotten.
In order to make this type of move, you gotta wow me. You gotta blow me away.
I totally agree. I thought the return was a little bit low. But Bobby's right. Like the value of 10 years of team control of players is there's a lot of value in that.
Sure.
This will eventually probably shake out to when we really look at what the return was. The return will be, obviously, it's 2 and Kenny Clark. And this still may not be good enough to some people, but I'm just saying this is what you got to factor into it, too. It's 2 first-round picks. It's $47 million that you're not spending on Micah. It's Kenny Clark. It's keeping Daron Bland. Bland was probably the odd man out. Tyler Smith was probably always going to be here, but Bland is probably the odd one out. It's not having to flip a switch on Dak's contract and keep his contract around here longer into the future if things go south. So, like, it opens up. It basically has tentacles that reach into a number of different roster decisions that you're now not pressed into.
Yep, and look, I mean, and then you can hindsight it, and yeah, if they do and they go and they get Taco and Mozzie, it's going to look terrible. But if they parlay that and you get a quarterback of the future,
I think it's very hard.
2 years, then it's good.
Any non-quarterback, I think it's very hard to argue that they are worth more than 2 first-round picks, a contributor to a weakness, and $40 million in space. I just think it's anybody, even no matter how much I like him. If Jamar Chase got offered, it's really hard to justify that Chase is better than getting that flexibility if you're in a certain position. So it's not even an indictment on Micah to me. It's just this is a team-building aspect that can help them accelerate whatever rebuild or renovation they have.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Trayvon Diggs, Micah's bestie, by the way, with some news of his own. He says, kind of back and forth here, 75 to 80% chance of him playing Thursday night. And then he goes, yeah, I'm unsure about the opener, but no later than week 4. So here I am last week thinking worst case is week 2, and then he goes no later than week 4, but 75, 80%. So it's positive either way, I think, on Diggs if you thought he was coming back half and or even missing the season, as Shereen Williams had kept saying. And then Diggs went over to Micah's house after the deal. I thought Trayvon handled himself very well with the media. It could have gotten uglier. He could have gone ahead and thrown his shots. But basically, he was saying, yeah, the problems that people had with Micah, those people are now gone. And I think this is directing right at Seattle and Tank Lawrence. Trayvon, I think everyone liked him. I feel like there were some former players who are not here anymore. There was a lot of, I would say, hate, jealousy, envy towards him because of who he is and the production he has on the field. Imagine if you come in here, you're taking somebody's shine or taking somebody's spot. You're not going to like that. They're going to feel a type of way, especially if you're that type of person. Me personally, I never got no bad anything from him, like ever since he stepped foot on the team.
Ooh. Shots fired at DeMarcus Lawrence is what that is.
Yep.
Goodness.
And then CD, I hope he has the best season ever. He's Micah. He's unblockable. He's unstoppable. What's going to be like when he comes to town week 4? The worst. It's going to be weird. It's going to be conflicting. I hope he's not in the backfield in 2 seconds. And remember Lamb, when this all happened in Oxnard, did a SMH, just pay the man and let's stop going through this crap over and over again. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
Franklin injury attorneys fan text 877-881-1053 877-881-1053.
Brian Broadus just texted last 10 years Green Bay picked 23. So
on average?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tyler Smith and Des Bryant were the 24th pick overall in their draft, so we're right in position to get. I think we'll get them with all 4 picks. Probably is what we're looking at. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. You can weigh in on the fan cam over at Twitch or on the YouTube. You can also text in as we kick around some of the most viral questions being asked over on Ask Reddit this week, and we will start with RJ Choppy because I feel like you'll have several answers for this.
He loves prepping for this segment.
What's the most irrational thing you believe you could do without any experience? And this is in line in the same vein as the the percentage of men who believe they could land an airplane.
That's my answer is land an airplane. I've done it.
In a simulator?
Yeah. Remember old Roy? Roy's dad was a pilot, and he took me into the Southwest Airlines simulator. This is what they train on. There's zero difference between the sim and an airplane, right? 737, which they don't land. We know that. They don't land very often.
No, I mean, that's kudos to you.
The plane basically lands on its own. Hopefully it's in an airport. But I took off and landed without problem, without fail, passed the test several times. I even took off out of San Francisco, SFO they call it.
Mm-hmm.
And I went and I made a left turn, and I flew under the Golden Gate Bridge first time.
Wow.
The guy was like, the instructor was like, there's no way you're going to do this. I was like, bro, I'm going to do this. Like,
The instructor was Roy's dad, wasn't it?
Well, they had the instructor behind.
Oh.
So Roy's dad was he was sitting in the co-pilot chair. I was the pilot. Because I'm doing the righty, lefty, righty, left, just moving around. Dude, it's absolutely.
Okay.
If you guys are on a plane with me and the pilots get sick, we're safe. We're good.
Do you think they just threw a video up on the screen for him? Make him think you went under the Golden Gate Bridge.
I put the hood down. I was able to use the dot.
Repeat the question.
What's the most irrational thing you believe you could do without any experience?
I've always believed I could write country music. Now with AI, I know I could. But I think if you gave me 6 or 7 months just to solely prepare for it, I could come up with the material for stand-up comedy. I think I could come up with 10 minutes worth of, only 10, of like really funny stuff. Because sometimes I'll think of something and I'm like, that should be a stand-up joke. And if I had a notepad and I'm working on my material solely, just concentrating on stand-up for like 7 months, even though I was voted least funny on the show, I think I could go up there and deliver it, although I'd be absolutely terrified.
You could absolutely come up with the topics. Then you got to write it out. I assume that's more difficult. There are comics that they just carry a little notebook around with them, like a little tiny little pad. They just constantly are writing.
We're getting a lot of be an owner and GM of an NFL team or be the GM of the Mavericks. Just don't got to trade Luka. We're getting a lot of that right
Yours
here.
is golf, Bobby.
Yeah, but I mean, it's at irrational. So, I know I could shoot under 80. That's not going to be a problem at all. Boy, that was at your pool party. Jacob Ray wanted to just corner chop you about all his golf experience and just
really?
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, you were Tennessee. Where do you play? You remember anywhere? He was hitting him with everything. Peyton, what is your irrational thing you believe you could do without any experience?
Without any experience, I'm fully confident I could become a Secret Service agent. It's simple. You just protect the president. That's all you got to do. Now, I know it's like...
Where's the president right now?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Whoa.
No one does.
Every day it's trending.
Yeah, so, but without any experience, I feel like if they just gave me that job, it's like, okay, you get the fear of death, obviously, if something were to happen, but it's simple. Just follow his lead, protect him.
I got a buddy who's a Secret Service agent. I'll hook you up with him.
Oh, that's perfect.
Tolo Chris with the worst response. He usually texts intelligent things. This is the dumbest thing he's ever written. Get a hit off a major leaguer. Zero chance, Chris.
Oh,
zero.
$1.30 on the Twitch. Ride a bull. I kind of think I could too. I don't know why.
You?
I don't know why.
With your back?
You just got to hold on for 8 seconds. It's 8 seconds, guys. How difficult is that?
Is that a long time?
It's that seems like a lot of time. Like people.
All right, next time we're going to a bar and they got that little
mechanical bull.
The mechanical bull. We'll see. I guarantee you don't win longer.
Billy Bob's here. I come. All right, we're doing Ask Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, what type of car causes you to instantly stereotype the driver?
I think mine's the obvious answer, but any extremely lifted truck.
Oh.
If your truck is super lifted, I'm not talking about just buying, the already F350, 450s, whatever, but I mean, you lift that sucker way up. You got a small package. That's my
Whoa! Wow. Yeah, you might as well go to Choppy next.
Choppy. The problem for you is you drive what people usually stereotype.
What, a truck?
The Altima.
I don't drive an Altima.
Or the which
Maxima.
one is it? The Maxima. Yeah, it's the Maxima.
What's the Maxima
The Maxima and the Altima both get hit all the time as just being douchey people.
Bad drivers.
Really?
Yeah, bad aggressive drivers who
we are bad aggressive drivers.
That whole thing. Which you aren't. I found a video.
Sure, I'll say that one. I'll go PG.
Oh, that's your PG.
He wants to say Tesla.
No.
No.
I mean, look, there's Prius.
Oh. Yeah, I know what you're saying. 903 Hellcat Altima. 915 says Prius. 972 says the Hummer. Mine is first if
the Hummer.
Yeah, says that they just think you're a douche if you're driving a Hummer. My answer is D&M leasing cars. If you're driving a D&M leasing car, I stereotype you as smart is the biggest thing. But since we're going like more on the negative side, I guess it's not necessarily the car itself, it's what's on your car, and it's the truck nuts. Yeah, I know that was it. When you've got the truck nuts on there, I just instantly go, I would never be friends with you.
Yeah, no.
Ever. I just wouldn't. Sean, you got a car, you go.
It's not really a car, but whenever a car that has no business having it has the super loud revved up engine that's added, and you're looking around to see what it is, and then you see what actually passes you. I don't know if there's a car that typically goes with, and you're like, what a douchebag.
My kids loser. My oldest one, he wants like, can I put I want to mod it out. He's getting on max, but I want to mod it out because I want to go under a bridge. He wants to be able to rev the engine under a bridge and it echoes.
Okay, you see that? That's Maxima and Ultima. That's what they're talking about. All right, ask her to hear on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Schlerith.
I could do Mustang too, Peyton.
What? He's not Mustang. Oh. What's something you swore you'd never do when you got older, but now you do it all the time?
Maybe just like going out on the weekend. The way I
you never thought you'd retire from partying.
Well, not partying, but like I want to day drink.
Oh,
so they're still partying. I want to go out at 12 and be home at 6:30.
Yeah.
In bed 8:30. That's the dream. Absolute dream.
What you got, Chop?
Talk about the weather.
The weather.
That's an old man thing.
We needed this.
I thought I never would do that. Now it's like it's all I talk about. Talk about the weather.
Swaggy Booties on the Twitch says pay taxes. I never thought they were going to do that. Mr. Kane with the first name Coke on the YouTube says drink and smoke is his answer. That's my answer. I honestly never thought I was going to drink alcohol ever. And then I drink a lot of it for a long time. Peyton, what did you say you were never going to do that then you ended up doing all the time?
Keeping up with the stock market, stuff like that. You know, when I was young, I was like so anti-investment. I was like, you know, why am I going to throw my money here when obviously it can go, you know, either way, up and down. Stocks obviously don't always go up, even though they tell you that, I think, as a young kid. But, you know, it's weird because I gamble, obviously. But, you know, keeping up with the stock market, I feel like I never would have done that as a kid. But now I look at it every day.
Dude, there are so many good answers on the fan text right now. 877-881-1053. 214, act like my father as a father.
Yep.
817, avoid crowds and bitch about body pains. That's another. I didn't think I would ever be the avoid crowd people, but I've gotten that one. 254, getting mad at people driving fast on my street. That's another one that people never think they did. And then go to bed at 9:30, says the 903. All right, ask her to hear on 105 through the Fan. Got time for probably one more here. RJ Choppy, what screams I'm a bad parent?
Well, that's a tough one. We're all just trying to get through this thing. We don't really know what the hell we're doing. So maybe there are no actual bad parents or just parents who don't know what they're doing yet. But I'll tell you this one. My son showed me a video of a kid in his school who just got a car, right? Just turned 16. They bought him like $120,000 like M5 BMW.
Okay.
That's a bad parent. You've shown that kid absolutely nothing in terms of valuing a dollar.
I got news.
Nothing.
I got news for you.
Absolutely
Chop
nothing.
a crit. If you had $20 million, the way you can't say no to your kids, they'd have a sick ass, expensive car.
And guess
too.
what?
Right out the gate.
They would, and they'd be a spoiled little brat.
Okay.
To me, the answer on what screams I'm a bad parent, it's the person who's like just timidly trying to like, oh, stop it, calm down, like a kid who's out of control. Like, and isn't just willing to like say like knock it off and cut
but
that
a lot
out.
of times that doesn't help either, as I've found out.
No, it doesn't. But like it's like a wild horse. You're breaking the thing. You can't just get there by being gentle.
I used to say it was the leashes, but I've taken that back.
Oh, yeah.
You're pro leash.
I'm pro leash.
What's something you swore you'd never do? You'd be in favor of leashes on children.
Yeah, I don't think I'd break them out. But if I had 3 in an airport or going to the fair, absolutely. What's yours that you see, Peyton?
Mine's leaving your kid in the car, alone. You got to run the store real quick.
Did you see that Rockwall story?
Yes.
What happened with that?
Yeah.
The person going to work?
It wasn't even the parent. It was some person watching, like a babysitter was watching the kid, left the kid inside, and the kid was dead.
Thanks for softening it.
Wow.
Ask Reddit every single day at this time. Oh, sorry, every Tuesday at this time. Get my days confused with Labor Day off. Hopefully you enjoy the extended weekend. We're going to try to get you to Thursday night and your weekend as quickly as possible. And we're doing it with a baseball team that's still alive and thriving. RJ Choppy with a brand new exciting edition of Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers. Next.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The count is 2-2. The pitch is on the way, and Freeman swings and pokes it into right. That's a base hit. The game is tied as Berger scores. Stopping at second is Higashioka, and it is 5-5 in the ninth.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Ranger fans, you were not dreaming about that finish last night. 7-5. Wow. Come from behind win. Down 2 in the ninth. Final strike. Down to their final strike. And they wind up tying the game and then winning the game in extra innings. You may have won the battle and lost the war. We'll see what happens with the Dallas in terms of the quad.
That's not losing a war.
Well, maybe not. Although, he was
not saying it's nothing. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not
losing a war.
Seager's a war.
Seager's a war for sure. But
literally, WAR.
Literally. But you get to maybe you do find a way to scratch claw in the playoffs, and then Dallas was the ALCS MVP.
Hey, they're doing better with the more guys they're losing, so keep dropping like flies.
Keep dropping like flies. Doesn't matter, except for DeGrom. We need him.
Yeah.
And Jack Leiter. And Jack Leiter, who has been fantastic. We'll give him his flowers in a second. But Diamond Cavs here. Rangers do get the 7-5 victory in Arizona in a game that,
this is one of those games.
They were down the whole time.
You somehow make it, you're like, this is one of those 5 that I think you remember.
Yeah.
5-3, and then Osuna, Berger triple, Adolis limping around, the Zeke slide, Cody Freeman as well, Armstrong all of a sudden.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the
The slides there, obviously, but you're down 3-0 real quick. Second inning and 3 home runs, 3 solo shots. First, back-to-back pitches in the first inning to Marte and Perdomo.
I have no idea. I was watching Belichick get off to an amazing start.
Yeah, I mean, it was quick. It was quick off Corbin to give those 2 home runs. Marte lead up the game, and the very next pitch, I think it was Perdomo that hit one. But, yeah, there you go. And then you find yourself down in a 3-0 hole, and you scratch and claw, and you tie it in the 6th, and then you allow 2 more runs, and now you get down to the 9th inning, and Adolis is on first, and he's got a hobbled quad now, and Berger goes up in a pinch hit situation, dead red.
Just say that out loud. A limping, because he's always got some type of strain. A compromised Adolis Garcia is going to score from first on the next pitch on a Berger triple.
On a Berger triple.
A triple Berger.
Triple Berger.
Jake Berger's going to hit a triple, and Adolis will actually score the way he's running like Giancarlo Stanton.
Right. Exactly. I think he would have beat Sedan in a foot race, even still. But, I mean, you don't expect that. You don't expect Berger to go up there and lace a triple into the gap. I mean, he's a home run or nothing kind of guy. And you don't expect him to get a triple, let alone that. Even leg one out. But, they do. And then, was it Freeman? I think it was Freeman that got the hit. The very next at-bat. We're a little bit later on in that inning to tie the game. So, you get the tie game, you go to extras, you wind up winning it in extra innings. Martin did a great job in his first time back. Then Armstrong, like you mentioned. The bullpen overall, I mean, there was an inherited run that was allowed to score. But, that was not an earned run.
1.5 back in the wild card, and then you just recap the rest of the weekend. Sunday, Jock homered, doubled, drove in 3. DeGrom struck out 6 and 5 scoreless, continues to absolutely own the Athletics, and they pull off the sweep. DeGrom, 2 hits, walked 1. Rangers, that was their 5th straight win. He had been 0-4 in his last 5 starts. All Ranger losses, and his previous win was July 22nd, first start after the break. Snap that. Saturday, Josh Young. Josh Young had tied a baseball high this year with 3 straight games of 3 hits. He had 3 hits Saturday. Merrill Kelly, Bobby's guy, pitching into the 7th. They win 9-3. Wyatt and Moore, they homered. Higgy, 2 RBI singles. And then Adolis had 3 of the 17 hits. Every Ranger batter got at least 1 on Saturday. And then Friday, Jack Leiter.
And this is the thing, he might really be the key to this playoff run. He's been very good of late. 2.88 ERA over his last 11 starts. And then Friday,
11?
Yeah, last 11 starts, 2.88 ERA. Friday in Oakland, really good. In his last 13 innings, he's allowed 2 runs. He struck out 17, and more importantly, he's walked just 2 in those 13 innings in those last 2 games. Kids. And let me tell you something. Those are not the numbers over 11 starts of a number 3 or a number 4. That's a 1 or a 2. A 2.88 earned run average over 11 starts is the numbers that you expect from a 1 or a 2. That's the top of the rotation guy. And this for him to be there, that's exactly why you picked him at that spot. Right, General?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Now, I know you just said if they make the playoffs or whatever else it might be.
He's a massive key.
He's a key. Yeah. To me, the biggest thing is, and we just referenced them twice, if they make the playoffs, it's going to be because Wyatt Langford and Josh Young keep hitting. Because that's been the biggest problem all season, is that when they haven't had offense, it hasn't mattered how dominant the pitching's been. They've been a 500 team. And so if you're looking at this team making the postseason, especially with Seager out right now and Carter out and all the different injuries that they've had, it's going to have to be those 2. And they've been great over the last 33 games for both of them. Over the last 33 games, Josh Young's hitting .313. Over the last 33 games for Wyatt Langford, he's hitting .305. His OPS is .966. That's like the heart of your lineup right now. That's the meat of what you're getting. And they've got to continue to be those guys all the way through the end of the year.
And then you sit there and you look at what Jack did. Struck out 7 in 6 innings, 2 runs on 5 hits. Holby Milner retired all 4 batters he faced. Armstrong got the final 5 outs for his 5th save on Friday, and the Rangers are rolling.
Yeah, they are. They have clawed their way right back into everything. They're still 4.5 back in the West, but winners of 9 of 10 now, and they're 5 back in the loss column of Houston. The good news is you got 6 games of Houston left. I mean, you can make up every single one of those games. You are within the games left that you have of the Astros. That's key. You're also got a fallback, which is the wild card, a game and a half back of Seattle. You're still, 5 back of Boston and New York in that wild card for the top spots, but you don't need the top spot. You just need one of them. So if, obviously if they get into that 6th spot, they would, they would have to face the 4 seed, which would be the worst of the division winners. So there's benefit to that. I guess it would be the 3 seed, but worst of the division winners. The rest of the divisions have kind of, tightened up a little bit. Toronto had a 6-game lead. Now it's at a 2.5 for both Boston and New York. Detroit's running away with the Central. Houston up 3 on Seattle, 4.5 on us. In the National League, though, Padres and Dodgers, that's going to come right down to the wire. 2.5 games separate those 2. This is only a Major League Baseball problem. Labor Day weekend. There are 3 holiday weekends across the sport. By the way, there were only 13 games in the schedule yesterday. There should have been 15. Every single team needs to play on Labor Day. Every single team needs to play on Labor Day, 4th of July, and Memorial Day.
Please play earlier.
The way baseball goes.
And play earlier.
The 2 games, Peyton texted us.
Yep.
2 games I was looking forward to did not start till 7 p.m. The North Carolina TCU and then Rangers starting later.
So, but there was a problem across the sport over the weekend. The MLB Ballpark app. Now, we all have it. You've got to have it in order to get into the game. Okay, the Ballpark app. It crashed. Labor Day. One of the 3 weekends of the year that cannot crash. Memorial Day, Labor Day, 4th of July.
I have been stunned that an old sport forces this type of technology in order to attend a game. Stunning.
Yeah. Now, look.
And I haven't heard people really complain about it.
It's easy. It's generally pretty easy.
Yeah.
But technology is great until it's not. That's the problem with technology. It makes our lives so much easier. But the moment it happens where something crashes, we act like we didn't ever know what a paper ticket was.
Yeah. I was going to say, it doesn't crash. It's paper. Paper doesn't crash.
Paper doesn't crash. So what these fans had to do is, we're talking about thousands of fans outside the stadiums trying to get into these games, going to the ticket counter, and having to get paper tickets printed for them. Just brutal. But only Major League Baseball. Only Major League Baseball would have this happen. Thankfully, it doesn't happen that often. It's generally a pretty good system. Diamond Cavs here on 105 to the Fan. I saw one of the more crazy stats over the weekend. Aaron Judge hit his 358th home run, and that's all with the Yankees. So that put him in the top 5 of team home runs all time. That top 5 had been unchanged since 1957.
Wow.
75 years. That is one. I couldn't believe it. Like, in the era of the home run, to have it unchanged, the top 5 of a team home run record list, to be unchanged in 75 years is wild to me. I don't know if that says more about how good those 5 were or how bad that team has been since then, but it makes no sense that you would have something like that happen. But there's Diamondbacks here on the fan.
I'm texting with Don Van Natta.
Well,
Jeremy Fowler can join us at 8:40 this morning.
I believe we have a segment spoken for.
Yeah, you gotta check with me.
We
first.
have the ball knowers of ball.
Well, you definitely just got it canceled.
There we go.
What?
Well, by naming it.
See, that's why I did it like that.
Diamond Cavs with Ralph James Choppy. We are your home for Rangers baseball on DFW Sports Station. The article that we're referencing, Don Van Natta, on what really happened inside the Micah deal. Jeremy Fowler was one talking about the other teams that were involved as well. So far, what I've gotten from it, I'm about 3/4 of the way through. That big Micah Jerry meeting was 3 hours. The guarantee offer from the Cowboys was north of $150. Again, this is all from the Cowboys side. Micah called Steven back after the Jerry meeting to up the terms. They agreed to up the terms. And then when Micah didn't agree, that was the end. This is old school mano a mano. I looked you in the eye, shook your hand, and you broke it, and I cannot trust you. That, to me, is what caused this whole thing to disintegrate. Micah's agency says they never saw an offer, ever. They never saw an offer on paper, and Mulugeta, from that point forward, never had a negotiation with Jerry. That's crazy. That is crazy. Jerry was just like, no, this is it. I'm holding you to it.
I don't think the Cowboys would dispute that either, though. The part about not giving, like, their side never saw anything in writing. I don't think they sent that.
We were told in Oxnard that Micah and his agent wanted to go last. That's in this piece. He thought because he was 3 and 5 years younger than TJ and Myles Garrett, he would blow past their deals. But I thought so far, the biggest quote in here was Micah not being able to play the run. That's the biggest thing in here. Mission critical, a Cowboys source was calling stopping the run. Micah couldn't do it, and teams would just go ahead and run right at him. And then they were not concerned about fan reaction. That's something I wrote down.
Yeah, I'm not. Jerry, again, kind of, we didn't talk about it enough maybe at the time. That press conference the other day when they were talking about, you got Micah coming here in a month. What are you going to do? And Jerry goes, we need to get ahead so we can run the ball right at him. And, like, I mean, that's kind of reference to where they think he's weak and that they can take advantage of it. This is, I don't know. Normally when there's divorce like this, it puts things to bed. Right. I don't know that this is going to be put to bed right away. Like, I mean, they've played nice for the most part, but I think you're going to hear more kind of back and forth all the way leading up to and probably through that week 4 game.
Don't fake your own death. The broke boy of the year and our first college football meltdown. It's a Tuesday, 8:20. It's PP in the morning.
Hey!
With Peyton Russell. Then Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, Tommy Yarsh, and Kyle Brandt, NFL Network. Show of Wales continuing on the Fan.
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number two.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right, 8:20 on a Tuesday. After Labor Day weekend, it's time for a little PP in the morning. Every Tuesday at this very time. And we have a bunch of stories to get to, not a lot of time, and so we'll start off with some college football. You had week one, a lot of ups, a lot of downs, but are we witnessing the downfall of the Alabama Crimson Tide? Saturday's loss to Florida State had a lot of college football fans happy, including myself, because it took a lot of steam off the Texas loss. You know, you had a lot of people clown Alabama. Some people focus on Arch, but a lot of people went to Alabama after their loss to Florida State, including former LSU center Bobby Hebert, who is also a member of Barstool Sports. And we have our first meltdown of the year, Sean, in college football.
Bobby Hebert?
Bobby Hebert, yes.
Okay.
Former LSU center. He's now a current member of the Barstool Sports Club, or team there. And he let out an all-time rant here on one of his podcasts from over the weekend.
It's over, Alabama, you fucking pieces of shit. You cocky fucking penthouse-living motherfuckers. Used to sit up there and used to piss on all of us. When you beat us, you would say, oh, well, you know, you should be happy. You put up a good fight. Blah, blah. You your time. Now you're down here in the suck. How does it feel? And the best part is, I know it feels worse for you than it feels for us because you're not used to being here. For 20 years, you have lived a charmed existence where everything revolved around you. Everything you had, you got. Everything you wanted was at the tips of your fingers. You never had to worry about shit entering a single weekend. And now, every weekend, you're going to feel the existential threat of losing games that you didn't have to think twice about in the past. And so you have this standard that is so out of touch with reality. You're like a trust fund kid that is bankrupt, and that makes me happy. And again, I hope that I can bathe in your tears. I will cover myself in them. I will be consumed by them. I will drink them out and drink my own urine just to enjoy your pain again. So get ready, because guess what? You spend a lot of time at the top, but it ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun. Is it, motherfucker? You, Alabama.
It's everything we've always thought about, and he finally said it. He put it all there in about 90 seconds.
Yeah,
amazing
that is
job.
fantastic.
That was an Ultimate Warrior promo.
It really was.
I was going to say, it sounded like almost like Macho Man. Like that.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah,
yes.
and we'll find out if the FCC catches anything that Peyton missed on those.
Well, we'll find out at 10:01 in the Spittle meeting.
That was fantastic, though, and
yeah, the only question left in this is, are they willing to buy out DeBoer? Because this is done.
It's done.
This will be a new coach. This season will be done. And the only question is, what are they willing to pay and who's available?
I have no doubt that Kalen DeBoer is a really good football coach. And I also have no doubt that he is an awful fit at Alabama. It is just different there. Like, you have to be, I can't remember who said it. I said, in order to coach at the SEC, you got to be a borderline criminal. I said it over the weekend. You got to be a borderline criminal to be able to survive that, and you do. It's just a different animal. Like, especially the at Alabama with those expectations. It's not a slight on Kalen DeBoer. Sometimes it just doesn't work. You know, Shaka Smart's proven to be a good basketball coach. Worked at VCU, working at Marquette, did work here. It happens, right? It happens. Didn't work at Texas. DeBoer, bad fit. Bad fit.
They got
too nice of a guy.
They got Wisconsin at Georgia. They lost to my Commodores last year. At Missouri, Tennessee, South Carolina, both top 25 right now. This is it. Tennessee, in order. Tennessee, South Carolina, LSU, Oklahoma. 4 straight.
4 straight. And that could be the end of it.
Then Auburn to end the year.
And that could be the end. And Auburn's pretty good this year.
And that's at Auburn.
He is a youth pastor in a world of crooks. And he is just not gonna work there. And then also the reality is that I don't know what Alabama's money situation is like. We talked about this at the party the other day, Bobby. I don't know that Alabama has the same NIL money as, I know they don't have the same as Texas. I know they don't have the same as A&M, Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, maybe South Carolina. I don't know. Like, how many Fortune 500 companies are in Alabama?
I think DeBoer could have worked at Alabama, and I mean, obviously it's a little early, but I mean, I think DeBoer could have worked at Alabama, just not as the guy following Saban. Like, I don't know why anybody wanted that job. You have to follow Saban with a program that was clearly declining and adjusting to a new era of how they were going to have to recruit. Like, that was not going to be as good as Saban, and it was going to make you look like a fool no matter what you did because it was going to be under him. This is going to be one of these. He's going to have to rebound, take a smaller job, and rebuild his credibility. But that sucks for him because I think he's a good coach.
Yeah, Tolo Chris was the only one who understood my questioning of Bobby Hebert, the New Orleans Saints quarterback. So I guess there's another one. Payload.
Another guy.
Payload on Thursday, PP in the morning right now.
Yeah, so it only took 1 week, but and this would be so Alabama for them to just go on a run here, though. Shut everyone up. But yeah, I'm with everyone else. It's not going to happen. You're looking at 4 or 5 losses easily. But all right, yeah, as Sean said, PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. We got an early nominee, maybe a later nominee, but for potential broke boy of the year. I understand money is always a sensitive subject, but you be the judge here. This guy here, he took a girl on a date. And after the date, he sent her a Venmo request for the extreme amount of $3.25 because that's how much her half of the fries were. They shared a platter there. She ate half the fries. He's like, you know what? You're going to owe me for this. Now, at the date, I will like to say this. She did offer to cover the tip of the total. So she did pay something. There's always that big back and forth and debate of, okay, does the guy always pay on the first date? The answer is yes. But yeah, so we have an early broke boy candidate here. And this thing just ended up going south. Obviously, there's no second date here after this, but she's very upset about, called him out on it. And I just want your thoughts on this. Does he have a right to, or is he the wrong here, I guess? Or you could call it, a-hole here. Who's the a-hole?
The funny part about this is Peyton setting this up as like the broke boy, when out of the 4 of us here, the one who would do this is that man right there behind the glass. He would absolutely send a Venmo request for half the fries.
No. I would just not order the queso at the beginning. I would set the standard straight then.
I don't believe this story.
I'm with you.
I don't believe anyone would do a Venmo request for half an order of French fries. Unless you wanted to go viral.
Yeah, or unless there was something about the date where you're like, a fight. Screw this B. I'm gonna be as petty as possible.
And the first date payment thing, there are a lot of women who split it and I've seen say they're fine with splitting it. So I mean, I'm with you the way it should go and probably does go most of the time. But there's a lot of people who are like, no, I understand first date, if you go ahead and split.
But see, I've seen that. Me is I hate the whole requesting the Venmo or any money amount. Like I'd rather just text you or be like, okay, like this is a total. Everyone owes me, $50 and go from there. If you're not sending me the Venmo, I have to somehow bring it up later on. I'm not the guy that's just going to be, here's a Venmo request, to you. I don't do that.
I don't think I've ever done a request on a Venmo.
You want the Venmo? You don't want the Venmo request?
No, I don't think I have the guts to send it out and be like I'd rather just tell you, hey, you owe me this amount, and now it's up to you to honor the payment.
Like Carter Fremont, he should be sending all of us Venmo requests to pay into the fantasy league. I guarantee you, have you paid?
No. I don't even know what the buy-in is.
I guarantee I'm the only one who has paid.
I've paid 2.
Or one of 3. But Carter should, to get all the money straight, he should send the Venmo request. But no, I don't send them either.
Yeah, I never have. I just don't know. But like the whole paying on the first, you're right. I mean, there are plenty who are cool with paying the first date, or splitting, or whatever. Or if you're going to 2 places,
two places.
You got your first place, one pays, the next place, the other. I mean, right?
Alternate.
Alternate. It's just the Venmo request for $4. I'm not buying it.
And then how about the guts on this guy? He told her she was overreacting, and that's all about just being fair. FAF, Sean, just got to be fair, man.
Where was this? Does it say city or state?
It does not say here. I don't believe.
Okay.
$8 for a side of fries, by the way.
Thanks, Biden.
817 early broke boy of the year. It's September.
Yeah, I threw it early there. I forget man wordy, but
man, it is September.
We do have a nominee though. There it is. Forget the early part, but that's right. It is PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. Now we get to the real story: faking your own death. Has anyone actually thought about faking their own death? Maybe the thought has crossed your mind, but actually committing to it.
Absolutely.
You have a whole planned out and everything?
No, I had nothing planned out, but I thought about it.
You thought about it. Okay.
Absolutely thought about it.
Why were we thinking? When was this?
I've thought about this several times. Like, how would I do it? Like, how impossible it is to do right now. Like, it's much easier to do. Like, you could have done this like decades, even in the 80s. You get a fake your own death. Just move to the next town. Nobody will find you again.
There was a guy who tried this. I can't remember if we did the story on the air or not, but there was a guy who tried this in like Utah, and he had disappeared, and he got away with it for about 5 months before they found him in another country, and like they tracked down a wire transfer he had made or something. Yeah, it's pretty impossible now. That's the thing I probably think I could do with no experience. I could just like make myself disappear. That's my irrational thing.
Back in the 50s, like all you had to do, like if you want to just leave your family, move 20 minutes away. They'll never find you again.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so much harder now.
Well, this man in Wisconsin, Ryan Borgwart, he was married and had 3 kids, successfully faked his own death so he could go cheat on his wife with a European girl he met online. But he was only successful for 89 days before he was finally caught. Ryan did the old kayaking death where, you flip over the kayak, you say, oh, I drowned, you discard he discarded his phone, his wallet, keys, all that stuff, but no one could find the body. And then he was able to swim to shore and he got out of it, or got away, made his way to a different country, but after nearly 2 months, no one could find his body. He had purchased a new passport, bought nearly $400,000 life insurance policy, and he reversed a vasectomy, but he never changed his name. Big mistake there. Never changed the name. He's got to take lessons from Joe Goldberg. If you've seen this show, You.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So take notes from him to fake your own death. But authorities were able to track him down, and he was sentenced to 89 years in jail because that's how long it took the authorities to find him. He was told to pay about $30,000 in damages and just sending people on searches for him. Ain't all the trouble, obviously. There's no specific crime for faking your own death in Wisconsin, so the judge came up with 89 days. But I believe this is way too short.
Oh, you get sentenced for faking it?
Yeah, that's illegal. You can't fake your own death?
Considered fraud.
Yeah, because you're sending all these people on searches for you. You got the authorities working. I mean, it's not like he's, they said that in this article, there's not a specific time of you got to serve for 6 months or a year or something. But, they had to make up a time and they came up with 89 days in prison. And now he's probably single and hopefully rotten.
The most wild thing about all that is he takes all these measures and then and he reversed his vasectomy. Why?
Yeah.
Of all the
with
things,
a new girl.
I guess, but I mean, goodness, all the other steps you're making seem like you're trying to run away from domestic life.
And then it's easier to get tracked down once you have kids.
Once you have kids,
birth certificates,
DNA,
going to school.
I get it if you're trying to fake your own death to get out of paying creditors, child support, whatever. If you're just trying to fake your own death, just, whatever. I don't know. That's 89 days in jail worth.
PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. The Show of Wales takes over. Kyle Brandt, NFL Network at 9:20. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com at 9. And next, Jeremy Fowler, who just dropped the big piece on ESPN with Don Van Natta on how the Cowboys divorce actually happened. Who else was involved? Jeremy Fowler, ESPN NFL Insider, next.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Asian place. Not Pepper lady. No. I just said that. Was it spice? Yeah. Doesn't sound right. Was it saffron food?
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Jeremy Fowler is the only one this entire time that I saw mention possible teams interested in Micah Parsons and working a deal out with the Cowboys. Well, this morning, Jeremy Fowler, ESPN NFL reporter, along with a friend of the show, Don Van Natta, dropped the big article inside the Cowboys' decision to trade Micah Parsons. And Jeremy is joining us on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ right now on the D&M Leasing Hotline on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jeremy. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for having me.
What was the breaking point in all of this, in your opinion?
So it sounds like the breaking point was March 18th, where we were able to detail what Cowboys sources claimed was a negotiation directly with Micah Parsons, driven by Parsons. They feel like, Micah initiated talks. The Parsons camp vehemently disagrees with that, but it just, there was no recovery from that day where Jerry locked in on believing that, hey, we have a deal with Micah and it's a take it or leave it situation. Where agent David Mulugeta was like, if that's the case, then we don't have a deal. And from there, and of course, Jerry has had his interpretation of how he thinks those words went. And so from there was really no negotiation from that point on. There was no exchanging of proposals. Wow. It was quiet. And so, Dallas really just by mid-August had kind of started to move on.
Jeremy, you know a lot of agents. You've been doing this for a long time. How unusual was Jerry's approach here of not only negotiating with Micah to the degree that he did, but also just not communicating with Mulugeta? How does this happen a little bit more often, than we think, or this stands alone?
Well, a lot of agents I've actually talked to in the last few months, particularly about this Micah Parsons situation, do say that it's a hurdle sometimes with certain teams that try to go directly to the player. But Dallas is the most frequently known offender of that. It's called hotboxing, which you mentioned in the story. The team tries to get you in a box, kind of sink their teeth into the player, and then they can just cling to that, and it sort of puts the agent in a precarious spot. And, it's one of those things where I think with high-profile players, with a team like Dallas moving forward, you probably have to warn your player, like, hey, this is what they're going to do, if you want to warn them of that. So, but that's the thing with Dallas. I think, at least from their interpretation, this is just what they claim, but they feel like Micah's the one who made the phone call March 18th, came into the office, was almost dictating terms. That's how they painted it. So because of that, I think Jerry Jones feels either he was duped or, he feels like Micah went back on his word, and they just never recovered from that point.
I know you said that there were no negotiations or formal proposals between the two sides, but tell us about a final attempt from Micah's side to approach Dallas before traded.
Yeah, it was my understanding from sources that on Tuesday, David Mulugeta, the agent, for Micah Parsons reached out directly to the Joneses in an email, just saying like something as it was recalled to me, something to the effect of like, hey, there's been a lot said in the media, probably some miscommunication out there, but despite all of that, we know he would have a robust trade market, but we're willing to do a deal. Maybe we can hammer something out. Maybe we can get together. It was basically an olive branch, like a last-ditch effort. And Jerry Jones said something to the effect of, well, we've moved on and we're looking at trading him, so it's either he goes somewhere in a trade or we're back to where we were, which pretty much means it was interpreted as he would have to play on the fifth-year option. And, at that point, the ball got rolling pretty quickly. Green Bay got a formal offer to Micah Parsons later that Tuesday. So at some point, everything went down that day, and then they had a couple days to negotiate a contract, which I think was pretty smooth because Mulugheta has Jordan Love and Adrian McKinney and a lot of star Packers players, so there was already a built-in respect there. So it was far easier to do than this Dallas deal was with Parsons over the last 5 months.
Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, with the headlining piece on the website along with Don Van Natta inside the Cowboys' decision to trade Micah. Jeremy, what were some of the concerns that you learned throughout the homework for this piece that Dallas had with Parsons? What were some of the things that concerned them about him?
You mean as a player inside the locker room in the building?
All the issues, from the podcast to the work ethic, all of it.
Yeah, I would say nothing out of the ordinary for a star player. It wasn't a situation where he was out partying or missing meetings. I think he was a hard worker and generally a good teammate. Talking to people with the team and that either coached Micah recently or have been there, they did feel like the podcast rankled some teammates. You heard Malik Hooker, I believe, spoke out on it at one point.
Yeah.
He wasn't the only one that I think had a problem with it, with just the image of like, hey, we're studying game film and you're doing a podcast, But players can do things on their own time. I know the front office and the coaching staff didn't have a problem with it, but I think some teammates did. And then, it's just some people I talked to for the story said that he can be a little critical. Some of that's of teammates. Some of that can be a passion of the game type thing, where he wants guys to step up. But coaches have told him before, like, hey, you're the most talented guy on the team. Not everybody's going to be able to reach that level. So you need to show some grace and lead and bring players along with you as opposed to criticizing them. So those are just some small things. Like the stuff about the run defense. I mean, did he play outside of structure sometimes? Yes. But a lot of star pass rushers do that.
Right.
And you pay them to do that to get sacks. So that's not really a huge issue.
Jeremy, you mentioned that it was that March 18th meeting that really flipped things for Jerry and kind of set everything in motion. Looking back on all these criticisms that they now have and different things like that, do you think that's at all a case of revisionist history at all, or building a case since March 18th? Or was there any sort of a push before that date from others in the organization of like, hey, we really should take a look at if we want to pay this guy?
Well, the sides did meet at the combine. There's a situation where all the agents are there in Indianapolis in the hallways of hotel rooms, and the Cowboys have their bus in Indianapolis. So Mulugheta and the Joneses met at some point in Dallas, or if it wasn't the Joneses, it was the Cowboys brass. And for people we talked to seemed to come away from the combine thinking that Parsons was comfortable going last in the pass rush market, meaning like T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, letting some of those deals get done and then coming and batting cleanup with a bigger number. I talked to somebody on the player side who disputed that they were open to doing a deal whenever, as long as it was fair and manageable. So they talked to the combine, and then Parsons was in Abu Dhabi, I believe, in kind of a vacation march with some other NFL players. When he got back is when everything went down with Dallas. It was that March 18th day. And you have differing accounts as to how that went down. Dallas says that Micah called them eager to do a contract. People on Parsons' side said, no, that's not true. He was getting called from Jerry about a leadership meeting, and then it steered toward contract talks. So either way, regardless, however it got to talking about a contract, it was discussed, and Micah at that point did call his agent, got his agent involved. Jerry called the agent, and then nothing went well from there because it was just nothing was happening. I mean, at that point, there was a fundamental disagreement. And for 4 months, you had nothing. and then the trade request. So it all seemed so silly because it was avoidable, and for whatever reason, Jerry Jones dug in on the agent part of it, where typically that's something you can work around.
Jeremy, what's the Cowboys' explanation for not dealing him before the draft?
Yeah, so I actually asked some sources specifically about that, and I was told that, Dallas was not in the mode of trading Micah Parsons then. Like, they knew that the March meeting didn't go well, but they let it simmer, and they still thought they could revisit it at some point. Like, they weren't thinking pre-draft like Parsons was going to be gone.
Yeah.
I don't get the sense that they truly thought that until August, where, one source told us that, hey, Jerry Jones might have said that trading Micah was BS publicly, but he had to kind of zig and zag there, because if you say publicly we're now trading a guy, it probably helps your leverage a little more than when you say you are trading him.
Jeremy, do you think this was a fair offer they got in return?
I actually don't think it was that bad. I mean, it's not ideal. I would say the pulse around the league is mixed reviews, kind of like if you look at a movie that's just okay, the reviews are mixed. That's how I compare it. Some didn't have a problem with it. They said that's probably the best you could do. It is a sliding scale with the money the new team has to pay these pass rushers. I mean, people compare the Khalil Mack trade. That was 7 years ago, I believe. His deal was like low 20s per year, like 22, 23 million a year. Mike is now at 47, so that's double the market. So a team's not going to give you 4 first-round picks and have to pay that. They're just not going to do it. So some make the argument that, hey, 2 firsts and Kenny Clark is actually not terrible. Others say you should have gotten more, and if you would have done it pre-draft, you could have opened things up to more teams. Dallas actually counters that. They believe fundamentally that it's better to wait after the draft to do a trade. That's just kind of their MO. Other teams disagree with that. They think it's better around draft time, but Dallas thinks, like, if you try to do a trade April 24th, teams are eager to make their picks. They don't want to give them away.
Were there other teams involved? Which other teams did they reach out to?
Yeah, we never got the full list. I know the Carolina Panthers inquired. They did not make a formal offer, but they did inquire, so they were in talks. And, we heard some whispers from league circles that Micah had interest in certain teams. Green Bay was one, but like a little bit of Baltimore, a little bit of Kansas City, Philadelphia. But we never really – some of those teams didn't look into it, really. I know Kansas City didn't. There wasn't a lot of momentum in some of those other teams. But Carolina did look into it, and Dallas would have had reason to look into that because of Derek Brown, star defensive tackle. They were looking for those type of players, those interior D linemen. So that makes some sense. So Carolina ultimately didn't want to move Brown and didn't move on that.
Jeremy, what was your other big wow moment in putting this together with Don, where you're like, oh, that's something that people are going to be surprised to read or hear? Was there something else that was a wow moment in here for you?
I would say just some of the commentary out of Dallas about that March 18th meeting that we were kind of able to nail down the date and the contents of it, and just how it's tough, right? Because they're painting Micah as coming in there and driving the negotiation, initiating it, which Parsons camp disputes. But people in Dallas have a lot of details about all of that, where to the point where if they were making that up, it would be pretty elaborate, So just the sheer conviction that they have that Micah did this, and I would say the guarantees in the contract north of $150 million, I thought was pretty significant. We're able to nail down that number, and that would have put him in pretty elite air. Now that was on a 5-year deal. That was kind of the problem versus a 4-year deal that Micah got in Green Bay that will help his earning power over time because he's under contract for less time. And then just some of the contents of the email they sent Jerry Jones, that he basically, from my understanding, just replied all and said, no thanks. I thought that was interesting because there was, they had moved on at that point. Did Parsons camp kind of know they had moved on, and that's why they emailed that day? I don't know that, but I did kind of wonder and meant to kind of get to that in the reporting, like, why did they email him on that Tuesday? I think it was partly because the whispers of Green Bay and some of the trade stuff had kind of surfaced online a little bit at that point.
Hey, man.
It was out there, and it's like, well, hey, let's address this.
Jeremy, fantastic work. Thank you so much for joining us on short notice. Keep killing it on ESPN. We appreciate you.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me.
Jeremy Fowler, ESPN NFL reporter on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's talk about Daron Bland getting his extension. Is Trayvon Diggs playing against Philly? And let's find out more about Kenny Clark, who spoke to the media over the weekend. We do it with Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, next.
105.3 The Fan.
Manning pivots to throw from his own 36. Shoots that up the right side of the field. Intercepted by Ohio State, and stepping out of bounds, Jermaine Matthews with his second career interception. Picking it off and getting the ball right around the Texas 30-yard line as he picks off Arch Manning.
And we are joined now, changing things up a little bit, with Kyle Brandt, NFL Network at 9:20 by Tommy Yarish, Texas Longhorn fan. Look at Bobby's face on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Tommy from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
Good morning. Thanks for rubbing that in. Really needed that.
Yes.
Yeah, that was bad. Didn't like that at all.
When did you start panicking in the game? Did you have to wait till half, or you panicked before that?
I don't know if I was panicked. I mean, it was ugly. It was like, they seem out of sorts, out of rhythm, and then, maybe second half they can turn it around, but never did. I thought, they closed better, but definitely not enough. And yeah, I wish that game would have been in week 3 or something like that, so that they can at least get all that stuff out of the way and knock the cobwebs off in the first game against like San Jose State or something, and then play each other. I think that would have benefited everybody.
You can hear it in his voice.
Yeah,
and this is what happens. Bobby, you didn't go to school there, so you're just like a T-shirt fan. This guy takes it personally.
Tommy, did you manage to avoid the score and get home to watch it on playback?
No, I did not. That was never going to work, and you guys were absolutely right about that. So I watched along as I could, and was very frustrated. But it's all good. We'll see him again, and we'll get him next time.
Yeah, we won't have Arch that time, so we'll actually win.
Are you someone who has to watch these games in private, or you can be around others? Where'd you watch it?
Texas games, it's usually in private because I get pretty fired up. I'm a yell at the TV guy.
Yeah.
With Texas. So yeah, those I have to be in private. Other games and stuff like that, I'm good, going out and watching with people. But when I'm watching Texas play, it's got to be in house.
Give us your Arch assessment. Break it down, his performance.
He just never really seemed comfortable, and it wasn't necessarily Sark not trying to get him comfortable throws. I thought, Steve is so good with the opening script, and I thought the opening script was pretty good. Arch just couldn't really hit a lot of them. So some of it, I'm sure, was nerves and just kind of, playing a 3-high safety defense that Matt Patricia runs, and is kind of unique to what he does. But I thought he played better towards the end, and once he settled in. So once he gets settled and really gets comfortable, I feel like he'll be just fine.
Do they win with Quinn?
It's certainly more of a game. I think, do they win? Maybe. I mean, the thing with Quinn, and the reason why Sark didn't put Arch in for Quinn, is because the one thing that Quinn had that Arch didn't was playing experience. And I think that so many people forget how valuable that is. And sure, you can sit there and learn the scheme and all that all you want, but going out there and actually playing in it and, being in those environments and playing those defenses is what's really valuable. And Quinn had that. Arch didn't. And that's not, discredit to Arch. He just, it's a little bit different when you go in there. I think you look at the Georgia game and the snaps that he got, and you could kind of tell that, all right, this is a learning moment, a learning curve, if you will. And Quinn had been in those environments. He played in a ton of big games, and that's why he was so successful. And so, yeah, I think it's absolutely more of a game if Quinn is in.
Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. How was the Dallas Cowboy reaction in the locker room over the weekend to the Micah trade? What stood out to you?
It was interesting. I think the timing is weird because, the trade happens 5 days before the season opener. And, obviously some guys are surprised and disappointed that he's not there. But at the same time, they don't have time to really dwell on it too much. Like, they've got to go turn around and open the season here. They leave tomorrow to go to Philadelphia. So certainly there was some disappointment. Obviously guys like Trayvon Diggs, who was really close with Micah, it's going to sting, and it'll sting for a while. But at the end of the day, they don't really have much of a choice. They've got to put it behind them and get ready to play the defending Super Bowl champs.
A lot of people trying to read into Dak's response to it and wondering, okay, you think Dak signed off on it? You think Dak was okay with it? Did you get a type of feel one way or the other from Prescott?
Not really. I think, did he have a say in it? Maybe. I mean, that's certainly something to consider just because of how big of a voice Dak Prescott is in the locker room. But from my understanding, there was never any sort of issues with him and Micah Parsons. So, whether or not he signed off on it, I think that was not necessarily above him, but just the fact that, it's not, I don't think it's his call. Sure, they might have asked for his 2 cents on the matter, but at the end of the day, I didn't hear of or know of any issues between the two of them to where it would be like okay, Dak says this, so we really got to do it now in terms of how the front office was thinking.
What were your first impressions of Kenny Clark speaking?
It was good. I think this is a guy who he's kind of put in a weird spot just because everybody's going to call it the Micah trade, and so much attention goes to Micah, and nobody really is going to think much about Kenny Clark just because Micah is the bigger name, and that's not no offense there to Kenny. He's a great player, but he knows that, and I think he's motivated by that. He's got something to prove that, hey, I'm a good player too. And, they traded for me for a reason. And he's got a really good opportunity to do that. If he comes in and improves their run defense, then this is you might look back on this in retrospect and say, hey, this actually was a pretty good trade for Dallas. So every impression I've got of him is good. He's no nonsense. He's all about football. And it seems like he's already ingrained himself pretty well into the locker room. He said, he wants to take a leadership role. And, I think that was important, and part of it too is they think this guy can be a leader on this defense. He's a veteran, and it won't take too long for him to get accustomed to this scheme. It's a lot of the same things that he did in Green Bay, so I feel like it's a good fit.
Do you have any concern that since he's a little older, not old but older, that it's a shorter term play for a young guy in the trade?
Maybe. I think defensive tackles can usually play pretty well into their 30s. It obviously is a case-by-case basis, sure. But, I think you look at last year, certainly not his best year by any means, but the year before that, he's a Pro Bowler for the third time, and I feel like with a guy like Oso Odigizua next to him, it doesn't necessarily carry the weight of, okay, you got to do everything, right? So I think it's a good fit for him. I'm not concerned about the long-term trajectory. They've got him for the next 2 years, and then after that, you can kind of see where everything goes. And you've got those additional 2 first-round picks. So if you feel like, oh, man, we still need another guy here on the defensive line, then you can do something with those picks, whether that be drafting or trading for somebody. So they've got options, and I think that's what they were trying to do ultimately, is set themselves up with options to do a lot of different things, not just a defensive tackle, but really with the entire roster.
Tommy Arsh from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Tommy, injury report came out yesterday. Full participation for Trayvon Diggs and Tyler Guyton both. A couple more reports to come out, one today and then one tomorrow. The fact that very first one that comes out, should we be fairly optimistic about those two being able to go?
For now, yeah, I think so. Both of them have said in the locker room that they think they can go and they want to play. Diggs told us yesterday that he was 75, 80% in terms of whether or not he would play. So as it stands right now, yeah, they've both done everything that we've seen in the media period. They've both participated in team periods during practice. So as far as we know, yeah, things are looking good in that department.
Now, if obviously, generally, if an offensive lineman's out there, he's out there. If a corner's out there, you may have him, if he's coming back from an injury, be on somewhat of a pitch count or snaps are a little bit limited. Assuming Diggs is out there, is he going to still be sharing time, getting the conditioning work in? How do they expect to play that, do you think?
I think they'll probably see how it goes. Let him see how he's doing after the first, 10 or 15 snaps and kind of go from there. I think he's really put an emphasis on trying to get the conditioning down. He's taking scout team reps to try and go up against CD and George Pickens so that he can really kind of get his legs back under him, because it does take time, and he's going to have to do that against, two of the better wide receivers in the league, and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith too. So, but he's put a lot of work into the conditioning aspect of it, and I think they'll kind of play it by ear. And if he has a rough start, or if you can tell that he's uncomfortable, then you might look at some moving parts there. But the good thing is they've got a guy in Daron Bland who can kind of move all over the place and not really, you don't necessarily have to see him drop off or anything like that. He can play outside, he can play inside, regardless of where Diggs is.
Tommy Arsh from DallasCowboys.com here on 105 through the Fan. Tommy, we obviously talked a lot about Micah Parsons, and now they're going to head into this first game. And one of the things that Jerry and Steven talked about is the ability to design pass rush and design pressure, and how you can do that more easily than you can design to and scheme up, run stopping. Do you think, as a guy Eberflus, who has not been a big blitzer in his time, do you think we're going to see them right out of the gate trying to scheme up pressure against Philly? Are they going to be running some blitzes, or do you think they're going to say, hey, let's see what our four can bring us, and if we have to adjust, we'll adjust?
I think they're going to start out, like you said, there at the tail end with they're just going to bring four and see what happens. I think they're really hoping that Odigizua and Clark in the middle generates interior pressure, something that they really haven't had a lot of in recent years because, it's been Micah majority of the time coming off the edge getting you pressure. They're hoping that allows these other pass rushers now to be better, and they're hoping that the Sam Williams and the Dante Fowlers and Donovan Izarakus of the world, because of interior pressure, are able to get sacks and get into the backfield when the pocket collapses. So I think that's where it's going to start, and if they feel like they're getting that, then I think you see kind of business as usual from Matt Eberflus. Not a big blitzer, like you said, Bobby, and they'll just kind of ride with that if it's working for them.
What are your thoughts on the Daron Bland contract? And obviously the other big one hanging out there now remaining would be Tyler Smith, if they might still be able to try and cram something in before the game.
Yeah, good for Daron to get that settled and get that done. I think it works out well long-term for Dallas because getting it done before the season was something that he wanted. He's been a really good player. 14 interceptions over his first 2 years. The injury kind of bogged him down a little bit last year, but a versatile piece who can play inside and outside and is comfortable doing that. I think that's valuable in today's NFL. And then, all eyes turned to Tyler Smith. I think it would benefit everybody to get that done before Thursday, just because, a player his caliber is worthy of being at the top of the market, I think. So I think you look at, the Micah Parsons trade, part of the reason why they did that was because, $47 million, whatever it was that he got in Green Bay, that's a lot of money. And if you're going to give that guy a lot, or if you're going to pass on giving that guy a lot, then you want to pay some of the other guys. And I think they knew that they had some big names coming up. And Tyler Smith is certainly the biggest one, I think, left out there. So I think it would benefit everybody to get that done here before the season.
Thank you for the time, Tommy. Appreciate it. We will recap on Thursday, and good luck in recovery.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Is our next guest a Dallas Cowboy hater, or is he just spitting the truth? He's got the most epic rants on the Good Morning Football morning show. Kyle Brandt, NFL Network, joins us next. But let me get you hooked up by the Tolo
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
You by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
That was a rewarding performance, and this is a rewarding run as Gavorian Barnes is out the gate, inside the 30, to the 10. Touchdown TCU, 75 yards and no flags.
Wow, that was the call last night on ESPN. A perfect opening drive for the Tar Heels, and then they get absolutely smoked. Sonny Dykes saying, we felt disrespected. A lot of talk leading up to this, and none of it was about us. 48-14 Horned Frogs. What TCU do on social media?
So North Carolina has a series coming out, a Hulu series. Like it's basically like a Hard Knocks following them around. So they quote tweeted the announcement from a couple weeks ago with Bill Belichick announcing it, and they said, when does the first episode come out? So TCU is trolling now.
Well, the most unbelievable thing is this post-game press conference setup. I still don't really believe it.
It looks like a birthday party for like an 8-year-old. It is the normal backdrop that North Carolina has, right? The logo and the Jordan brand, and they have a sponsor on there that they probably pay a pretty penny to. And then bordering this around the edge is balloons. Blue and white balloons with stars, like stars over there. It's remarkable.
All right, we switch up the show today to get this guy on. Kyle Brand, NFL Network, Good Morning Football, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Kyle. How are you?
I'm great. I'm laughing my ass off at you guys talking about the Tar Heels post-conference setup. And can you believe that? A kid's birthday party is perfect. There should have been like Spider-Man was there and Moana and the girls from Frozen. I'm going to do cake and we're going to play Bozo Buckets. And then everybody gets a treat bag when they leave the press conference after TCU kicked the crap out of you. What a scene. Oh, my God.
What were you thinking after the first North Carolina drive?
I mean, I was just rolling my eyes at all of social media, being like, wow, Belichick's the greatest coach of all time. Give him an extension. And everybody in Bristol, Connecticut, you could feel them doing one great big backflip as they were hugging each other. We got something. Belichick's back. Listen, there are ways to do that. If you want to bring out the balloons, it's fine, bring out the balloons. But when you are getting housed by 4 touchdowns, you send someone, you dispatch someone to take down the balloon. We've seen this, guys, in sports and football. Some team is way up in some title game or something, and they put in the plastic in the locker room for all the champagne, and then, oh my God, there's the crazy comeback. Take down the plastic. Mayday, mayday. Someone should go pop those balloons. It wouldn't have been hard. It's not like they lost at the buzzer. They had plenty of time.
Kyle, what were your just initial thoughts on Belichick getting frozen out of the league? Because I have to publicly admit that I kind of wanted him here to restore some order with the Cowboys, and then how he would fare in college. How did you feel about it all initially?
Surprised, I guess. I mean, it gets thrown around, and his name is up there with John Wooden and Red Auerbach and Phil Jackson, and he couldn't get a job with the Falcons. They weren't interested. And I think it was a lot of things. I think it was a time where people were really looking for younger coaches. I think maybe his reputation is not the best, and he's difficult to work with, and some teams don't want to give player control like he demands. So personally, I don't know, listen, I'm not a huge Bill Belichick fan. I completely respect the resume and the winning and all the decisions he's made, and I've watched all the documentaries, but I don't know. There's a lot of people who are very successful and also very, very easy to work with and very pleasant to work with and kind to the media.
Yeah.
I don't like all that stuff, so I wasn't disappointed, but I was a little bit surprised.
Yeah, I was rooting for him up until the Holly Rowe pregame interview, and then just the reminder what a jackass he is and unnecessarily has to be. And I was laughing then after they started getting their face kicked in, plus rooting for Fort Worth. It's just, I don't know, it's just annoying. But after I saw your rant, you had a rant after the Micah trade that said that the Cowboys are in the middle of their own special little dynasty. Can you explain for our listeners what that means?
Well, dynasty just means you're doing nothing but winning and winning for what you prioritize. So right now, it's not the Chiefs era, it's the Cowboys era, but not in the NFL and NFL media. The Cowboys' first priority is to make content. I've said this many times. A long time ago, they used to be a football company that did content on the side. They are now a content company that does football on the side. If you want to look where the successes are for the Cowboys, they have the #1 documentary on Netflix. They have another hit show on Netflix about their cheerleaders, and their valuation as a franchise is very, very, very expensive, into the billions. So that is their 3P. That is their championship, because that is their priority. They can have a parade and raise the banner. So if you're looking for the Cowboys dynasty to return, it's here. It's just different because they are on fire right now. Football probably won't be great, but everything else they're doing fantastic, and that tells me that's what they prioritize. So I'm happy for them. They're in the middle of a dynasty.
What part of that do you think actually is true inside that building?
Part of it that's true is that I think that if you were to ask Jerry Jones, right in front of you, you have another Lombardi trophy, and it's beautiful, and it's silver, and it's glimmering, and you haven't had one in 30 years, and you could get another one. But over on the other side is an Academy Award, and it's golden, and it's beautiful, and you get to go up and make an acceptance speech in front of this whole entertainment industry. I think before you finish the sentence, he would grab the Oscar and run out of the room like Indiana Jones with the idol. He doesn't matter. I think he wants the Oscar, and it's fine. If that's your deal, that's okay. But you cannot tell me that your priority is winning a Super Bowl trophy, and this year, right before the season, you traded maybe top to bottom your best player right before you get started. You can't tell me you're trying to win a Super Bowl this year. You're not. So I think the true test, and what I think is true, that he would take the Oscar over the Super Bowl trophy. I do.
Kyle, you mentioned the Micah trade just there as an example of it. When you look at the Cowboys right now and the way they approach things and how, you say they're a content company primarily and football secondary, what are some of the things that you look at and you say, man, I'd start to have faith in them trying to do the right thing again if I saw some of this, or if I could see them doing this? Is it just the fact of if Jerry would go to the shadows a little bit more, or is it just sort of the decisions that they make?
Well, that's a good question because, Jerry's never going to go to the shadows, and he shouldn't. Him going and talking, how many times have we seen the shot? He's standing on some field or some tunnel, and it's always like 12 reporters around him, and one of them's like reaching around from the back, one's reaching over. It's always that scrum. It's never up at the dais. It's just him in a huddle, basically. It's good for business. All this Netflix stuff is good for business. They're really, really good at making money. But come on, this is the 30th anniversary of the last title game. I know all about it. In the time, to answer your question, I would just say better results. In the time that since they've last been to a title game, you've seen teams that did not exist then be to a Super Bowl. The Panthers have been twice. Teams that were unfathomably bad in the 90s, unthinkable. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have won a couple of them since that Cowboys have. I could keep going up and down the line. Teams that weren't known for good football, they just weren't, have played the best football in the league in that time. So make your money, do your shows, do all that stuff. But, you can't tell me that this organization is about Super Bowls and Lombardis when, A, you just haven't won one in 30 years or even sniffed one, and B, it seems to be you're more excited to talk about your new documentary than your pass rush, and one of them is definitely better. I know you can win Netflix. I just don't remember when you used to win the NFC.
Kyle Brandt, NFL Network, has a cool project with Vice Sports that we're about to talk about here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Give us your thoughts, Kyle, on the trade return and just your moments throughout this entire saga and process that you've been going off about on TV and covering.
I don't get off on bashing the Cowboys. I hear that a lot. I really don't.
We put out that your tease yesterday. I tweeted out you were coming on.
Yeah.
I was not expecting the amount. No disrespect to you. I was just not expecting the amount of reaction that we got. I think you just kind of referred to it. Maybe your rants have a different effect on people, but we got a ton of reaction to you coming on.
I'm not surprised because I've been critical of the Cowboys a lot, and I don't relish it. I don't do it for clicks. I know that people think that Stephen A. just does it for this and that. I just say what I feel. My son has a Dak Prescott jersey that he wears to school. I bought it for him. I had an Emmitt Smith jersey back in the day. I've raised on the Cowboys. I have no agenda against them. I see what I see. It's every single year. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
And listen, should I have a different take? Should I say the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl this year? They're not. They're not. Everyone listening knows they're not, and they're not going to next year. So I don't apologize for my take about it. But listen, I see what I see, and I have to keep saying it like it is because this is the worst case of it all. I mean, we've seen this episode so many times where, all right, star players holding out. We get it. We've seen it fine. Jerry's going to take care of him at the end. No, Jerry didn't take care of him. In fact, Jerry traded him. And what do I think of the trade? It's 2 picks from the Packers that will be at best in the mid-20s, probably the late 20s, maybe even the 30s. And then also, listen, I'm just a guy, Cowboys aside, I don't like picks for players. Picks are pixie dust. They're scratch-offs. It's a lotto. You buy it at the 7-Eleven. Half of them don't work out at best. And if you really absolutely nail one, like you did with Micah Parsons, they're going to want to be paid eventually. And Jerry says, even if we nail these picks we get from the Packers, we'll have them for a few years and then just trade them for more picks once they enter their prime. It's not a good message.
Isn't that, though, how you got to do it with the cap? You got to get cheap labor.
You can, unless the player is seminal, unless he's that good of a player. Cheap labor is great until you don't have a top 10 player anymore and you don't have this player. And listen, I know that there's this DNA, and I grew up with it, watching it about, it's Herschel Walker. That launched a dynasty. Okay, that was a long, long, long time ago. And the fact that Micah Parsons is traded the week before the season, and you think Herschel Walker is going to repeat itself, you really think that you're going to land those same draft picks that you did last time, some of the Hall of Famers? That's very optimistic about the draft. Very optimistic. And when I hear the Herschel Walker thing, I just am reminded of someone who's constantly thinking about the good old days in high school and the car he used to drive and the music he used to listen to and his high school girlfriend. It's not a good look. And I just don't see teams winning who are constantly referring to the past. Listen, I'm from Chicago. I born and raised in Chicago. There is a subsection of Bears fans who all they want to talk about is the 85 Bears, and it's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. It's 40 years ago. It really is. I hate it. I love those guys. I don't want to hear about Dan Hampton and Mike Singletary and Willie. I don't care anymore. They're great guys, but they aren't relevant to today.
Well, Kyle, what a segue to talk about 1995.
Here we go.
And the NFC Championship game. What are you guys doing with Vice? This is pretty cool.
It's a really cool thing. We go back and we watch old games, not old highlights, but old games start to finish with the players who played in them. And we pick games everybody remembers. We picked the Titans-Rams Super Bowl tackled at the 1-yard line. We picked the Cardinals-Bears. The Bears are who we thought they were game. We picked the Jets-Patriots can't wait game. And we picked the 1995 title game at Texas Stadium, Brett Favre versus Troy Aikman. And I'm not saying we just watch a few plays. Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith and I watched the entire game, and they just tell stories. They provide insight. They talk about tiny little specific nuances of the game. Fascinating. I'll tell you this. I did 6 episodes we have coming out. The other 5, I had to work really hard. For this one, I didn't speak a single word for 1 hour because I didn't have to with those 2 guys. In fact, with just that one guy, Mike just goes.
Oh, yeah.
So it was the easiest money I've ever made.
You see Mike sweating at the end of the Miami game,
Yep,
his shirt.
Absolutely.
Oh, no, I didn't see that
great.
one.
Oh, he was sweating through it. He was sweating through his T-shirt. Kyle, I'm interested in your honesty because I think
Sure.
you just spit honesty. How do you guys decide the whole Cowboy run sheet? Right, you're part of the NFL Network. Jerry Jones, I don't know his influence over there. How do you balance playing the hit versus come on, let's just not do the low hanging fruit with them?
I appreciate the question, and the answer to that is we have no directive from up on high at all. We do not have something where Jerry Jones or anyone running NFL media says talk about this more. The great thing about our show, and it has many faults on the NFL Network and Good Morning Football, but the great thing is total creative freedom. If we want to open the show with a 15-minute conversation about the Tennessee Titans, God help us, we will do it.
Wow.
And it's probably to our detriment. We do not do the thing. And listen, elephant in the room. We know that ESPN does very well and is very successful by following a certain formula of certain headlines, certain teams, certain players, and they're the worldwide leader, and I totally respect it. We don't do that. We're going to show up on our show, and if you like to hear about your team that maybe kind of sucks, or maybe the draft pick isn't that great, or the quarterback's not playing well, we try to talk about all 32. So I get that a lot. Like, you work for the NFL. Don't they tell you, hey, don't talk about this, or do talk about this? I've done over 2,000 episodes. I can't remember a single time I was told not to talk about something. It's really cool. And the Cowboys, we talk about them a lot right now because it's August, and then it'll go quiet at the end of January. You guys know that.
Kyle Brandt, NFL Network, the new series coming out with Vice Sports as well. This was awesome, man. Thank you so much. Love to have you back again.
Pleasure to be here. Love the show. Tomorrow night, 9 o'clock, Vice TV. Watch me, Emma, and Irvin. Guys, I think you'll really enjoy it. Cowboys fans, you can hate me. I respect it. You're passionate. It's cool with me.
Boom. There it is. Kyle Brandt on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's crosstalk, finish up Ask Reddit, and welcome in the MVP of the station party when we talk with the KNC Masterpiece next.
I think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Poser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
2023 and 2024.
The 1-1. That ball hit back up the middle, off of the pitcher, Burgos. It deflects into foul ground. Coming in to score, Hellman. Here comes Duran, throw at the plate, and Duran is out.
And the Rangers can't challenge.
They can't challenge it. The call from plate umpire Chad Fairchild is out at the plate.
Safe! What a hell of a slide right there.
What a hell of a run.
That is a good point.
Never would have convinced me a week ago that we're opening up today's show with the Texas Rangers.
And Ezekiel Duran doing things all across. Although he's been playing really well.
Yeah, Bobby.
It's
amazing.
like
broken clocks and blind squirrels and such.
I mean, but you could still be happy about that, right?
Sure, I just don't. I don't think it undoes the 2 years where he can't be a Major League Baseball player.
Happy.
Well, see, but that's the same thing.
Being right is happy.
Every time Jock Peterson hits a home run, I'm not like, yay, all is fixed. But I'm like, I don't care about the rest of the season now because you're hitting.
I guess Choppy did say the other day, you're never more than happy to be wrong.
Right.
I heard that on the show and then on the the 5:30 segment.
Okay.
Yeah, these people say, I'll be more than happy to be wrong. No, you won't.
Oh, no, I do want to be wrong about what I think the Cowboys season is going to be now.
Yeah, but you're not more than happy to be. You don't want to be wrong.
No, I do want to be wrong.
Yeah, because then you might win the Super Bowl.
It'll be a better game. It'll be more beneficial for me to be wrong for our show purposes.
But you still don't want. Yeah,
another year of.
Yeah, I can't say it more times to you. I want to be wrong about them being under 500. I want to be wrong about them being a non-playoff team.
Yeah,
I do want to be wrong.
I'll take being right over
show success.
Absolutely,
ratings,
that
money.
That does not surprise me, though.
Yes. What's coming up on the program?
Man, so many fun things today on the show.
What are you eating, Mike?
These are almonds because I forgot my lunch today, guys.
Oh,
guys, my wife is out of town. And therefore, I don't have a wife. I'm without one.
What?
And
she still exists.
So I have.
She went to Phoenix to eat at
Corey
the
kept calling
restaurant.
it out of town rules during the break. I don't know what that meant.
Yeah,
he has too many kids.
Corey was trying to track down with me and Chiafalo last night the restaurant we ate at in Phoenix.
Yeah, I heard Chiafalo wasn't the most helpful.
He was like, "Oh
scenario.
yeah, they had beer and chicken," and I was like, "I know." That's exactly what I said.
He texted me and he was like, "It's the one we ate that Hagee had a terrible experience."
All I wanted was for them to admit that they forgot my order. Because there was, 12 of us? And me and one other person got the exact same thing. Theirs got brought out. My food didn't. By the time everybody was done, we had asked a couple of times and asked again. And they're like, oh, yeah, no, we didn't forget.
But then psycho accountant Corey, you'd be proud of him, Kevin. He goes, I'll just go back and find the expense reports. And I think
good thinking.
He tracked it down. Did you find it from that?
No, I eventually just Googled because evidently that's the 1 year I didn't keep expenses. The 1 year since 2018 that I didn't do my expenses.
Yeah.
So you're not proud of it.
And so I just went and Googled places like Yard House in Phoenix because you had said it was like the Yard House, and I was like, all right. So I Googled that and I saw Culinary Dropout, and I was like, that looks familiar. And I figured it out.
When was that?
So I suggested Adrian go there. But yeah, I'm kind of chaos right now. Tuesday tailgate at 12:30 today, and also Shoddy Presser at 11:20.
And tomorrow, the debut of the Brian Schottenheimer show with us at 8:20. We'll have Nick Eatman, Brett Boone. 8:20. Brian Schottenheimer.
A, are you excited?
Yes.
B, are you disappointed you can't burn off 2 segments by replaying it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am. He said, I'm not going to wake up like Mike McCarthy did that early.
But I also like Shoddy because he shows up to his press conferences at the time.
Does he?
Oh, yeah. He's really
and already gives him an advantage.
Before we ask Reddit, Corey, I have to crown you as MVP of the station pool party.
Oh, really?
Corey texted me early on in the day. He goes, so this is non-swimming weather, right? And I was like, incorrect.
And I said, trunks activated.
He wrote back, trunks activated, text of the day.
Said something similar.
And I just figured you wouldn't follow through with it. And he got there, and he was the first one to go, and he broke the seal for the pool, and that eventually opened the floodgates. And I got to give you props. So you were my pool partner in crime.
Once I did it, every other man got in the pool.
And only men.
And then it was a long time before women decided to get in.
Yeah.
I think all the men
chilly.
got out, and then the women said, all right, we'll get in now.
It was cold.
But
They couldn't get in there. Well, I guess ESPN would have had them all, and they're playing basketball. But it was just, 3-point shooting contest and playing horse in there.
I did cannonball.
Yes.
I splashed them.
That was
and
a
I felt
monster
upset
cannonball.
about that.
So props to you, MVP of the party, in my opinion. Roberto, let's finish up Ask Reddit.
All right, let's do it. We have several left over from the Ask Reddit segment. So first one here, Kevin Hageland. What industry would collapse overnight if people suddenly became smarter with their money?
Ooh, I feel like it's got to be the lottery.
Right? That makes sense.
I'm gonna go play today.
Exactly. See?
Billion?
It's like it was at least $950 the other day, so it probably is a billion.
It was the Herman Cain tax plan on the highway this weekend. It was $999.
So my odds are better to win now, right?
No, they're not better to win now.
13-year-old reference.
Do you play? I understood.
Thank you.
Do you play when it's like 200 or 300 million?
Not really.
Who wants that? Who wants that?
That wouldn't work
It's
for
not
you?
worth it.
Worth our time.
It's not.
It helps you feel more justified as not a degenerate just totally throwing the money away. At least I'm throwing it away for $1 billion.
$1 billion.
And not just 60 million. Because then I would be playing every
Just
single week.
60 million.
Yeah, 'cause I don't want to
play
take that money and parlay into it like 10% of a sports franchise.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? As long as you have a plan, I get it.
The coffee, like Starbucks scooters, if people didn't spend $6 on coffee and just made their coffee at home, then those places would all be done.
That's a good one.
Are you just saying coffee shops?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Dang.
Yeah.
Putting them all out of...
All of them.
I'm not trying to. I'm just
Yeah.
saying if we all just did what Fish said and spent 13 cents on our coffee every day or whatever.
Pepe, do you have one?
Mine would be casinos. You're smarter than your money. There go the casinos. Sports books. See you later.
Oh,
Wow,
that's
that's
an
dumb.
intriguing one.
You are
by the
mathematically
way,
no, but if you're smarter with your money, like mathematically, you
Yeah.
are supposed to lose.
We're losing it.
Hear me on BetMGM Network, by the way, every weekend during the football season.
Well, because you're trying to make people smart enough to beat those odds.
Right, absolutely. Look, I'm not against this, but it's the people that are in it, the stock market. Okay, you overreactionary losers. Wow. Oh my God, this happened. I'm gonna was it sell, fade, whatever they call it.
Buy or sell?
Yeah. I'm just gonna the dip, right? And then things go up and down because somebody farted in the wrong direction.
Oh God,
it's the dumbest thing.
The reaction to it, yeah,
awful.
One car blows up and it's like,
And it's
gonna plummet
down.
Yeah.
It's like, guys, we not understand process.
I had a couple of friends who got in trouble because they were trying to manipulate the orange juice futures in the stock market. So I get what you're saying.
How are they manipulating it?
That's from the movie Trading Places.
Oh,
they were squeezing them.
All right, next one here on Ask Reddit 2.0.
Does squeeze.
What's the brutally honest dating advice you wish the women in your life, sisters, daughters, friends, etc., understood?
Yeah. Oh, stop.
Oh, say it brutally. Answer the question.
Yeah, just be willing to admit that her personality is great, but she's not good looking. Then we could just skip ahead and manage the situation. Don't be like, oh yeah, she's super cute, and you're like, she's not. So I need you to just be honest about that, so we can all move ahead accordingly. It's okay.
Look, I would never give advice. I don't give advice to people. I don't
About
do that.
anything?
Not really. It's their own problem.
What do you do on the bet show?
Or
That's
sports
betting
talk
advice.
show?
That's betting
Okay.
advice. That's betting advice. I don't mean personal advice. I think everybody needs to fail their own way. Figure it out themselves.
I like that.
But you could talk as much as you want. You need to realize he doesn't care what you have to say. He's only interested enough until he has sex with you.
Oh my God.
And then once that has happened, he no longer cares. And that goes for not just a date. It's a boyfriend, a husband, a fiance, all of them. They only care they're only interested in what you're saying up until the point where you're having relations.
I told my sister that at age 13, I
think
said
that's
they will say anything they can to get in your
yes.
pants. So
Anything.
do not let them in.
Yes, that's true initially on the ascent, and then it does descend. But if you stay in a long-term relationship, that starts coming back up the other side, I think. It doesn't plummet down to nothing.
Like on the back?
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant there.
My word.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Wow.
No,
I'm sorry. That's too far? Okay.
No. I thought it was perfectly acceptable. I think in general, this is one that I remember a buddy of mine used to say. He was like, if you are worried about them looking at other women, you will never find anyone because they are all going to look because it's what it is. That's what they do. And so everybody's going to look. So if you're waiting for somebody who's not going to look at other women, then you're never going to find anybody, and you need to accept that fact.
Pepe, do you have a piece of advice? I figure you would have something semi-offensive to end the show with.
No, I would just, mine's a little more PG. Just the friend zone works both ways. It's not just women that can do the friend zone. The guys can do it as well. So that's my advice.
You're saying that guys can be friends with girls?
No, the friend zoning. Friend zoning girls. Guys can do it too. So girls can't just think it's all about them friend zoning guys. Guys can flip the Uno reverse card on you.
True.
What?
I don't know. I don't think girls don't want to. They friend zone you, so they don't have to do that. Guys, they'll do that with anyone.
You never friended.
But guys are
guys friend zone you because the answer's no right now.
Right.
No, right now.
Yeah.
But maybe one day in the future.
Tomorrow, Mike Tirico, Brian Schottenheimer, Nick Eatman, Brett Boone, Hump Day Edition.
Hump Day!
The KNC Masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan.
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, Corey Majors.
I'm furious right now.
And the return of Kevin Walker. Are you furious because Alec does not feel well and Kevin Walker is back?
No, I like Kevin Walker. He's a good kid, man.
Okay.
And I can say kid, even though he's not a child, I can say that because I'm an old man at this point compared to him. No.
Are you furious that the Rangers have only won 9 out of 10 instead of 10 out of 10?
No, that's not the thing that's upsetting me the most right now. It's pretty cool. That's pretty cool that they're doing this right now, especially with the group they got. And I just recently pulled a Michael Hellman rookie card, so I'm pretty excited about that. No, Kevin, I'm furious. And I'm furious about this right now. The bottom TV in this room is currently playing The View. And for at least 10 minutes, I have to look at that TV because I can't get up and turn it off. And I don't have the remote control to change it. So it's not that I just don't like The View. All right. There's nothing in particular. I just would rather be watching something else right now.
Well, the good thing is you can't hear it.
Yeah. No, that's a positive thing, but I have to look at it.
Yeah, until
I get this other stuff up.
That is unfortunate.
I need the fan text to text lots of things in so I can just ignore The View and look at y'all.
Or if you want him to get more of a sense of The View, text in shockingly liberal.
What are you doing right now? Why are you doing that?
And then he'll get a really good idea.
I feel like I get shocking liberal stuff plenty.
That is a great point. Now, if you can, go ahead and... Ooh, we already played that one. There are so many good ones to choose from. You know what? You mentioned, Mr. Hellman. Go ahead and give me cut number 8. We're going to get to the Cowboys in just 1 second. But the Rangers, they do it again.
Again, the 1-2, and that ball was hit high and deep down the left field line. If it's fair, it's a home run. It is fair and a home run. A 2-run poke for Michael Hellman down the left field line. He has given the Rangers a 5-2 lead.
Now, the Rangers are doing their damnedest to stay in this thing. And just when you think, hey, everything's going our way, Jake Berger back from the injured list. Chris Martin back from the injured list. Tyler Malley, Cole Winn, they're getting closer. Sam Haggerty, he's working his way back. And you're like, everything is great.
This is awesome.
And then Adolis Garcia might have a quad injury. Now, I know he went back into the game, and I know he scored a run because the Diamondbacks were, diamondbacking, and they just weren't really paying attention to the plate, as I guess you saw multiple times yesterday. Bruce Bochy, after the game, it just doesn't stop, does it? When he's talking about the Rangers' bad luck with injuries. He was playing so well. We'll evaluate him tomorrow, which means today, the right quad, that's where he feels it. And this is always the ominous statement. We're hoping for the best news tomorrow. And tomorrow is now today. Hopefully that's okay. You saw what he's been doing. The Rangers have figured it out. Marcus Semien, fine. Corey Seager, whatever. Nathan Eovaldi will keep winning. But then you just keep tagging people onto this, and It's been amazing to see what the Rangers have done, especially so depleted. And my mind has started to run away with, hey, if they can get to the playoffs and some of these people come back, we'll be freaking unstoppable. But hopefully we get good news about Adolis Garcia today.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully we get good news there. This is fascinating, and I don't know exactly what to attribute it to, because all of your star power is, as you just pointed out, gone. And you're like, okay, let's get these strings together and hope that we can quilt something and make a patchwork offense. And they're like, we got it. I don't know exactly what to attribute this to, and I'm sure Bochy can help us a little bit tomorrow, or maybe he can't. Maybe he'll be like, oh, no, guys, it's one of those things. They just keep working and they keep going. And you're like, wow.
I mean, that does kind of feel like he was like, it just doesn't stop, doesn't it? And then immediately was like, hey, we'll hope for the best.
But it's one of those, they're getting timely base hits, timely home runs, and key runners on base that provide those opportunities.
Agreed. And I know we're all focused on the wild card race, and rightfully so. But just keep an eye on the other part of it. You're now 4.5 back in the AL West.
And don't you have the Astros like 6 more times before the season's over?
You do have more games against the Astros, so head-to-head you'll have that opportunity. But, I mean, Seattle has been playing fine, and so you've been able to pick up some ground on them. And this is the biggest thing. This is what we go back to time and again. Not only are you only a game and a half back, but you only have one more team to jump over. Now, whether that's Seattle, whether you think big picture, it's Houston, the Yankees, the Red Sox, whatever. There's one team in front of you now that you need to pick off to grab a wild card spot. We'll talk plenty more about the Rangers throughout the rest of the program. But in the meantime, can you go ahead and give me cut number 11, please, good sir, because we're 2 days away from NFL kickoff.
Trips to the left, Gallup to the right, 3rd and 10, back deep, slant caught, Lamb 45, first down 50, down to the 46 of the Lions. When in doubt, order the lamb chop.
I still,
dude, the lamb chops are so good.
I still like that line,
especially when cooked correctly.
Okay, there you go. Now I've got Cowboys questions that hopefully matter 2 days from game day. Was the Daron Bland extension a good idea? Now, I will argue left and right, up and down, that you could have absolutely done this extension even if you had kept Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
But I know that's not the way things work in our society, so let's just go off of, hey, they got it done because they moved on from Micah Parsons. Daron Bland, 4 years, $92 million. That's $23 million per year. That's the 6th highest for a cornerback, although significantly lower than the 2 other contracts we just saw reset the market. Derek Stingley, $30 million per year. Sauce, $30.1. Before that, Horn, $25. Ramsey, $24.1. Surtain, $24 million. So Daron Bland, 6th highest paid cornerback in the NFL. Was this a good idea?
Yes, he's a good cornerback. They're hard to come by. I know,
versatile.
Yeah, you can put him in a lot of different areas. There are, I mean, look, man, you can go back and watch plenty of plays of cornerbacks getting shredded, and he's had moments. So that's going to happen. There are bad days. Hopefully, you get a couple of years of Revis Island style dude. Even Revis Island was no longer an island after some point.
Right.
He became not that great. But I feel pretty confident in your secondary as long as they're healthy. That's another question that goes along with. I feel pretty confident in Elam, him, and Diggs when they're all out there together on the field.
And did you hear Diggs say he thinks he's 75 to 80% likely to play in the opener?
I'm still very curious about how his mentality with Micah, his best friend, gone. He's committed. He said that. I appreciate that and everything. I want to see it. But that's something I need to see from him first. But I feel pretty strongly about the secondary. I agree with you that you could have done this anyway. In the timing on this makes it look like, we were waiting, and the Cowboys love that, right? Like, we were
for sure.
waiting for this.
These
this
are the
all
things
happened.
we couldn't do without.
And this is going to be him and Tyler and find me another one are going to be the guys. We signed free agents,
right?
We signed our own,
right?
That's how that's what they will do. But they also will be able to use some of that other money too. But I like the move, man. I really do. It's good for him. He's going to be in a positive mindset, and you're starting to build a different kind of core with some of the other guys that you're investing in right now.
Yeah, and I feel like, I really liked one of the things that Daron Bland said after the fact. He goes, to get this kind of money is crazy for playing the game I love. And then he talked about, especially considering where he was drafted and everything like that. I just thought it was a really...
And is that proof that Jerry, he was like, look, if you do your job, I'll pay you. I mean, if you work within the... did he use his agent is my question.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, that is a good question. My argument is just absolutely going to be this for Jerry Jones. If you do your job, you'll get paid as long as it's a spot that we feel comfortable with, that is not top of the market unless it's Dak. And then for some reason, none of those rules apply. But yeah, Daron Bland, quality rookie season, an unbelievable second season, and then ran into some injury problems last year. But you can play him inside, you can play him outside. In fact, it sounds like that is the plan, to move him around across the field. All right, next question. Does it matter to you who the Cowboys captains are? So the captains were announced as Osa, Donovan Wilson, Dak, CD, Brandon Aubrey, CJ Goodwin. So you get 2 defense, 2 offense, 2 special teams. Does that matter to you? You said yes quickly. Will you tell me why?
I mean, we were asking last week about who the leader on the defense was without Micah around. So obviously,
it's like one of these two.
I had a question mark about that regarding it. And so now we kind of know who they want. And dude, whenever we were out there at camp, there were people in Osa's camp telling us it's his time now. And we asked Osa about that, and he was like, yes, I do feel like it's my time to speak up, be not just a guy who's showing other guys how to do it by, going out there and doing it, but also being a guy who's out there working with other younger players to teach them how to be this as well. So I think that's important. It feels natural that Dak is one of your guys too, right? Like the 2 best players on the offensive side of the ball are your guys that are leading the team, that are captains on the team. And Kevin, I think that we've also learned over time the coin flip is so important. Like whenever you're flipping that coin and trying to make a decision. Oh yeah, dude. Didn't Mike argue often about how Mike McCarthy never or Jason Garrett never took the ball, or he always gave? He was like, what are we doing? Why are we? He was always taking the ball early in the game instead of deferring and then taking the 10 points at half.
Now that I do agree with. I have to admit, it hasn't been a whole ton where I've looked back and been like, if we would have won the coin toss.
So you got to have somebody out there you can trust that's going to make that decision.
Okay, I'll try to think about that.
That's why you name captains. Otherwise, the coach would just go out there.
Okay,
and he'd exchange lineups like they do in baseball.
You don't think they'd tell the captains what to pick? And how much trouble would you be if you're like, I said effing tails?
Dude, I do wonder sometimes. They're like, nah, he knows, and they go out there and they choose wrong, and you're like, what?
I
have to go. I have to instruct you. I have to tell you what to do.
Yeah.
You've been playing this game since you were 12. You don't know what we want to do.
And it's 50-50, although I know people will push back about that as well. Look, if you need to tell your captain to pick heads or tails, I think we probably have bigger issues. All right, so then, that all being said, do you like these 6 captains? I know some people were like, how come we don't ever to be on the offensive line as a captain?
Well, I mean, they consistently cut CJ Goodwin just to bring him or waive him to bring him back.
Right.
Because he's such a leader, and like they know. So yes, he's a great, these are all your best player, Brandon Aubrey, potentially. Yes, he deserves that.
He might be your best player.
Your defensive side of the ball, like those are key guys on this. And I think, sometimes there were 15 captains and you're like, what are we doing here? I like what Schottenheimer's doing, saying that this is the group that I want y'all to follow. This is the group that I think, after observing this team for a couple of years now, as a installer, offensive coordinator guy, and now as your head coach, these are the guys I've decided deserve the responsibility of being not just the emotional leaders for you, but the directional leaders for what we want to do as a team. So I think it's cool.
Is there any part of you that thinks it doesn't have to be an exact split across offense, defense, and
yes,
special teams?
1,000%.
Okay.
But
I've always thought that was interesting the way they do it. All right.
I wonder, though, sometimes responsibility-wise, if that helps.
I gotcha.
Because if you have a guy, like one defensive guy, and he's got to take over the whole group, does that become too much for him? You know, stuff like that.
Do you think the Cowboys offense is going to be exciting? Now, this goes back to a quote that Dak Prescott said a few days ago, is that fans should expect exciting offense. I know whether you think it's going to be an upswing for the offensive line, whether it's George Pickens, whether you think Javonte Williams still got a little something, Jaden Blue, whatever. Do you expect this Cowboys offense to be exciting? I think I do. If I can answer that question.
I don't. I think that CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens are going to be exciting.
Okay.
But I'm just, until I see this running game, I don't know what to expect out of them. I do like Jerry saying, hey, look, if we're going to play Green Bay, we got to get ahead so we can run right at Micah. I like that mentality of being, hey, look, we know where the weak spot is on your defense for what we do well. And so I really hope that Javonte Williams goes in there and he's like, man, I'm getting 5 yards to carry, baby. Don't worry about it. That's
oh, my gosh. What a game changer that would be.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. 4 or 5 would be great.
If Javonte Williams consistently runs the ball and runs for 4.5 yards a carry, that's going to change my opinion about this team for sure.
That makes this thing more exciting because now you have the opportunity to be different. You never know. You're up there pitching. Schottenheimer has whatever he wants to call in whatever situation, like Nathan Eovaldi. I got 4 pitches I can get you out 20% of the time. If you're up there and you're like, man, we can only throw the ball effectively and we have to do it all the time, then it's not going to be fun. I don't think.
Is it possible better running backs could text our running backs' plans to scout the team, just like Nathan Eovaldi did with Jack Leiter?
Yes.
Can you make that happen as well?
I'll do my best.
Okay,
that's up
great.
to Shotty, though.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's true that we've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
back to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today or visit carsforkids.org and the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Did you want to say Vietnam?
It feels like we hadn't talked in a week.
Okay, and so I was having like a void of Mickey Spagnola, so I went ahead and read one of your columns, as people should always do, on DallasCowboys.com. And I think you hit on a really important thing right there. No time to, sorry if I'm paraphrasing, no time to sit around and lament the Micah Parsons trade. And like we talked about on Friday, it was weird that we're less than a week till the game and it felt irrelevant. So now you're 2 days from the game, and I know a lot of fans are still caught up on Micah, and I understand that, but we're, 60 hours, give or take, 57 hours from football.
Time to go.
Yes, exactly.
You got time to sit around, and if you wanted to mope because, by the way, your job could be on the line. So,
right.
I saw the last couple days, more energy in the locker room, more chatter, more guys interacting. They didn't fold up the ping pong table; it was still going.
Oh man!
So yeah, and the portions of practice that we saw, the energy was there. So yeah, I think that they realize it, that got to go play. I saw, I can't remember which day it was. The days are all jumbled. Marshawn Lynch basically said, "Hey, we're grown men. Got to go."
Was that probably Marshawn Neeland?
Neeland.
Okay.
What did I say?
You said Marshawn Lynch, but I'm also intrigued by that storyline.
Yeah, well, you never know what they need, right?
We know.
But Neeland, yeah, and so yeah, I think they, it's like, okay, move on. He might have been friends with them. I think CeeDee Lamb probably still hadn't gotten over it. Diggs probably hadn't gotten over it, but other than that, these guys, some of them looking at it as, this is an opportunity for me to go and show what I can do. So, I think the mindset is, we got to play a game and we better get ready. And they know what they're up against, being a Thursday night national TV flag-raising ceremony against the defending Super Bowl champs.
Now, I saw the practice report. You were talking about practice. Trayvon Diggs says he thinks it's 75, 80% that he can play. How are you feeling? What are we hearing about Diggs and Tyler Guyton?
Yeah, we should get a better maybe indication here in a little bit from Schottenheimer. Both of them have been practicing. It's a matter of, do they think, one padded practice is going to be enough for them to get out there? I would think maybe for Diggs. For Guyton, I don't know.
Is that just an experience thought right there?
For Diggs, at least, it's not like he's recovering from an injury. He was trying to ramp up to get in condition to be able to play in that first game. But again, Guyton hadn't done anything basically. Well, he's practiced these last couple days, but one padded practice since August 28th when he suffered the bone fracture in his knee in training camp, right? And it's a more physical position he plays than Diggs. So it'll be interesting to see how the Cowboys do it, because with Diggs, then you got Diggs and Kaiir Elam on the outside, and Bland can move inside when they go to the nickel, and then in two cornerback formations, meaning 4-3. And I don't think the Eagles will do that all that much. But if they did and they wanted to give Diggs a break, then they can put Bland and Elam on the outside.
Right.
If they don't think he can go out there and play 50 snaps after not having played in a football game since December 9th. Those are a couple things that the Cowboys are going to have to answer going forward.
Will Kenny Clark be the key to stopping Saquon Barkley?
Well, he needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
That is a big man.
Kenny Clark or Saquon?
Probably both.
Saquon's thighs are he's got Spencer
Kenny
Strider
Clark.
thighs, yeah.
I was sitting there the other day, and I put the note in the column you mentioned. I was talking to C.J. Goodwin, and Clark was sitting in his locker about 3 lockers down. And he took up the width of the locker, I swear to God. He's a big man, right? And he's a confident one, and that's what they need in there now. And, he's been practicing, so it shouldn't be, I got to pick up the scheme or whatever that. It's football, right? You block, take on the guys in front of you and go get the ball. So I would imagine, he should be ready to go. There's no ramp up there. I'm assuming he was practicing with the Packers. He's over the toe surgery that he had in the offseason. And, get in there. Between Clark, Osa, and Solomon Thomas, well, there's 3 defensive tackles right there, along with Mozzie, however they're going to fit him in there. That's 4, and then Winfrey ends up with a sore back. I don't know if he's going to make it to the game or not, and those might be your 4 defensive tackles for the game. And I like the fact that that big man's going to be there in the middle.
Now, you talked about, coming back from the toe injury. I don't know how much, if any, opportunity you had to look at Kenny Clark that season and kind of compare. I think he was struggling with the toe versus maybe he's declining as a player, because people that I'm sure have watched lots and lots of Packers football have really strong thoughts about all of that.
Well, I read something that was interesting, that they were using him more as a 3 technique last year than a nose tackle.
Right.
And he doesn't look like a 3 technique tackle. So, but I mean, if you look at his tackles, he's got a lot. I don't recall the number offhand, but and the last game he played was against the Eagles. So he should know something about them, right?
Right.
They got beat in the playoffs. So, did he just forget how to play in 1 year?
I think
he was a Pro Bowler, right, in 2023.
You're right, and this works different for different humans, different players, different everything. I know some people have already. I'm not saying that this is factual. Some people have started to point to the age and amount of football that he's played, and they're like, "Hey, I think he's on the decline," and all of that.
Packer fans?
Yeah, yes. And so, do you think it's like some sour grapes there?
Trying to minimize what they lost.
Okay,
look, we got Micah. They got our chump.
Just like maybe the Cowboys. Micah was good, but no, he was good, right?
Yes.
And you're going to have to make up the pass rush for it. But again, you better be able to play the run. And that's going to be very important. And not just the defensive tackles don't have the last say against the run, right?
Sure.
Your defensive ends better be able to set the edge, because Barkley can get out on the edge.
That's
with his
a good
speed,
point.
Right? So the defensive ends, it's not all about getting the quarterback. And as a matter of fact, when you're dealing with Hurts, you better keep him in the pocket. Don't let him get outside the pocket, and then he hurts you, since he had the second most rushing yards on the Eagles last year.
Yeah, he's a pretty smooth operator once he gets outside of the pocket, too.
Well, yeah,
Very
and
smooth runner.
and somebody was asking me about Hurts and how good he is. Or I said, well, I don't know. I mean, he threw for just over 2,900 yards, but when you're rushing for whatever it was last year, they rushed for, it was like 3,000 yards rushing as a team.
Oh, I was like, for him? Wow, that's amazing.
No. Well, he had he had 2,000 of them, right?
Yeah.
The quarterback is not pressured to doing all that much. They rushed for 3,900.
Wow.
Yeah. So, when you're running that much, that makes playing quarterback pretty easy. You just don't turn the ball over, run for your 600 yards and make sure you pick up all the 4th and 1s or 4th and goals at the 1.
Now, I know this player was before your time with the Cowboys, but a lot of times you have stories and whatnot of former Cowboys players. Leroy Jordan passed away, and I know that's somebody that a lot of Cowboys fans have a lot of great memories of. Did you have much interaction with him over the years?
So I wasn't here when he was playing,
Right.
obviously. But yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm going to post something today about his career, which is rather amazing. He went to the University of Alabama. So the only 2 coaches he played for after high school was Bear Bryant and Tom Landry.
Wow.
Not everybody can say that, right?
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Not everybody can say they were on the same football team as Joe Namath, Don Meredith, Roger Staubach. But he can, right?
Yeah.
And he, at Alabama, he was a team captain. And the last game they played was an Orange Bowl against Oklahoma. And back then, presidents used to go to those games. And they did the coin flip in the stands.
Oh.
So he went in the stands and did a coin flip with President Kennedy.
Wow.
And then gets here,
to Dallas.
10 months later, and the president gets assassinated. But my story that he gave me, we had a long interview about 10 years ago. And
I hope it's not about that. Yeah.
Yeah, no. He part of his signing bonus was they were going to purchase a new car for him here in Dallas.
Okay.
And he said that that was the first year Buick made Rivieras. And when he went into the dealership with Gil Brandt, the new Riviera was there, and he said, "I want that." And the Cowboys, typical back then, were like, "Yeah, it's a little bit more expensive than we wanted to spend on a new car."
Hey, typical
for you.
right now if you look at the Parsons thing, right?
So they told him, if you get that car, you're going to have to give us $2,000 back from your signing bonus, right?
Wow.
What? So they bought the car for him, and he needed to go back to Alabama the next day to take finals, right? He had gotten drafted first round, and he needed to be back, and he couldn't wait for the processing in the car. And Gil Brandt goes, "Oh, I have to be in that area in Alabama in a couple days. I'll just drive the car there for you." And he's like, "Oh, okay." So Gil gets in the car. He's driving through Mississippi, and he hits a cow in the road with the brand new car.
Oh, no.
Right? And the worst part is the owner of the livestock wants Gil to pay for the cow.
Sure.
And here's Gil, and he's middle of Mississippi. It was close to Mississippi State, and he knew the coach at Mississippi State, so he puts in a phone call, and the coach puts in a phone call to the sheriff and says, "Hey, look, don't worry about it. We'll take care of it, or whatever. You got to let him go." So he's got to call Leroy and tell him, "Yeah, I got a new car for you, but it's going to have to go into the shop." And Leroy goes, "Great, I got a brand new car that's already demolished."
I was going to say, if Would you have started that phone call with good news? You get your $2,000 back.
Yeah, right.
Bad news. Your car.
No, he's at part of the interview. Leroy goes, "Well," Gil calls and says, "Hi, I got bad news for you."
Oh man!
Tell you what, that's 63.
So
Rivera
anyway,
was gorgeous, though.
his life, the stuff that he saw, that he went through, got here. I guarantee you, when he got to the Cowboys, the first time he had a black player as a teammate, growing up in Alabama, right in the 50s, and then going to the University of Alabama. They hadn't integrated yet, so he got to experience all that taking place, especially with the Cowboys. And so, just all the stuff that he ended up kind of living through. And then, but that was part of the interview that just kind of stuck out to me about the new car.
I could see why, man. That is a wild story. Thank you very much for sharing it. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right. See you guys.
Bye, Mick.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. That's so many twists and turns. I didn't know where it was going to go.
Yeah, I loved it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, baseball nuggets, fair, foul, or fan. Plus, even players know the Astros stadium sucks. Next on The Fan.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Nutmeg Maidens? Reverb?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibu's, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Check a second and the 1-0 delivery, and Peterson pops it up into short left. It is tailing toward foul ground. It is falling fast. It is a fair ball beyond the dive of Harris. In to score is Smith. Heading for second is Peterson. The throw is not in time. He slides in with a run-scoring double.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers continue to roll 6 in a row. They have won 9 of their last 10 and creep closer and closer to that wild card spot. Plus, don't give up on the division race just quite yet. Rangers 4.5 out in the division and 1.5 out in the wild card. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC and repair. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. So I'm going to start with this story because it's anti-Astros, which I like.
They have the 9th most difficult schedule remaining, Kevin, according to Schedule Guru something.
Okay, so Taylor Ward on Sunday, he crashed into the metal scoreboard in the Astros Stadium. And
why is it metal?
You know what? Actually, we're going to kind of get to that.
Dummies.
He had a cut. They needed towels from the bullpen. That's never what you want to hear. Hey, I've got a cut. Oh, we're going to need a towel. Like, that's probably not what you want to hear.
Just a little Band-Aid
No.
or butterfly
Yeah.
Band-Aid. No, we need a towel.
So Joe Adell, he had thoughts about how Houston is stupid. He said, quote, "What's he supposed to do? He's being aggressive on a play. The bottom line, and I've talked about this before, there should be no out-of-town metal scoreboard anywhere in the baseball field. It's the big leagues. This S is ridiculous. A guy goes back to make a play, and he's got to worry about a metal fence? That's crazy." So that's my opinion about it. He did everything he could to make a play, and he gets beat up by something that's beyond controllable.
There you go. It is controllable, though.
Absolutely.
As he just pointed out. They dummies don't need to have that scoreboard out there.
Yes.
Why not have a
Agreed.
pillow scoreboard?
Oh, man.
Dude, those walls should be pillows.
That would be neat.
Like, it really is. Or like, I know the Cubs, Wrigley has ivy out
ivy,
there,
yeah.
and that's kind of a cushion. I'm sure not running into it isn't easy or anything, but everything should be soft out there.
Would the problem of the pillow wall be tougher to get traction off of it to make that catch over the wall?
That's what you have to like. That's what you have to deal with.
That's the trade-off.
That's the trade-off. Either you break your nose running into the wall, or you cut yourself on a metal scoreboard wall,
right?
Or you don't get to catch the home run Griffey style. And I think that guys are going to say, you know what? I'd rather not run into a brick wall.
Oh, I mean,
I'm just guessing.
Sure. Now, let's talk about Aroldis Chapman, who is having probably...
Is he the best closer in the game right now?
I mean, I think you have to say so, and he's having probably the best season of his career at the age of 37. That's interesting. Or certainly...
He has always thrown hard.
One of the better seasons of his career. He did, in fact, get an extension, and I understand why he got that extension. So $13.3 million extension for 2026. And there's a vesting option that goes into 2027 where he could essentially make another $13 million.
Dude, he is...
Now, if he was like suspended for half of the season for some reason, then I guess he would.
Like what reason?
I don't know. For whatever reason.
He's one of those guys that like you're terrified to go up to the plate against. Because he could hit you with 100. Yes, that's a possibility too. Because he could hit you with 103 mile an hour fastball, or
shoot a gun into the wall.
Definitely something that could happen or has happened once before. And so like that's he throws very hard.
He does.
And sometimes he's accurate. And on those times,
Man.
that's when he's at his best.
And if he wants to send a message by drilling you, man,
you're not going to be able to get out of the way.
And you know what?
And you might even stand there and be like, I'll just wear this one. And then you're going to wear it for 2 months.
Yes, absolutely. Look, the biggest thing, and you were just kind of mentioning it, the control factor. His control this year has been unbelievable. 5.5 strikeouts per walk. And so that, again, is, I believe, tied for the best in his career.
Wow.
And so he has had an outstanding season. I understand some of the reasons for this extension for sure. All right, for the Padres, Jason Adam, he was carted off with a ruptured quad tendon. So let's go from reliever to reliever. He said he still needs to go get an MRI for confirmation, but seems like it's going to be 6 to 9 months. So that means your season is done and obviously could trickle into next season as well for the Padres.
That sounds like a terrible injury.
Yeah. Someday should we power rank the injuries in terms of terribleness?
Oh, that's all I want to do now. Get all the injuries. And I guess we got to start with leg injuries. We'll
Yeah.
start with the leg injuries. Which ones sound the worst? Because a ruptured patellar tendon, doesn't that sound awful?
Okay, I
My
agree.
kneecap tendon just blew up.
But the compound fracture, that sounds horrible to me. All right. So go ahead. Go ahead and give me cut number one, because
When are we going to do that segment, though? I really want to do that
We'll try to
segment.
really keep it away from when people might be eating, if people want to get in on this.
C block sounds like a perfect time.
Oh, my gosh. All
Not
right.
today, but.
So let's go to Boston, where all in one, this is Trevor's story. He hits a ball that is a foul, unless it's a ground rule double, unless it's a home run. Let's listen to the confusion as it plays out.
They'll fly that one down the line. That one heading near the pesky pole, and that ball is Noel up against the wall, and it's going to be a foul ball. It hit his glove.
He came up with the ball. Did he catch it or did it go off a fan? Holy smokes. This was close to a homer, then it's close to a robbery.
Now, it did end up being a home run, as I believe the review showed. It went off the player's glove and then off the pole. And so, technically, it didn't hit anywhere else. It didn't land. So that, my friends, is a home run.
Okay, so watching this too,
You have to watch it in like slow motion.
when the outfielder, like when it hits off his glove, it kind of sits there on the wall.
Yes.
And he grabs it and looks like, son of a bee. Like, I can't believe I just did that.
Yeah.
And then he tries to play it off like, no, let me just throw it back in and act like nothing ever happened. And it was definitely, yeah, that's wild. That's a weird one, man.
So it touches the pole, then it's in his glove. Then I couldn't tell from the initial angle if it just fell out afterwards or a fan kind of poked at it, but it hits the pole, home run, weird and wild stuff.
Let me ask you a question. This is weird and wild. What if a ball had enough topspin on it that it hit the wall and then flew up and over the wall? I know this is like
I believe that is a ground rule double then, because it hit the wall. So the wall is in play, in the field of play. So then that would be a ground rule double.
But if it hits your head and goes over, that's a
true,
home
because
run.
your head is not in the field
You're in
of
the
play.
field of play?
No, but your glove isn't in the field of play either.
You're in the field of play if the ball hits you on the head.
I don't know why the ruling is like that, because it didn't touch one of the surfaces of the ballpark.
Yeah.
Your head is not a surface of the ballpark, much like we
Okay,
just learned.
I'll accept that.
Your glove is not a surface
I
of
will
the
accept
ballpark.
that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some NFL overreaction or reality part 1 right here on The Fan.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors and Kevin Walker hanging out with us once again. Perhaps we think Alec Medford will be back tomorrow. So I got some sad news to share with you real quick. At the age of 88, basketball Hall of Famer and college basketball Hall of Famer, I always like that, George Raveling has passed away. Now, there's a lot of really interesting things about him, whether it was playing at Villanova, his assistant days, moving on up to being a college coach. Perhaps the most interesting thing about him, though, and I know that covers a lot of ground, he owns a copy of the I Have a Dream speech, or I guess, honestly, not a copy. It was dubbed a copy at the time, but it is now considered the original because that's what Martin Luther King read from. Raveling was on the podium. He kept the original, asked MLK if he could keep it, and he said yes. And so I know he loaned it to a museum. I don't think he ever sold it, but that's just like a bizarre factoid to throw on there, in addition to all of his basketball achievements, Hall of Fame, and everything like that.
Gold medal in L.A. Yeah, man.
I just wanted to throw out he might also have the most famous speech in the history of America.
Yeah.
So there you go. All right.
Do you frame that speech? Like, how do you
I
maintain
guess so. I would want to frame it to protect it, but I wouldn't want to mess with it.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll have to check and see how much speech it is.
All right. We're going to do a little bit of NFL overreaction or reality right here. NFL overreaction or reality. You are already over the Micah Parsons trade.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to make its way back into our life in about 4 or 5 weeks.
For sure.
So that's definitely going to happen, where that's going to be the conversation. Do not think that it's going to be anything else. It is going to be Micah Parsons versus the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
And can Micah Parsons, show up, Jerry Jones, all that kind of stuff. But it's over now. It happened on last week. We went through that cycle of it. Now we see what's going on. We are now moving forward with I guess all the fallout from it that's left over is going to be how the Cowboys play from here on. Kevin, we will not this year have a single discussion about the Cowboys pass rush that doesn't involve.
That's probably true.
If the pass rush stinks, can you believe they traded Micah Parsons?
Yeah.
Knowing how bad if the pass rush is awesome, can you believe how good this pass rush is and how much better it would be if Micah Parsons was on the field? With that being said, if the Cowboys can't stop the run, then everything that Jerry Jones said on the day that he was traded will be kind of you'll be throwing your hands up going, you said you had to stop the run.
Right.
Why haven't you yet?
Right.
Is going to be the big deal. But yes, I am beyond it now.
Kevin Walker, overreaction or reality? You're already over the Micah Parsons trade.
Reality. I needed 24 hours. Now we move on to real football.
Woo! I like it. From the 225, way over. From the 682. There's no point in holding on to it. Just like that video of the idiot who yelled at Nico. By the way,
yeah, that was
those people are jackasses.
Let's not do that.
Like in a public setting, in a restaurant, you're going to yell through the window. You're a piece of S.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
It's one of the things, the last question I asked Will McClay, do you remember the last question I asked him when we were out in Oxnard? It was, if you had a suggestion to media about the way they do things, what would it be? And he was like, understand they're also humans. These are also humans too. This dude's in his just regular life hanging out, and you got to go up there and say and cuss at him for one. Like, that's rude enough. Like, come on, man, leave the guy alone.
NFL
when basketball season starts, then you can yell at him from your seats.
Okay, yeah. NFL overreaction or reality. Cavante Turpin will record multiple kick returns for touchdowns this season. Now, when you got the change to the touchback, moving back out to the 35, you wonder if teams are going to be more aggressive at actually kicking the players once again. So, Overreaction or reality? Cavante Turpin will have multiple kick returns for touchdowns.
I don't know, man. If Bones Fossil couldn't dial up a bunch of kick returns for touchdowns, I don't know if anybody can. You know, like he's the only one I trust because he got the rules changed pretty much. He was the one that changed all the rules.
Does that mean we won't be able to block kicks anymore either?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Or call trick plays that don't work on punts.
Whoa, dude.
Sometimes work. I think he's going to have one. I do think he's going to have one, but I'm going to say overreaction on multiple.
All right, Kevin Walker, overreaction or reality? Cavante Turpin will have multiple kick returns for touchdowns this season.
I'm going to be optimistic. I'm going to say 2. So, yes, multiple.
2 counts as multiple.
I like this from the 806. He will return 3, but 2 will get called back, so only 1.
Oh, man.
Because holding happens.
Yeah, like...
I can see that.
There are times, I get why Turpin does it. There are times for other teams that you're like, don't run it out. You know you're going to get a block in the back or a holding call, and you're running down at midfield, and you're feeling all good, and you're like, it's all pointless.
Yeah,
dude. There's
a
flag.
You're sitting there going, dadgummit, I just...
And it almost, I don't know if the numbers back this up, but I'm going to say 99% of the time it's on the return team. If you see a flag, you're holding out hope that somehow it's against the kicking team, but it's not. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. The Commanders will regret this Terry McLaurin contract. So Terry McLaurin himself spoke out about that, about receivers over the age of 30, not like taking over. And he goes, the data is the data, which I love. But I think certain people, there's outliers that don't necessarily fit into that data. So overreaction or reality, the Commanders will regret the contract extension they gave Terry McLaurin.
His extension goes through 28. I'm kind of curious, is it the money they're going to regret, the amount of money, or the years?
I think it's the amount of money.
Okay, because the years, it's not that much longer.
Yeah, he can keep playing.
Yeah. I think that's overreaction. I think they're going to be very pleased with, because that's a dude right there that works his butt off for you, and he always has. Even when you had trash at quarterback, he was out there, towing the company line and being a really good receiver.
Are you biased on this question?
Absolutely, I am.
Okay. Overreaction or reality. Kevin Walker, the Commanders will regret the Terry McLaurin contract.
I'm going to say overreaction. He's played with, I think, 9 quarterbacks since his beginning of his tenure with Washington, and he's been a stud with all of them. He's kind of been the pinnacle of that organization. I don't think it's an overreaction at all.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys very, very much. We're going to break early because we got Brian Schottenheimer going to be talking with us in just a second. But don't worry. We'll get you more fill of overreaction or reality later. Coming up next, let's hear from Shotty right here on The Fan.
be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Bet to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today or visit carsforkids.org. And the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost and we get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to hear from Brian Schottenheimer in just 1 minute, but I have some collectible news for you, if that's okay. A record $416 million was spent online on cards this past month. $416 million, including, well, this is actually separate. I shouldn't say including. Lionel Messi had his first ever $1 million card sold in a private sale. The Panini's Mega Cracks Lionel Messi rookie card, it has skyrocketed in value over the last 18 months when it sold for $322,000.
Wow, really?
And now, boom, $1 million. This, of course, is where I'm going to transition and tell you Dallas Card Show this weekend. If you want to come hang out, great sponsors, not sponsors, great helpers with Peace-a-thon. Now, I don't know if we need to take a step back. We're usually supposed to look forward in radio at all times. Are you bothered by some of the people who think it's okay to just stick your head in the window at a restaurant and be like, we effing hate you?
I do. I do agree the he'll kick you out if you're screaming fire Nico. I understand people being
and that was soft.
And we thought that we said that at the time.
Yeah.
We were like, come on, what are you doing? Let people express themselves at the arena like that. That's the right venue for it. I would not want me to be sitting out in public and somebody just walk up and be like, hey, you effing tool. It would the way Nico handled it was far better than I would. Also, the dude's, I don't know if honestly he can have a public life around DFW.
Yeah. No, I
just don't know if that's an option because, and Adrian was discussing this the other day because some, people ask her, hey, a lot more people will come up to Corey and say hi to him now because, and I'm Corey, by the way, and say, because we do this show. It's a very popular show. Lots of people like it. Kevin does not, but a lot of other people do.
Care for this show.
He's not very fond of it. And Adrian was like, well, they said, is it weird? And she's like, no, not really, because it's not like we can't go out to dinner.
Sure.
They're like Michael Jordan. Can you imagine life for that?
No.
It's awesome having all that cash, but you can't just do what you want to do all the time because you have to find other ways to do it. I think it stinks for him. He made a trade. He made a business transaction in sports. The fans are very, very upset still to this day. And what's sad about it is that people say that even if they were to win championships, that they wouldn't let it go. And I don't understand that at all.
Yeah, neither do I.
Isn't that the goal? Isn't that the point?
Yeah, I think that's a terrible opinion. I think if they were to win a championship like this year, I'm not saying that's going to happen. I think that proves that he was right. I think that fundamentally proves that he was right. And from the 806, people were talking about David Mulgeta was just on First Take. And I guess, I don't know if people will agree with me on this, but I don't really care what he has to say right now about the Micah deal because it's over. Like George Pickens, that's a different deal because that could still be impacted or changed to he'll be back with the team or whatever. But I see what he's saying in terms of like at no point did Micah think he was actually negotiating a contract with Jerry Jones. Clearly Jerry Jones thought that. At this point, I guess I'm kind of to the point where like, who cares? Like you moved on and you traded him, and I don't think either side came out looking really great in this. And like then, Micah Parsons was never going to like miss games or fake an injury or do anything detrimental to the team. Okay, like right on, thumbs up. The fact that he started practicing straight away for the Packers is interesting. But like, I don't care because it's done. Mm-hmm. It's not like he goes, and so if Jerry says, I'm sorry, then he'll come back. Because if that was the case, then I'd be like, okay,
that would
figure
change
this out.
That would be a game changer if they could do that.
Yeah,
if they were just like, never mind, we've changed everything here. We're going back to this. The George Pickens thing. That's a business thing, right?
Yeah,
and that's what I'm hoping. I think George Pickens will spend the entire season this year working his butt off, realizing the rest of the NFL's watching.
Yeah.
Like that's what this deal, whatever future deal could be made, I don't know if the Cowboys are going to make that down the road with him because maybe they don't want to pay two receivers that much money. But for this season, they wanted to give a second receiver to Dak Prescott and to Schottenheimer. That's a clear fact because they didn't have a second receiver. Jalen Tolbert's not that. Kevontae Turpin's not that. Mingo, obviously, for the 4th round pick.
Best blocking wide receiver you ever seen.
So they said, hey, we need that. And they went out and got that this season with this offseason with some trades. That was a positive thing. But for the future, I didn't expect Pickens to be here much longer. That being said, the way Mulgeta should treat it is if they want to pay him the most, we'll figure out the deal. We'll work that deal with him. We'll make something like that happen. But the whole approach of letting Pickens be like, well, you know what? Now I'm going to sabotage the Cowboys season because they didn't treat my agent's other client right. Doesn't sound like that would ever even fly.
Yeah, don't let your money get mad. Yeah. Now, we've been tracking this all off season, the players' votes for the top 100 players in the NFL. Now, we got to the top 10. I want to run down that with you. If you don't mind, tell me if you have any egregious issues with any of these.
Okay.
Patrick Surtain, number 10.
Best corner in the game.
I would agree with that. Sure. Man, what a deal I guess now the Broncos are getting. Justin Jefferson, number 9.
He is in my fantasy league the only player scheduled to score 20-plus points that's not a quarterback.
Okay.
Everybody else is... Well, actually, Saquon Barkley just went up to 20 because he's playing the Cowboys without Micah, and obviously Micah can't stop the run. So it doesn't matter, but...
Myles Garrett, 8.
Okay. Derek, best.
Derrick Henry, 7.
What a year he had last year, dude.
Do you think that Myles Garrett's the best defensive player in the game then? I know he just won Defensive Player of the Year.
I mean, I would say so. It seems like he's considered that all the time in the conversation of it. He's paid well.
Presser, ready to go right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Not mine, no. I did shower this morning, which is cool. It's White Cotton. Could be White Cotton, Shimco's, yeah, could be a couple of those guys.
Go ahead, Calvin. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. We saw that Diggs and Guyton were on injury report, full participants. What's your confidence level that you'll have on Thursday night?
Yeah, I think trending in the right way. We've got our meeting with the training staff after practice today, but both guys are, like I said, working their butts off to try to get back and be ready to go, and we'll see how they do today. Today's kind of, as you guys know, a different schedule than what we've had here the last couple years, where we'll still be running around doing things, and then tomorrow goes to more of a walkthrough. So Friday's kind of your day to figure out, hey, what are we thinking?
What does it say about those two guys that when they got hurt, we thought they would be further along before they come back, and now they might be here for the opener? What's it about?
It raves about them and their competitive spirit and just the work that it takes. You know, these things don't happen overnight. You know, Trayvon's a guy that, you know, really, truly, when he came back and started working closely with Britt and the trainers, I mean, just took huge leaps and strides, and so proud of him for the way he's attacked this injury and how bad he wants to get out there and play. We have to make the decision of, you know, is he ready to go? He is certainly pushing to do that. And then, you know, when the thing happened with Guyton, we weren't sure. We thought it could be much, much worse. But we also thought this thing could drag on first couple weeks. But these guys have not missed a beat, man. They're here all the time. Players' days off. They're in here getting treatment, and they've all had the vision of getting back. Why? For their brothers. Not to play the Eagles, but to get back here for their brothers and to be part of the team.
One more. How hard has it been to try to manage snap counts and practices because you're not sure if you're going to have them, and you got to obviously prepare for a game?
Yeah, we do. I mean, we do that no matter what, whether guys are healthy or not. You always have to find ways to get guys reps and different things like that. But it's a good problem to have, not a bad problem to have.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN. You've wanted to be a head coach for a long time. You're closing in here on a couple of days beforehand. Have you thought much about what you're going to say either the night before to the team in the hotel or right before the team goes out onto the field?
No, not really. You know, I think here's the way I view this, and it's funny, I actually caught myself doing this the other day. Our bonus Monday, I kind of called the team up, and I kind of got a little fiery and excited about, you know, playing the Eagles and, you know, prime time and all that stuff. And I went to bed that night. I was like, what are you doing? Like, you know better than that. Because honestly, the way we approach things, Todd, is every game we play is just another championship opportunity. It's just another championship opportunity. We get a chance to go out there against the Eagles. You don't get extra credit for beating the Eagles in Philly on primetime than you do for beating the Giants at noon in AT&T Stadium. So what I don't want these guys to do, and I think the coaches are a big part of this, is go in there and try so hard. Oh, we're playing the Eagles. I'm going to do so hard. They're going to make mistakes if they do that. Play free. It's football. Fly around. Love being around with your brothers, man. Just run to the football. Celebrate. Have fun. And so, again, it's going to be pretty consistent throughout the course of the deal. We're guaranteed 17 of these. This is the first one of that. I think our guys will play well. But again, that's kind of going to be my message most weeks.
Dak used the term super excited, I think, 15 or 16 times on time we talked with us. What's your level of excitement to see what Pickens and Lamb can do for real out there in a real game?
I'm excited. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited to watch those guys every day in practice. You know, it's fun to watch those guys. But what I love, Todd, is I love the way they feed off one another and they celebrate one another. You know, as we all know, there's one ball, you know, and the ball can't go to multiple spots on a play. And we've got a lot of really good weapons. You know, Terp's having a great, you know, lead up to the season. We're going to run the football. We know that. And so, I'm just excited for how much fun those guys have playing the game as Cowboys.
John Machota with The Athletic. Now being around George Pickens for a while, what would you say gives you the most confidence that he'll be able to hit the ground running week one, despite, you know, not playing in the preseason?
Yeah, just the consistency that we see every day in practice, the work that he's gotten with Dak, you know. It's one of those situations where, like, these guys with now having a true game plan. You know, we didn't have game plans going in the preseason, so now having real game plans, they're throwing specific routes that they're going to be throwing in the game, so you can get a lot of very specific, I say, refer to as me to you factor throws, where I'm throwing this ball to you, and okay, let's work out the kinks here. They've been working really, really hard on that. But the one thing I know about George is he's looking forward to the moment because he loves playing the game of football, and I think again he'll step up and play well, but also with a lot of passion come Thursday night.
With you knowing Dak, when you guys made that move, did you think that the rapport between him and George was click the way it has?
Yeah, but again, I don't think it was just Dak. I think a big part of it's GP and how GP came in here, and GP's been humble, and GP's been all about, hey, whatever's best for the team, and then CD leaning into GP. So this was never a question about Dak's ability to interact. I'm not that guy that wants one guy to connect with somebody else or anything like that. This is more about just GP's willingness to come in here and open himself up and be vulnerable with our guys in the locker room. And you know, I'm all about guys being authentic to who they are. And so, but like I said, from day one, it's been awesome.
Nick Harris, Footwear Star Telegram. You've been building this offense the whole offseason, working with Dak and training camp. How excited are you to finally just put it on the field on Thursday night?
So excited just again to see how these guys take the stuff that we've been practicing and get it out there. Obviously going against a great defense, ton of respect for Vic Fangio and what he has done in his crazy career, and their defense is very, very talented. They're very simple. Their ability to communicate non-verbally is quite astonishing, to be honest with you. They're tied and aligned on the same page with things, and it'll be a tremendous challenge for us, but our guys will be up to it, and I think we'll play well.
And then it'd be your first time building an opening script in a couple of years. Have you already done that, or are you going to do that the day of the game?
No, I'll start that kind of this afternoon and leading into tomorrow, and we'll get a chance to kind of walk through it a little bit, before we go play. But it's a little bit like riding a bike. You kind of know what you want. Doesn't mean it always works, Nick. It doesn't always work. Sometimes you got to adjust. That's what opening game football is about, man, making adjustments. So we'll see.
Joe Hoy, Dallas Morning News. You mentioned that nonverbal, stuff that Vic Fangio does. I guess from an offense perspective, even in scouting, how do you try to pick up on stuff? When do you recognize, hey, that's nonverbal, and what can that do for you guys in terms of providing challenges during the game?
Well, they make everything look the same. They do a really good job. It all looks the same. It all comes out of the quarters-based deal. Somebody did send me, I died laughing, Vic talking to Devontae Smith before practice, one of the practices, and talk about cover two. Well, Vic's not a cover two guy, so there you go. Are they going to play a lot of cover two? Vic, shoot me a text if you're going to play a lot of cover two. I'd love to know. But again, they're well coached, man, and they play hard. But there was a situation where I think it was Washington was running a formation, and they had looked like an automatic, the formation blitz called, and Washington changed the strength, and they didn't check up, and they ended up bringing a pressure to the other side, which they need to do. And you just, as a football coach and a football savant that I was once referred to, you're like, that's really cool shit. So they're really good.
Javonte Williams, Dak Prescott said his nickname for him is valedictorian Tay because of how well he prepares, and he was a valedictorian previously in his life. How have you seen kind of that ability from Javonte in the meetings and stuff, and what he is able to do and translate that to practice?
Well, Javonte was a little salty today. North Carolina, they had a rough start last night, and then he lost to Terp. We gave him another shot, so they both were 25 in college. So Terp beat Javonte, so TCU's up 2-0 on UNC. But it's funny, I'll tell you a quick story about Javonte. We were doing a move the ball period, I think a week or so ago, maybe one of the Frisco practices, and I kind of pulled a play that we hadn't run in a while. And I was kind of standing back behind the huddle, and I was like, hey, Javonte, you have this. And he looked back. He's like, Shotty, I got you. I got it. But, yeah, he gives you confidence. I think he gives Dak confidence. And I think that's what you love about the guy is, man, his preparation is top-notch.
Patrick.
Hey, Coach. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Circling back to the offense, you were rightfully hell-bent on keeping things vanilla as possible in the preseason.
7-hour?
Yeah, 7-9. Yep. Just talk about how excited you are and knowing that you still, and the importance of having that element of surprise going into week one.
Well, it's the only chance we ever get to do it. Next year there's going to be hopefully 20-plus games for people to look at of us. Again, there's just, when you put a new staff together, Patrick, it doesn't matter whether it's offense, defense, special teams. Why would you want to already give a very, very talented defense and an incredible coach and Vic and his staff, and why would you want to give them those opportunities to kind of prepare for things? Do they know we're going to run the football? Yep. Do they know we're going to try to throw the ball to George and CD? Yep. Is Terp going to be involved? Yep. But they don't have to see exactly how we're going to build those things.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. You've talked so much about wanting to be physical. How much of a early barometer is this going to be with their offensive and defensive line for just how physical you guys are on the last scrimmage?
Tommy, great challenge, man. I mean, these guys, that's what they do. I think if you would talk to Nick and Nick was standing here, I guarantee you one of the things that they would talk about is they want to, own the line of scrimmage, and that's what we want to do. So you got two teams that are kind of built on that, and now you got to get out there and put the ball down and see how the trenches play out. But again, I'm excited to watch our guys go compete, and again, very formidable challenge. Jalen Carter, man, incredible football player. And their offensive line speaks for themselves. I mean, what they've done and what they've been able to do. Jeff Stoutland and I actually coached together in, 1998 at Syracuse University. Jeff was the tight end coach, and he's one of the top 2 or 3 offensive line coaches in our league, man. He's just different, and be great to give him a hug before the game.
And then Tyler Booker, how do you gauge his readiness ahead of an assignment like Carter and Davis?
You guys know Book, man. He's excited about the opportunity to go play football. He's played against great players. I don't know if he and Jalen ever matched up. They probably didn't. They probably missed each other with both guys, leaving early. But again, Jalen's going to win some battles. Book's going to win some battles, and that's football, man. And if you can't get excited about that going into a matchup in a game, hey, man, I get to block Jalen Carter. How cool is that? And Book is ready for the challenge, but it'll be a fun one to watch.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, you held Javonte Williams out of the preseason. How do you feel like he's physically equipped to handle lead running back responsibilities?
Yeah, I have no questions about it, Garrett. He's played plenty of football. We practice very physically when we have pads on. We actually, on Wednesday, we had we were running inside run, and safety came running down. It was actually Elijah Clark came running down, and Elijah had gotten him a couple plays earlier. Tay got a little high, and Elijah got him, and Tay got a little lower, and Elijah felt it. And so I don't worry about Javonte. He plays the game one way. He's physical, and he plays it with passion and really good pad level.
Quickly on Dak entering his 10th season, how have you seen him really just grow from the time that you've been here since 2022 on the field, off the field here entering?
He hasn't really changed, man. I commend the guy for the way he prepares every day. Here we are. It's Friday in our world. So we're putting in red zone, 2-minute things like that. And when I tell you, when we're up there talking and installing the plays, and here's what they've done and this and that, and just to see the guy, man, just compete in the classroom, man, writing everything down and asking great questions, and taking responsibility for different things. Hey, I might do this here or there. I mean, that's something you learn as you get older. I'm sure Dak wouldn't, hey, Shotty, I got something to add here, boom. When he was a rookie, he probably wouldn't have done that. But now he's just so comfortable in what we're doing and in his place on this football team that you get excited when guys do that.
Ed Werder, WFAA. You've talked about creating a physical identity and your determination to emphasize running the football. But if you look at this team, it looks like it's best equipped talent-wise with the quarterback and the receivers to be more of a passing team. How do you reconcile that and create the right approach?
Yeah, that's a good question, Ed. It's fair. Again, you have to play physical in everything you do. Like throwing the football, you have to be physical, whether it's the protection aspect, the backs picking up blitzes, chipping some of the edges, receivers playing physical to create separation, Dak standing in there taking shots when there's free runners and things like that. But look, we want to be balanced. We want to run the football. There's got to be marriage between your runs and your passes. That's part of it. And then, again, you got to be ready to adjust. And you can be very physical as a football team and not just do it running the football. You can do it other ways. And not my statement, but somebody told me during the interview process as we were putting our staff together, they said the way that you can tell a physical football team is by looking at the smaller skill guys. And if those guys play physical, then you're a physical-ass football team. And I love that. I say it all the time. And so when I watch CD play and work in practice and dig out safeties and stuff like that, I'm like, that's pretty cool. Or Kavontae Turpin, or, Kyer Elam. Some of these guys, if those guys are physical, you probably have something pretty cool going on.
Last one, Todd. Back to Diggs and Guyton. If they are available to play, how mindful are you of what they haven't been able to do for a good portion of the summer? And is it easy to mix and match them? Like you see different corners play, usually an offensive line, it's, hey, it's your 5 guys and you roll with them. You work through all that.
Yeah, again, it's a little too early to speculate. I would say it's a little easier to mix and match your corners. You're right about that. You're not putting your left guard, right guard in, and then taking them out every couple series. That's not desired. But, again, we'll see how today works, and we'll see how the meeting goes this afternoon. We'll certainly have a plan, but it's much more flexible with receivers or DBs than it is with linemen. Good. Thanks, guys. See you out there.
There you go, Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 901. I do think this is fascinating. Listen to this coach. They picked the perfect guy for this terrible team. He's going to always be optimistic. To be fair, the season hasn't started yet, and they could go on and win the Super Bowl. Do I think that's going to happen? Definitely not. But the season hasn't even started yet. Like, what do you want them to be like? Hell, this season's pointless. We're going to lose on Thursday.
I think Nick Saban would be like, I can't believe these guys. Can you believe they haven't even played 3 games yet? Like, what are they even doing right now?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. We'll get to the rest of that top 10. And did Bluey almost alter one team's roster?
What?
Next on The Fan.
Of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Nutmeg maidens? No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
have lots of questions about this entire story, but let's lead it to Hunter Renfrow to break down how it all went down.
And my daughters were in the car. Like, I was right outside the car. I wasn't just leaving them in there. But I guess I had like 10 minutes phone calls from Dan, Dave, my agent, and they were all just ignored. My daughter's watching Bluey or something. So got back in the car and had that conversation, I guess.
All right. First of all, Bluey, quality show.
Oh, very quality
Does
show.
it make parents feel like they need to do more? Yes, it does.
Don't compare yourself to dogs. Dog parents.
That's true.
Cartoon dog parents.
That's a great.
We can't be that.
That's a great point.
Especially since they're drug dealers.
Okay, I have heard that as well. We're probably not going to get into this right now. But also, his daughter was in the car, but he was not in the car. But he said he was right there. How long did it take to make these 10 phone calls? Was he having a conversation with someone else right outside
Probably
of the car?
so. You've done that before.
But he left the car on, right?
I don't know. If you're right there outside of the car and it's not that hot, is it?
If it's,
I think you have. By the way, I think you have 5 minutes. Is what I'm told. I was told by a police officer once.
Oh.
Not because I left my kid in the car, but they were
Or
like,
you could just leave the car on.
they're like, you have 5 minutes to go in and come and be back out to your car.
If that's the case, don't go in there, right? You have 5 minutes, or else what? Your kid is gonna like suffocate? Don't do that.
No, I mean they're saying like legally.
Oh,
they won't. If you've been in there, that's what that cop told me, Kevin.
Okay.
Am I not supposed to trust the cops now?
Okay.
You tell me. Fan text.
From the 214, the only stat that counts is a thermostat. That's a good point.
What about monostat?
All right, let's go from that to, man, you've seen some pretty wild differentials in these reports. So Micah Parsons passed his physical with the Packers last week. Some people say that's because he's fine. But now other reports have come out that said the Packers kind of sort of might have just moved through quickly the physicals so they could make this whole deal work on both teams' timelines. And upon further inspection, he does have a joint sprain in his L4 and L5 vertebrae. Now, what could that mean for the season? Some people think that means he won't play in the opener. Other people are saying that he could have an epidural ahead of that game in week 1. And yet other folks still believe multiple epidurals will be necessary throughout the season so he is able to play.
All right, listen, I'm not a doctor.
Oh.
I've never claimed to be one. However, I never knew that epidurals were used for anything other than pregnancy.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever known, like, I guess they give you one in surgeries and stuff. Or I always thought,
I don't know. I've never had a surgery.
Epidurals are terrifying too because it's like right next to the spinal cord.
Hopefully the doctors know what they're doing. Now, speaking of back issues, the Rams said they expect Matthew Stafford to start on Sunday after he was obviously limited across the preseason with a back injury. Now, the depth chart has screwed over Brian Daboll.
Oh.
He said he's not going to tell you who the number 2 quarterback is for Sunday because he's like, you don't actually care. You just want to write a story about it. And he said any roster decisions based on who's going to be the backup will be out there on Sunday. Unfortunately, the Giants also released a depth chart going into that game, which lists Jackson Dart as the number 2 quarterback behind Russell Wilson. Do you think this is not that big of a deal? Because obviously you can still change it before Sunday, or in your face, Jameis?
Jameis, I think, is a vibes guy. I think he's there for...
If I said Russell Wilson, he's the starter. Then Jackson,
Russell Wilson.
Then Jameis.
According to ourlads.com, which I've been told is... Listen, I did depth charts for a long time, and Ourlads is very accurate. So I went to Ourlads. They have Jackson Dart as the number 2 starting quarterback, or the backup quarterback. Winston third. It's not an indictment on Winston. Jackson Dart performed very well during this, and I think Winston's actually there to benefit Dart honestly throughout this. If I'm Daboll, the next quarterback I'm going to is Dart.
Right.
I'm not going to Jameis Winston. I understand what he is. But he's there for a reason. It is for veteran leadership around that locker room. That's in around that quarterback room too. So no, I think this is exactly what it's supposed to be, man.
From the 214, that person just learned about epidurals too.
Thank you.
So, and then from the 940, someone who's had 9 surgeries. Screw you, Kevin. I didn't.
Wow.
Mean to lord it over them.
Wow.
I'm sorry about
you
that.
and all. What happened to their surgeries?
They just had a lot, and so
sorry.
Just getting your wisdom teeth out doesn't count, right?
That's a surgery.
Okay, then that one.
I'm sure that dentist says no. I'm a surgeon also.
By the way, Dwayne Carter, the defensive tackle for the Bills, 3rd-round pick last year, he tore his Achilles. He will be out for this season. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, 1 game, 1 gesture, and 3 stats that encapsulate the Rangers' surge. Next, right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got some spare transactional updates for you. Najee Harris is preparing as if he'll be able to play Friday against Kansas City for the Chargers in Brazil. And then Gabe Davis is back with the Buffalo Bills after nobody else wanted him. Now, at least that's what it appears. All right. I got one game, one gesture, 3 stats that encapsulate the Rangers' surge. Now, that's the beauty of this thing. When you win out 9 out of 10 and you win 6 in a row, there can be so many other options for this as well. But wanted to focus in on the one game and the one gesture to start things out, if that's okay with you guys.
For sure.
Okay, excellent. Now,
must have been Mike whenever he did his speech. That was his gesture. That was the game that set everything off. They've been a best team in baseball since he gave his inspiring Coach Ballsack speech.
I guess they went 2-3 after he gave that speech.
They've got 11-4 since then, Kevin. So I think we just look at it. Took some time to ramp it up.
So it took like a week for the speech to catch on, really.
Took all the star players getting injured
he
for the rest
said
of the year.
He didn't care about game 38 or 37. Or he only cared about 38, and they won that game. Then he said he didn't care about 37, and they lost that game. So he needs to come out.
He needs to care about all the games.
Yeah, he needs to come out.
Stop caring about some of the games, Mike. Care about all the games.
This game, and then we can continue the win streak all the way through.
That's what
to the
Bochy
end
tells
of the
us.
regular
Bochy
season.
will say, hey, I only care about winning this game today.
Man, I'm a little nervous about that conversation tomorrow because I said, did you feel like this was your last stand for the playoffs? And he goes, definitely not.
He wanted to tell you to shut the hell up.
Well, guess what? His team has done a great job at it.
They
and
have.
I will ask that question every week if it puts them on a 6-game winning streak.
I'll let you ask that
I'll
question.
argue it was my question.
Oh, that's really turned things up since then?
In all seriousness, though,
I'll give you credit if that's the case.
we have seen an incredible level of contributions from this team at a time that, like, every other day it feels like you lost one of your core World Series players.
From the 469, so the math says we're undefeated without Marcus. If we played the whole season without him, we would be 139-0.
Technically, that is, I need to double check that math.
I appreciate math.
Because I feel like he might have missed a couple games before, but if that's true, then that is how it works.
Did we win all the games that he was out earlier in the season?
I will go check, and then I will cede the first question if you will ask Bruce Bochy if the key to the winning streak has been no Marcus Simeon. If you promise you will ask that question.
If you can prove to me, Kevin, that this season, every time he's not played, they've won, I will ask Bruce Bochy that question.
Okay, I will see the research.
I will be willing to take that smack through the phone.
Man, he's going to be like, are you kidding me? So let's go back to Friday night. There are so many, that's the great thing about this winning streak. There are so many great options.
Yeah.
But I want to go back to Friday night. Jack Leiter, 6 innings pitched, gives up 2 earned runs, but he's able to strike a lot of people out again and has 2 walks. I know you'd prefer lower than that. I get it, but a 3.5 to 1 strikeout to walk ratio for Jack Leiter, at least especially early in his career, that's going to work every time.
Dawson's never going to let that go, is he? 2 walks. Can you believe this kid?
So for Gavin Dawson, real quick, just as an aside to all of that, you're allowed to alter your opinion when new information has been presented, true, right?
Yes.
Like that opinion was last year.
Was based off the...
To be fair, I didn't hear every minute of the show, but I don't recall on Friday hearing him go like, oh, Leiter's probably going to get run because he's a bum. So, like, I don't know if I think that part is entirely fair. All right, but he pitches great. The Rangers win, and then the gesture to go along with it. I'm sure you've not like an actual physical gesture.
Oh, I thought maybe he put his hand over his heart and then sent it out to the world.
It was the gesture of Nate Eovaldi and texting Leiter before the game, and he kind of had like a mini scouting report for him. And Leiter talked about this, and you love to hear this. You rally around losing guys like that, talking about Eovaldi not being there, especially when it's your ace like Ebo. He's been incredible. He didn't travel this week, but he was texting me, and he dove in on the A's lineup. Only Evo does that. He texted me a bunch about the game already tonight, so he's in it with us. Hopefully we can do something cool. That'd be awesome. What I love about that is that means Eovaldi is texting Jack Leiter's phone, knowing that he's not going to see it during the game, just so he can retroactively be like, oh man, the way you closed out the 3rd inning, that was badass, or something like that. And that's going to be a really cool. So that game and that gesture, I think, was an incredible way to display how close parts of this Rangers team are, even when they're not like right next to you.
Yeah, and any information that you get from the best pitcher on your team, maybe one of the best pitchers in baseball.
Sure.
Whether it be after the game, he's texting you stuff, or before the game. If he sends you something before the game about this team, he's probably looking at it going, I'm trying to simplify this for Jack a little bit so that he's thinking a little bit less. Hey, you need to think about these 4 things. That's all you need to think about when you're on the... And you watch the pace of Eovaldi while he pitches, doesn't it look like, I don't even want to think. I just want to get up and throw. What's my pitch? Where do I need to locate it? Let's go.
He'd already done all his thinking before the game.
Exactly. And so I think that's just another positive that comes along with him helping a young pitcher who's trying to figure his way out in this league, who has the talent. Like, he clearly has the talent to do it. He just got to find the consistency of being able to clear his mind and focus on what he needs to do in that moment.
Now, I've got 3 stats for you that show how much the Rangers have been rocking and rolling. Let's start with that series against the A's. The Rangers were able to sweep. That was the first time Texas has swept the A's on the road in almost 10 years. You have to go back to September 22nd through the 24th, 2015. So they were in a different stadium, different city, and I guess technically had different names. So that is incredible. Now, let's talk about a player that he has been on a freaking tear as of late. Give me cut number 3, if you can, for the 2nd straight season, the late season exploits of this man.
The right-hander with the step back, the hesitation, and now the pitch, and there's a drive deep into left. Gurriel going back, and it's out of here. Line drive home run for Wyatt Langford. He has tied the score at 3.
Now, the Rangers have been on a roll as a team. this particular individual, Wyatt Langford, he had a blistering month of August. 5 home runs, 14 RBIs. He had an on-base percentage of .424, and perhaps more importantly, that OPS of .945. He hits another home run yesterday, and yesterday was kind of an anomaly game for the Rangers going up against the Diamondbacks in that they made not only 1, but 2 comebacks earlier in the game. So obviously you have the comeback in the 9th inning, and then you're able to finish it off in the 10th. But you were also down after the first 2 innings, 3-0.
Mm-hmm.
And that feels like that's been the death of this Rangers team. Like, if you fall into a hole early on, you can move on with the rest of your day. Because this Rangers team, more often than not, has not been able to come back from that. So not only did they come back from that, then they fell behind again, and then they came back again to keep the winning streak alive.
In the last 5 games for Leiter, there have been 2, Kevin, where he's gone over. So I know you're talking about how amazing he's been lately.
Did you mean Langford?
Langford, yeah.
Okay.
My apologies.
I was like, that feels good for Leiter.
Yeah, for Leiter, yeah. He's
2?
He's not hitting it all, Kevin.
Oh, he's doing great.
But so for those 2, though, that's what I'm saying is in both of those games, he got walks. So
that's on base percentage,
and that's really what it's about. Is you're dangerous enough that guys have to be careful pitching to you, and they have to take you far more seriously. And Kevin, we recently had lots of conversations about him, and I was asked. You were sitting right next to me. What maybe the disappointment had been, and I was like, I feel like Langford's expectations are too high. Even myself put too high of expectations on him, and he hasn't lived up to that yet. But there are times when this dude, there are stretches for him where you're like, he might be the best, and maybe we're getting a better version of him right now.
And you know what? And that's kind of given me another perspective of it, because he closed out last year he was the player of the month in the American League in September. Not rookie of the month, player of the month. If he closes out with another blistering September, this season is going to end up looking really good. Now, it took a minute to get there, but if he has a hot August and a hot September, well, first of all, that could propel this team into the playoffs, but also it could propel him above 800 OPS, above 25 home runs, like to a significantly better stat line. And even if you care about this, his batting average has really picked up as well.
Yeah, the remember Odor, though, you would at the end of the year, you'd look at his numbers and go, did he have a bad season?
Yeah.
But then most of the season, you're just like, dude, he just is bad. But then you'd look at the total numbers and go, well, hold on, explain this somehow.
So this one, I think, is going to be different because you could see Wyatt Langford being the force that propels this team into the playoffs. And if that's the case, then you're like, great, those last 2 months were the 2 months that mattered. Thank you for getting us into the playoffs. Then hopefully we can go from there. Now, you made reference to this earlier in the show, and I wanted to break down what has been the absolute, I think, biggest deal for the Rangers along this entire road. Runners in scoring position.
Okay.
Feels like we have complained about this all season long. Does it not?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
It's been a blistering situation.
Okay. Stop that.
Okay.
All right. So for the Rangers, they went 5 for 24 in that sweep of Cleveland with runners in scoring position. So not great whatsoever. It was a 208 batting average, but
it's better than .096.
Yes, that is very true. But they also had 2 shutouts.
Yep.
And in those 3 games, they gave up a total of 3 runs. And so you're like, okay, well, that's their winning formula. In the lone loss they have in this 10-game streak, it was to the Angels, 0 for 3. So you can see it. But before yesterday's game, the Rangers had been phenomenal with runners in scoring position. 22 for 50 in a 5-game stretch. So think about that. There's some easy math there.
Okay.
That's a 440 batting average with runners in scoring position. 440!
That means 44% of the time.
That's right. It works every time. And also, 5 games, 50 opportunities. That means the Rangers were averaging 10 opportunities per game with runners in scoring position. Even yesterday, they had 8 opportunities with runners in scoring position. If you have that many attempts and you're even average, you're going to be scoring runs left and right. And if you can go ahead and give me cut number 4, we're going to go to the 10th, where obviously just the way baseball is set up, you automatically have a runner in scoring position. They were able to make it pay off.
The 1-1. That ball hit back up the middle, off of the pitcher, Burgos. It deflects into foul ground. Coming in to score, Hellman. Here comes Duran, throw at the plate, and Duran is out.
And the Rangers can't challenge.
They can't challenge it. The call from plate umpire Chad Fairchild is out at the plate.
Well, guess what? It's going to work out because they are going to review it. And Ezekiel Duran, incredible hustle, but also that incredible kind of body-bending slide to get in there where it looks like he didn't actually get tagged at all, and certainly not until after he had touched the plate. But that's the stat that stands out to me the most, is how effective they have been with runners in scoring position.
So you said 440. That's like spectacular in obviously a small.
That feels impossible.
Yeah. The Rangers in 2023, we're always going to compare to the best we've seen.
Yeah.
275.
And that's incredible
it was
as
fourth
well.
that year.
I was about to say, I bet that's near the top.
There were only 3 other teams better than them that year. And obviously, and their pitching wasn't what it is right now. So just imagine if they could be that effective with runners in scoring position with the type of pitching they're commanding at the moment.
If the Rangers were hitting like that with runners in scoring position this year, I think they would be 92-47. I think they could be like 20 games better because it's been so terrible. But if it picks up at the right time, hey.
Blistering pace.
Stop
sure.
it.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Tuesday tailgate. If Texas and Alabama aren't back, does that mean Miami and Florida State are? Plus, we probably need to talk about UNC. Next right here on The Fan.
The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Manning pivots to throw from his own 36. Shoots that up the right side of the field. Intercepted by Ohio State, and stepping out of bounds, Jermaine Matthews with his second career interception. Picking it off and getting the ball right around the Texas 30-yard line as he picks off Arch Manning.
Was it Darrell Royal who said if you throw the football, 2 out of the 3 outcomes are bad? Do you think it's because he had seen Arch Manning throw the football? That is a question that we will discuss as we bring in Carter Freeman.
There are 3 things that can happen on a forward pass. Two of them are bad.
Yeah. For the Tuesday tailgate, by the way, Carter, you had your first successful show this weekend in that it happened. Where can people catch you?
That's actually true. After our first successful show, we were like, it happened.
It was one of the shows of all time.
Yeah, look, and if you've ever had a first show and you made it through without looking at the clock and being like, I don't know, I'm out of stuff.
Let's go ahead and go break, guys.
You did a good job. Where can people hear you?
Yeah, so thank you to everyone who came out to NFM this past Saturday for Fan University. It was a lot of fun seeing Tolos out there.
I know.
Yeah, all the way in Nebraska we were up there. But we'll be on Saturdays at 9. This Saturday will be 9 to 1. Going forward, it'll be 9 to noon, but still previewing all the big games of any given Saturday. And then I write recaps of every week for 1053thefan.com. So that is up right now on the website for week 1. And I've added in my thoughts on the Miami Notre Dame game from Sunday night and the debacle that was the UNC TCU game from yesterday.
Okay, so we have a lot of options. Do we want to start with one of the top 10 matchups? Do you want to start with a granddaughter slayer? Where would you guys like to go?
I want to ask you guys a real quick question. Do you feel like they shouldn't have just played one college football game yesterday? That yesterday should have had more games?
Interesting.
Because it was so late in the evening, too. I was like, man, I could have had this up all day long.
I guess ESPN probably looked at it like, hey, this is Bill Belichick. We don't need anything else to get in the way of this. We need all of the attention to be on this one dude we watch his incomplete football team with no depth chart. I don't know if you guys saw that. They didn't release a depth chart to the media before this game. Get absolutely demolished by what I think is going to be a very good TCU team. But, I mean, that was embarrassing last night.
I love TCU.
Okay, so this was the game for you.
We love talking about them, too.
Yes, we do. Now, there are a lot of amazing stats coming out of that game in particular. Some people will tell you the most amazing stat is the number of Bill Belichick coached NFL teams giving up 48 points in an NFL game was 0 times in 511 games, while the one college game that he's coached, he gave up 48 points, so 1 time in 1 game. What I think is a more amazing stat is that the 73-year-old Belichick's team gave up 48 points. That's twice as old as his girlfriend. So
they quickly stopped showing her, too.
Yeah.
You know, as soon as the game got out of hand, it was like, all right, we're going to put the headset on the dog in the booth, and we're going to focus on that.
Go back home for curfew and stuff as well. But, yes, that game got so out of control that, I don't know, Dog Herb Street. I forgot what the dog. Yeah, was shown on screen. Do you like that because the game was out of reach? Because I know there were some no fun police people who were like, we're showing a dog, and I'm like, because the game is over.
So Eric Chiafalo was the no fun police.
Oh,
he hated Ben
of all people.
I'm sure he doesn't like Peter either. But look, college football
that is confusing. Yeah,
college football in my mind is the sport of silliness. There's so much goofy stuff that goes on every week. It's what makes it so fun. Because it's so random. So, yeah, just at that point, there's nothing else to say about, there's no analysis to be had. So I personally don't mind.
How good can TCU be? I know their coach after the game said, hey, we kind of felt like we were being disrespected, like we weren't really in this game, which I think is a completely fair way to feel because this was North Carolina versus, it kind of felt like, if you look at wrestling, TCU was the opponent that was already in the ring when you came back from commercial break, and then UNC got this big elaborate entrance, and they get their ass kicked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, TCU is going to be a contender in the Big 12. Before the season, I thought they'd have a say in the race. I wasn't sure how much of a say they would have, but now, given especially some of the other results from Week 1.
Like Baylor?
Yeah. That's my preseason Big 12 picks not looking great after Week 1, but TCU's 100% going to have a say in this. And they talked about this in the week leading up to the game, was that going into them playing Colorado 2 years ago, Deion Sanders, all the focus was on him. TCU took that for granted. They lose that game. So this game, they clearly came in focused, and this UNC team is far worse even than that Colorado team was that they lost to, but they look focused, they look ready to go, and it's going to be a lot of fun seeing what they can do. Josh Hoover is going to be one of the best quarterbacks in the Big 12.
Now, I wanted to mention Baylor real quick, not only because that was your pick to win the Big 12, but also you were at that game against Auburn, correct?
I did. I made it down to Waco. I got to see Baylor refuse to stop a nosebleed in that game on the ground. Auburn had over 300 rushing yards, and Jackson Arnold, the former OU quarterback now at Auburn, looks like a much better fit in the Hugh Freeze RPO offense. He just knows when to take off, and Baylor lost their best edge defender, Jackie Marshall, on the second drive of that game. I don't think that would have mattered too much in the long run because Baylor just could not stop anything on the ground. That's concerning. They have to fix that really quick because they come up here actually for SMU this week. They'll be in Dallas for the game this weekend. But yeah, that was majorly concerning.
It's weird to phrase the question like this, and it's not often that you say a quarterback threw for 170 yards, but it was realistically way fewer than that. And so that was the stat line for Arch Manning. He had 170 yards. Do you want to argue that some of that was in garbage time, even though they tried to convince you that the game was still on the line? You know what? We can get into that. But through the first three quarters, the offense for, quite frankly, both teams, but certainly for the Longhorns, in that much-anticipated showdown with Ohio State was just dreadful.
I mean, Arch had 70 passing yards going into the fourth quarter.
I think it was even fewer than that, wasn't it?
He had 36 at halftime. I know that much. So, you know, credit where credit's due. Texas's defense kept them in that game.
Absolutely.
Also going up against a quarterback making his first career start against a very good defense. So Texas, you know, that was a winnable game for them in my mind. But yeah, it was shocking to see Arch throwing at his receivers' feet, his receivers dropping as many balls as they did, and just the absolute incompetence that Steve Sarkisian shows when he's in the red zone calling plays.
All right.
This goes back several years, too.
I want to circle back to that in just 1 second, but when you were talking about the defense for both sides, I thought Texas's defense did a really good job keeping Jeremiah Smith in check. Now, I know Jeremiah Smith kept himself
he had a couple drops.
He had a lot of drops.
Early as well. Do you think it's credit to both, or do you say you tag on those drops and it looks like a whole different day for Jeremiah Smith? He was fine.
I'll give Texas's defense credit because
that's what I think too.
Pete Kwiatkowski last year in the Cotton Bowl shut him down too. So he definitely has a way to take Jeremiah Smith out of games like this. But yeah, the fact that Texas didn't score for 56 and a half minutes of this game, you're going to look back at the score of this game in, December when we're deciding the CFP bracket and say, oh, they only lost by 7, they only lost by 1 score on the road to whoever, what ended up being the number 1 team in the country. That it's just context matters so much because the offense was so poor and they had multiple chances in the red zone that they came up empty on.
Now, you were just talking about that. It feels like more than a one-game problem, more than a Texas problem.
Yeah.
Steve Sarkisian is pretty universally accepted, I feel like, as a very, very sharp offensive mind.
Oh, he was called a mastermind.
Whoa!
Genius at the beginning of that game.
But when you get into the red zone, he feels like he could coach the Cowboys.
He overthinks it. I just think he gets in his own way, and because it's a multiple-year issue, that just affects it more. It's something Lincoln Riley did at Oklahoma and now at USC, is I just think he gets in his own head about the plays that he calls, because this goes back 2023 in the Red River game. Texas has 1st and goal at the 1-yard line. 4 straight rushing plays. They can't get a single yard. In that same season when they play Washington in the Sugar Bowl in the playoff, they have a chance to win that game. 30 seconds left, 1st and goal at, I don't know, maybe the 8 or the 7. No score. Like, it's just something that, at this point, I think Texas fans have to accept that there's going to be struggles in that zone because you've seen it year over year over year as the teams got more talented.
2 things. One, I think Sark sometimes feels like field goals are give up and that he won't do them. He's like, no, we have to have 7, especially against whoever this opponent is, because it's going to be a 42-point game for both of us. And so I felt that they didn't go for extra or for field goals when they needed to at times.
I agree with that. Did you feel on that particular series where they got stuffed at 4th and the 1 foot line they had struggled too much and were too far behind that you're like, you got to go for that.
No, that makes sense too.
Earlier,
there were some other times too, but it also felt like he was protecting Arch a lot in this game, as in like I'm running the ball, and he wanted to wear out Ohio State's line. I mean, he talked about that. He was like, what was it? They said that against Alabama, run to the sidelines until they're tired and then run it right at them. Well, they never got them tired enough, and Ohio State looked at the end of the game like they were like, no, we're actually better right now. But it looked like he was trying to protect a quarterback that he didn't trust at times, and I felt like just when I watched Quinn Ewers, it was like, you're throwing, because we're not doing anything else. You're throwing the ball, and he had a lot of trust in him, but it didn't seem like he had as much trust in Arch.
Now you see why Arch didn't threaten Ewers at all. That was all the talk for mostly last season, not his first year in Texas, but this is like Ewers had control of that offense pretty much from day one. Since that Alabama game Ewers played back in like 2022, he knew that offense, and he was going to command it well. Arch, I guess, still needs time to figure it out. And Ohio State, tough opponent, tough road environment, but I do think it goes a little deeper than just he had an off day.
Now,
do you think that Texas defense looked pretty damn good, though?
Yeah. Oh, no. Look,
absolutely. I mean, I know y'all were talking about Jeremiah Smith and everything, but
I think both of those, and I do think Texas's defense gets some credit for that. I know he shot himself in the foot a couple times. I think both of those defenses walk away and they're like, you can complain to somebody else.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, like, I don't want to hear it. I thought Ohio State's defense was phenomenal. I thought Texas's defense was really, really, really good as well. I think both of those defenses can walk out of there and be like, it's going to be tough to mess with us.
And you talk about Sark thinking he can't take 3 points. He's got to get touchdowns in an environment like that. There's so much NFL talent on that field that you would think like, hey, points are going to be at a premium, especially early in the season when both teams, this is their first game, getting back into the swing of things. I would think at that point, you need to take points when you can get them.
I just don't. I kept seeing people pointing out on Twitter, everybody that took the over, and it was like, oh my god, and I was like, what was the over under? I didn't know. Do you remember what it was at the time? I just
probably like 50, give or take.
Felt like it should have been high based on the tweets I was seeing. Yeah. So I didn't know.
Always bet the unders in week one. I think I saw a stat that was like you would have gone, you would have won 60% of your bets if you just taken the unders in every game in week one and week 0. It's just
that's what I do next year. Then
their team
make a bet on every opening game and
47.
Okay,
it's a year-over-year trend too, so that happens pretty. It's players getting their first games of the season, like especially in those big matchups.
Kind of like they need preseason.
Yeah, that's what we need. It's week 0.
Hey, and that's why plenty of teams scheduled their built-in cupcake. Now, Ohio State's quarterback walks out of this as the favorite now. Look, it's super early to win the Heisman Trophy. I want to talk about him and Garrett Nussmeier, who there was plenty of heat going on him going into the season. How do you feel about those two and their viability long-term in the Heisman race?
Well, Sayin was a former 5-star recruit. He's going to have all the talent around him, and he already has one of the best wins of the year. But I think Nussmeier's win was more impressive because Nussmeier went into Clemson and won on the road, didn't turn the ball over, should have had 2 touchdown passes. The one that it was as soon as Nussmeier threw this ball, I was like, that is a beauty. Receiver catches it, crosses the goal line, ball comes out when he touches the ground. They call it incomplete. I don't know what it catches anymore.
Yes.
But Nussmeier was awesome in that game. And the fact that LSU's defense didn't allow Clemson to score in the second half on the road, defense like that travels. And Harold Perkins is a guy we loved several years ago at LSU. Got hurt, didn't look the same last year. He looks like he's that just, rocket flying across the middle of the field who can really propel LSU's defense to championship-type levels. But Nussmeier just looks the part of a number 1 overall pick. Going into an environment like that, keeping the ball, driving down the field, leading his team from behind, and winning that game. To me, that's the most impressive win of the weekend. And on my rankings on 1053thefan.com, I have Nussmeier as my number 1 in the Heisman rankings. And I didn't really feel like anyone had this incredible, amazing performance in week 1, but his was the most impressive.
What about y'all's quarterback at Oklahoma?
Pretty good. I mean, he broke Baker Mayfield's record for passing yards in a debut. It was against an FCS team, but the funny thing is Illinois State is actually 30 points higher in like ESPN's Football Power Index than Temple. So Illinois State's not even the worst team on OU's schedule, which I just think is funny. But he looked like a guy who can command an offense, which Jackson Arnold and Malik Hawkins could not do for OU last year. No, you couldn't run the ball in this game, which is concerning, but passing looked pretty good.
If we're scouting out kind of quarterbacks, and I know we're going to get back to some of the games, Lenore Sellers and Fernando Mendoza. So South Carolina and Indiana, respectively. How do you feel about not only the college prospects, but the pro prospects of both of these guys?
Lenore Sellers for sure. We were hosting Bet Nation yesterday, our last show of the year, while this game was on, and we're just in the chat every time Lenore does something. It's like he's the next Lamar Jackson. He's the next Cam Newton. Just the way that he can throw and run and just truck people. Like, he should not move that fast for how big he is. It's just wild, his athleticism. But Fernando Mendoza, he was good at Cal last year, at Indiana now. I think in Indiana's system, he'll still be pretty good. I'm not as high on him as a lot of other people seem to be, because Cal started out hot last year and kind of fell off towards the end. But maybe there's more pro scouts that are into that.
He has the build of the prototypical, like 6'5", I think that's probably what helps.
Look, the quarterback that just amazed me, and I've been preaching about this guy for months, is Devin Dampier at Utah. So Utah's on the road at UCLA. Nico Iamaleava leaves Tennessee, is at UCLA now.
Good job.
Utah goes in and just spanks them. They were 14 of 16 on third down. That's pretty good. Devin Dampier had over 200 passing yards and almost 100 rushing yards. They beat them by 33 points on the road. We're talking about TCU. We think TCU is going to be good. Arizona State's still going to be good in the Big 12. Given some of the other results, I think Utah should be the front runner now. With what they did to a Power 4 team on the road, that was super impressive.
Do you at least like UCLA saying, well, it's got to get better from here?
Pretty hard to be worse than that. I guess they could have scored 0 points. It seemed at times like they were going to.
That is a very good point.
I'm kind of curious regarding Sellers, because you've been very high on him in the conversation.
Yeah,
at least.
He's excellent.
He last year 18-7. Touchdown to interception ratio. He's 2 up right now. Now he had 7 rushing touchdowns also. So that's
he can
25.
run the ball.
Is it just with the Sam Bradford 40-something to 2 interceptions kind of thing? Is that the thing? We're not going to see him be that, but you're going to see him be productive.
I think also you have to factor in
the team he's on.
I was going to say that, look, and this isn't not meant strictly as a shot at South Carolina, but if you look at like the pro potential he's got versus in terms of the rest of the team versus the rest of Arch Manning's roster, like that's going to be tough to kind of keep up with. And so
that does, Broadus always talks about how difficult it is to scout the quarterback position.
Right.
And I wonder how much of that has to do, look, you got to understand, he doesn't have CeeDee Lamb to throw to and stuff like that.
He does have Nick Harbor, who's pretty awesome. Mm-hmm. Nick Harbor's a cheat code. I have not played the new college football game, but Sellers had a touchdown to Harbor in this game. Yep. They're like, I've run that play 1,000,000 times in the game.
Yeah. Oh, look. And then, by the way, from the 469, stop it. Johnny Mateer is trash. That is really rude. Watch him play at Little Elm.
He's 1-0, and your team's probably 0-1.
Cost a lot of his receivers opportunities to play at the next level. I'm just telling you that he's among the top group of Heisman candidates right now. But I also hope I made it very clear it's the beginning of the season, so a lot of that could change. But I'm just saying, if you're betting right now on the Heisman, he's in that top group.
And, last year we had Ashton Genty in his first game run for 6 touchdowns, almost 300 yards. Travis Hunter, 3 touchdowns, maybe an interception in Colorado's first game. This year didn't really seem to have a incredible breakout performance from any of the guys that we thought were going to be really good, or even kind of someone out of the blue. So I think there's still time for this race to really develop.
Okay, this is going to sound weird. Can I go with a year or 2 delayed breakout performance? What did you think about Miami and Carson Beck? Because this is somebody who wildly undelivered. He was going to be a really high draft pick, and then he moved on down the road. And I just want to play this highlight because this catch was freaking incredible. Go ahead and give me cut number 13, and I want to talk some more about Miami and Carson Beck.
Under pressure, off his back foot, up for grabs, and caught! C.J. Daniels, a tremendous one-handed catch.
That catch was nope. It was
this,
ridiculous.
Buddy.
There you
so
go.
Preposterous.
I couldn't even.
Responderate.
But Carson Beck, was somebody that I thought looked pretty good over the weekend, especially I have lowered expectations of him now. And then Miami in general, I thought looked pretty good.
They did. And I was talking to Eric in the hallway about this. Miami turned the middle 8, the 4 minutes before half, 4 minutes after the half, into the middle 16.
That's amazing.
That was the most impressive thing to me is they stretched those drives out and punched the ball in on each of those drives to go up by 2 scores.
And that's so demoralizing for the other team.
And even still, Notre Dame, give them credit. They came all the way back and tied that game up. But then, Miami does enough at the end to win. I had questions about Miami's physicality, especially on defense, given how soft it was last year with Cam Ward there, having to do everything. The offensive line we knew was going to be good, but the defensive line, Ruben Bain Jr. is a freak. He was one of the highest PFF graded players in that game. He's going to be really good this season, and if they can keep up that level of physical dominance against what I still think is going to be a good Notre Dame team, they're going to be way better than I was expecting.
If we can go ahead and hit cut number 14, I want to know, how in one game did Florida State get to half its win total from last season and Alabama look screwed for the season?
Salter, straight ahead inside the 10, keeping his balance, getting help from his friends, finding his way to the goal line and in.
Alabama did not look good, and Florida State, they're 1 win away from matching last year's total. So good for them. Happy days for John Machota. What am I to make of this game where you've got a 2-touchdown favorite, and they got thumped, man.
And they walked down the field on their first drive and scored. You're like, okay, Alabama's Alabama, but by the end of the game, they just looked like an average football team. And
average is a good word.
And to put that word in the same sentence with Alabama just seems insane, but that's what they look like. And when Kalen DeBoer got hired away from Washington to Alabama, I thought it was a good hire because of what he did with Washington and even Fresno State, Indiana, and he won with, I think it was Wisconsin Whitewater at the D3 level. There are a lot of cracks in the foundation to what Kalen DeBoer does, especially looking at that Washington team that went to the title game. That was basically a young NFL team. Those are 6th, 5th-year players who were all NFL talented guys who he didn't recruit. He just maximized their value. So as soon as he goes to Alabama and needs to do things himself, that's where things start to show their cracks. And he's 4-5 in his last 9 games against FBS competition.
Wow.
In like 200-plus games at Alabama, Nick Saban lost like 4 games by that many points.
Yeah.
And in 14 games at Alabama, Kalen DeBoer's already matched him. And there's talk about how players are having their friends and whatnot come in and out of hotel rooms nights before games, up until 1 and 2 in the morning. When Saban was there, it was locked down at 8 o'clock. Kalen DeBoer seems, the way that he coaches is so different than Saban, and it's clearly not working so far.
Jimmy Johnson and Barry Switzer.
I mean, I tried to go to, I think it was an Airbnb that Nick Saban was renting out. I got there 5 minutes early. He wouldn't even let me and my family check in.
Because he was late.
Kalen DeBoer would have given it to you for free. That's probably how that would have worked.
Like, man, get here early. You should have gotten here an hour earlier to give me an extra hour.
That's actually probably true. All right, Corey, I'm going to go
to... with Saban, people were terrified to step out of line or do anything wrong, so they knew they better do everything correctly.
One of my overreactions of reality, which I did steal from you, Kevin, for the weekend show, is Auburn going to have more wins than Alabama this year? Because I have serious questions about the Tide. And I think if things get really ugly, Kalen DeBoer's not going to last this season. I don't care if his buyout's $70 million. I think Bama would go to Jimbo tier, what A&M did to get rid of their coach. I think they would. And then you have interim coach Nick Saban.
Right. Oh, look at you.
Wouldn't that be weird?
Look at you.
Bob Stoops did it at OU a couple years ago. So
then he led the Renegades to a championship.
It's true. I was there.
Corey, do you want to talk about UNT or the fascinating situation of Army football, both on and off the field?
Oh, let's check out Army football first.
All right. So Army football, here's the sad part. They lost to Tarleton State in double overtime. This was Tarleton State's second ever win over an FBS team. So that's not what you want. However, after the game, putting everything in perspective, Larry Pickett Jr., I believe, and his dad, they grabbed a man out of his burning car, out of the driver's seat, and carried him away from the vehicle. At one point, a woman, I don't know if she was a fan or what, yelled, "Larry, come on, get him out." And they did. They saved that guy's life.
It's pretty awesome.
That's amazing.
The only thing they can hang their hat on after that game against the Texans.
Why are you doing that? He just saved somebody's life.
He did.
Mean, that's a pretty big.
Yeah.
I'll take that over winning a football game. But my favorite tweet about that
Did you hear that? Hold on.
game.
Did you hear that? He didn't even finish his thought. He said, "I would take that over winning a football game, but."
There's always a but.
I am kind of curious. Would Jimmy Johnson take that over winning a football game?
No. He'd be like, "Send that car to the asthma field."
Would Nick Saban take that over winning a football game?
I want to say yes, but I will say no comment.
Would Bill Belichick have left somebody in the car in order to beat TCU this weekend?
It depends on if it was his granddaughter.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, his girlfriend. My apologies.
Probably the same age.
For that. My apologies for that.
Oh, and his son's haircut. Like, what are we doing? The defensive coordinator. I looked up. I'm like, what is that? That is hideous.
Now, Corey, you're mean green.
51-0. And they only gave up 88 yards passing, 21 yards rushing. Look at that, dude. Defense is on fleek, right? Is that still used?
Stop that.
In your face. People who don't use fleek anymore.
Lamar Jackson couldn't do anything against you.
Lamar Jackson. Hold on. You're telling me.
This is Lamar.
That Lamar Jackson, who went to what school?
Louisville.
Where they are the what?
Cardinals?
You're telling me Lamar Cardinals and Lamar Jackson's football team.
The Lamardinals.
The Lamardinals.
Okay. So what you're telling me
it just works. Yeah.
is that
you of all people should like that.
Drew Meestemaker, he should be the Heisman favorite.
I mean,
What you're telling
I
me.
agree with that.
Shut up! Not you too!
I'm a UNT
Kevin.
grad. I got to be.
Thank you, Khaki Kevin.
And is it Meestemaker?
Meestemaker.
Okay.
329 yards, 3 touchdowns, baby. Let's roll. To Lamar's 88 and 1 pick.
Lamar, the football team, not Lamar Jackson. I
But
just want to go back and.
This was his
I just said
preseason.
to Lamar.
Okay.
Yeah, Robert Coleman. Sure, if that's what you want to say.
All right.
AKA Lamar.
Do Colorado fans need to change up their behavior at all? Because if not, we'll rename the Colorado Puffalos. Because Deion Sanders says that their field reeks like weed every time. Do you think it's possible he just noticed that? Or because, like, that can't be the first time.
Was he sitting on the little toilet that he had installed on the sideline and thinking, wow, that smell is just purveying
That's
everywhere?
a medical issue, Carter. You will not besmirch that toilet.
Okay.
But did he just notice that it smells like weed in the Colorado football
I
stadium?
bet nobody was doing that before, whenever they were winning lots of games.
He was too busy thinking about saving all his timeouts and what he was going to do with them once the game was done. He's like, I got 2 of these in my pocket. I'm sure I can use them somewhere because I'm not going to use them to try and get my quarterback closer for the Hail Mary.
Yeah. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
From the 817. Sounds like that UNT defense was bussing.
Thank
Shout
you.
out to
Yes.
Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, and then hey, I am concerned for this person from the A17. Send that car to the asthma field, dying laughing in the car. If you were dying laughing right now, you
You're
and Shoddy
Jimmy Johnson's
said,
kind of-
said he
Whoa.
died of laughter, and then he was sitting here doing a presser. If he was dying of laughter, how did he do the press conference?
Because the Army guy probably got him out of his car.
Probably so.
Good point.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Now let's go back around to this is a serious situation. The Clemson quarterback. I know this happens. We all know fandom gets very heated, but did you see that his mom really thought something that had happened to him? Because on Tiger.net, and then of course it spread to other places, people said that he had been in a car accident and he was seriously hurt. And like people started to call this kid's mom. And then she went to the message boards, and he even had to put out a statement saying he was fine. What are we doing?
Did not expect this much discussion about cars and the problems they can have in the segment because I did not see that. But yeah,
Yes.
that is the crazy power of message boards in college football.
Surely we can do better than that, right, Corey?
I think so. I think we can do better than both of those things.
Yeah.
But will we?
The only
I don't
thing
know.
we can't do better than is UNT.
Nobody can. I
Not
don't
even
think
Lamar.
anybody. Yeah, go mean green. Maker forever.
And Army
Sorry,
plays
Lamar.
here a couple weeks, so maybe another Texas team can beat Army.
And we just talked about Army is reeling because they lost, not because of the other thing. All right, so what's a realistic prognostication for UNT football this year? We got people fist pumping in the other room. You're talking about the Lamardinals. What's a realistic prediction for this UNT team?
They got Washington State coming up, and I think that's the big one right there.
Yeah, and Eric Morris, UNT's head coach, former coach at Washington State. So,
I'm sorry. We got WMU first, then Washington.
The Ghost
State.
Ponies
Yeah, the Ghost
of Western
Ponies.
Michigan.
Okay, but for my question of what are realistic expectations for the year, I don't need a week-by-week breakdown.
After Washington
There's a lot of
State's
weeks in the
Army.
year, though.
Yeah, they got Army after that.
I'd say a Heisman, possible national championship, and definitely a winning record.
Look, the Group of 5 spot for the playoff is wide open. Boise State lost. Tulane's about the only one of the contenders that we looked any good in week 1.
You know
So,
what?
just saying.
Kevin Walker.
After the game against Army, Kevin, it's up
I know I
to
always
South Alabama to stop them.
tell people not to do this, but if
And then South
UNT
Florida.
football wins the national championship this year, I will take all of your shifts for like 2 months. I will learn how to better do what it is that you do, and I will take all of your shifts and make sure you still get paid and everything like that. There you go.
He's got a second job, so you might need to take those ones too.
Okay.
You need to double down.
I will get more information about your other line of work as well and try my best.
And then after South Florida, it's UTSA.
Oh, the Roadrunners.
That's going to
We
be.
just
hey,
played them.
that's
They
gonna be a game
covered.
at home.
Yeah, they did.
They covered.
Okay.
That was a bad beat.
Just real quick, speaking of message boards, I saw somebody on an A&M message board, and I was like, you have to stop. And they said they would never believe in A&M again after they gave up the backdoor cover to UTSA. And I was like, if you're pinning all of your hopes and dreams on whether or not A&M covered against UTSA, you might have other issues.
Look, the Roadrunners had like 5,000 rushing yards in that game.
That is
They
true.
ran all over the Aggies defense.
Yeah, every time they got the ball. Meep, meep. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
What was David Murphy talking about? We do it next in the Fan.
Tolos, the Fan, and Wild Fork Foods are proud.
It's a Lola V product. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys practice underway. Tyler Guyton with no knee brace.
Uh-oh.
And then Trayvon Diggs also participating in the media portion of the practice. That would be back-to-back full practices for them, or full participation as listed in the injury report. So Trayvon Diggs said 75 to 80% chance he plays. Are we moving further in the right direction?
I think so.
Okay, good. Now, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I appreciate that, Kevin. We got a lot of ground to cover here, and we're going to start with Major League Baseball. We'll get to the Rangers TV broadcast in just a moment. I have questions.
Oh.
Was David Murphy pulling a bit here? The MLB Ballpark app was down over the weekend.
Oh, dear.
And before, I believe it was the Red Sox game, there were people that had to get tickets printed they had to rush to the place, the will call or whatever, the ticket office.
Like the whole app for, oh my gosh.
15 minutes after the game started.
Whoops.
Kevin, I want you to see this picture real quick. That's the line.
Holy
of
crap,
people
that is a lot of people.
After the game started. Now,
yeah, because they do like everything through that now.
The MLB Ballpark app I like it a lot.
Me too.
The Orioles printed out 30 to 40,000 tickets for Adley Rutschman's debut, and gave them to you as you left the ballpark. Like that was their, I like the MLB app. I think it's useful. Hell, we used it when we went to the Dodgers game, when we were out in California. And I know when something like this happens, what's the first thing everybody's going to say? We should have paper tickets.
Yeah.
And I know, like,
how many of those people would have had paper tickets, though?
You and Mike, though, well, and that's a good question. But you and Mike are very adamant that you like having the paper ticket because you're a collector.
Yeah, I think it's neat. Like I said, I still have my ticket stub from the Nolan Ryan's 5,000th game, and that's where I was able to find that ticket stub. Remember, we showed to Bruce Bochy that I was at that Cubs game where Eric Schau plunked Andre Dawson and just pandemonium broke out.
Yeah, that was a situation there.
He was sad about that.
But having that ticket, this is ridiculous. I keep all of my airplane tickets on just so I know where I'm going, or where I've been. I don't know. Maybe it's ridiculous, but they're all on my wallet on my phone. Like I have all any concerts I've been to that I've done. They're all there, so I have them. It's kind of like what was that? The big craze back in the little cards you would get on the digital cards that you would get.
Oh yeah.
That Mike was like
Top Shot.
Yeah. So it's kind of like that, but I know the first thing people are going to say is, you should have printed tickets. You shouldn't do this. But we all like having the digital. It's convenient. It's very convenient to have it.
That's true.
Until something like this happens, and then you're like, what the hell? But let's not act like printed tickets, there were never problems. There is, dude, we've seen people print up fake tickets. We've seen all sorts of stuff in the times that we've gone through the real ticket thing.
Because I guess I was going to say the world of the scalper is gone, but I guess that's just they built a more reputable business out of it. Make no mistake, those people are still scalpers. Is you would be worried, did you get a fake ticket? And like...
Yeah, dude, I was always scared about that. I do also remember...
Sounds like you were dealing with scalpers a lot.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh.
I would pull up to a game occasionally and just be like, how many do you got?
Okay. You know what I always thought was the amazing part? I'm sorry, real quick. Scalping.
NFTs. That's
moment. Scalping moment. And the cards were called Top Shot. The hoops ones. I like the way how they go, does anybody have any tickets for sale? Because I guess that is your way of getting around. You can't just
I'm not trying to sell tickets. Yeah. I'm trying to buy tickets.
Yeah, you're like, I got tickets for sale, and that's against the law.
I got these other tickets that I would exchange with them if they would like, because it's part of the fun.
I did not understand that at first, but then I was like,
are these guys always trying to buy tickets from you?
Yeah, it's like, this is a 90s Mavericks game. Just go walk up there. They got tickets. But that's not really what they were trying to do.
I remember, and whoever has 3 tickets, that doesn't make any sense. But for whatever reason, my dad's friend was like, hey, we're going to this Stars game. It's like, all right. So we show up, 4 of us, and he's got 3 tickets. And they went to buy an extra ticket, and it was so like they were sold out.
Okay.
And so they were like, well, we can't go to the game. We had to go to the office. How much cooler would it have been to be able to go to an app back then and just pull up and be like, there's no tickets available. We can't go to the game. Don't worry about it. That being said, we ended up selling those to somebody in the parking lot for like...
Oh, that's illegal.
Is it illegal? I wasn't scalping them. I was just selling them.
I think that is an all-encompassing term.
Why is it illegal? I wasn't going to the game anyway.
I don't know.
Why can I sell it on StubHub or SeatGeek or whatever?
Man, that is a much longer conversation about how things get corporatized and now they're legal versus just somebody out there in the streets wants to do it. It's illegal. That's a longer conversation.
They do that in the streets. Do you know, not the Muffin Man, do you know who Mason West is?
Okay, go ahead. I was going to make a smart-ass comment that was going to do nobody.
I know our boss right now is going, of course I know who Mason West is.
Go ahead.
He was drafted number 1, or drafted in the first round by the Chicago Blackhawks. He was he's called the Pride of Edina, if you will.
Okay.
He has chosen, because most of the time in hockey, if you're chosen in the first round, you're done with high school. Like all right, go play in the junior leagues, go off and do something else. He decided, no, I'm staying in high school. I'm finishing my senior year. He's also going to go to Michigan State. He was offered D1 football scholarships, though, by Marshall and Kent and other states, schools like that as well.
Isn't Kent State usually the worst team in college football? Yeah. So maybe not so bad there.
He threw 4 touchdowns over the weekend, Kevin. And this dude, seriously, I watched one of them. He ran around. He had the defense on skates.
Okay. Because it's hockey. Hey, I get it.
And then threw a bomb touchdown. It was pretty awesome. So that's interesting. You're a first round pick in the NHL draft.
That's impressive.
And you decide, screw that. I got to finish my senior year so I can play some football. And you know what? That might be the case too. Maybe he's sitting there going, I'll never be able to play this level, like any kind of football again. Might as well enjoy this now.
Look, I know eventually it didn't pan out for him in the NFL, but he got there. And it was like the day that I saw Jackson Jeffcoat have like a sack, block a kick, and get named homecoming king at halftime. And I was like, man, you're good at too many things. And so this reminds me of like, you're a great hockey player.
Two-hand jammed in another basketball game later on.
Yes. And so this hockey player, you're good at hockey, good enough to be a first-round draft pick, and you're like, but I'm also good at quarterback. And you're like, that's too many skills. You're too good.
That's true from the 214. It's only illegal because the government can't charge taxes on it.
Agree.
The only difference.
I agree. There might be a couple of other differences too, but I agree. But I don't want to get into all of the rest of that.
If it's only 2 tickets, it just doesn't feel,
Okay, so
it's not like I have a stack of them in my pocket that I'm waiting to just unload here.
So you don't view the scalper as the 2-ticket guy. You're like, hey, I bought out a whole block. Like, I got 40 tickets.
Yeah.
I couldn't sit down because of all these tickets in my pocket.
He's the one that screws you over at the Garth Brooks concert, you know?
Oh, did that happen to you?
You never heard that? Like, Garth Brooks was like, no scalpers. They'd be like, whatever, we're buying 600 tickets to your stupid concert. Now everybody has to go buy them from the scalpers. But he was like, no, you can only buy 2 tickets at a time.
I think Adele does something like that.
A lot of people
now,
have done. Yeah, I think my memory was he was the first one to do that. But maybe that's because around that time I was that age. You know what I'm saying? Guys, I was kind of watching the Rangers game last night. I was also doing some work at the same time.
It was an exciting game.
No, it was a good game. But I was also doing some work at the time. And I think I'm going to start doing a segment called Did I Really Just Hear That?
Okay.
Because sometimes when you're like going through something, you're like not really paying attention to what you're hearing. And then all of a sudden you're like, did I really just hear that? And David Murphy and Jared were talking about a bat and part of the bat, I do believe. But let's see if you think David Murphy was talking about something else.
A lot of guys, they like the feel of the knob. They feel like they can pull the bottom hand and that knob gives them the resistance, maybe the feel of increase in bat speed. So obviously Freeman, not a guy, he doesn't feel like he has to go up against that knob, but just snap those hands through the zone and get the barrel there.
You're a child. You think he's talking about
the end of the bat? Obviously, Kevin.
Then why are you laughing so hard? You think the knob means this ding dong, and that's what you're laughing about.
I did text Jared at one moment. I was like, what is David Murphy talking about?
Feel of the knob.
And he said, Jared also said that somebody got hit in the junk, and somebody happened to, I think maybe Sandler dropped the meat packing district because he got hit in the junk, dude. That's not a comfortable thing.
I am a little concerned that the 13-year-old sense of humor is taking over the world, and I will admit I am complicit in that. I will readily admit that.
And that's what I also texted Jared.
But I also know words like complicit.
I said, Jared, yes, we know big words sometimes. So Jared, I'm proud of you for staying professional in that moment, because if it had been on our show, we would have laughed about it and joked about it. Like
Did he think it was ridiculously hilarious, though?
I don't know, man.
Yes, you do. You said you texted him.
He's in Arizona. He just texted back, ha ha. Like, is that ridiculously hilarious? Or that Jared just being nice and saying, hey, you 13-year-old child, I'm an adult?
No, I've heard some of the things he laughs at. I'm not saying he's exactly the same, but he has some of those same leanings.
And then, Kevin, this is starting to become more of a thing, I think. I'm starting to see more of this. But Ohio State had a frat party, and this band showed up. Do you know who this band is, Kevin? You don't know who this?
No, I know the song. I want something just like
No, that is Chainsmokers, but something that's a
the
different
band, right?
That is Roses by the Chainsmokers.
That sounded like the song.
Something just like this with Chris Martin from Coldplay. That would be a different song. So,
are you sure that's a different song? Do we have any side-by-side comparison? I want to dispute that this is a different song.
Kevin, do you have another version or a different song that Chainsmokers might have?
I'm on it.
Okay, it's not the computer's doing its thing right now. That being said, Kevin, they were at a frat party. And they were performing at this Ohio State frat party. And now I ask you, and I ask everybody out there, if a band that has hit pretty significantly huge in time is now out there performing at frat parties, does that mean, 877-881-1053, does that mean that they are out there hitting the grassroots, knocking on doors and, saying hi to everybody? Or does it mean they're washed? I don't know exactly what if they're going to frat parties. Isn't that where you start? You start at frat parties and work your way up?
All right.
Or is the music industry in this place right now? It is it does sound like the same song. It does kind of sound like the same song.
Hold on. Are you guys pulling an Evanescence bit where we were like, these are three different songs at the same time? Okay, well, you know what? I was on the fence about this. Now that I heard that they have two exact songs, Ace of Base style, I'm going to say it's because they're washed. They're on the downturn.
Interesting. They're two different. That's two different songs. They kind of sound the same.
That is impossible. No, that's the same song.
So 877-881-1053. Are they washed or are they out there hitting the grassroots?
Is one of the band members in the frat?
Oh man, that
is a fair question.
Clue. I don't know. Now that being said, if I'm in the fraternity and they're showing up, I'm like, this is awesome. You know, I've seen All American Rejects show up at a bunch of different parties at college campuses lately too, and I was like, does that mean they're washed? I have no clue. I don't know what the vibe is at the college campus right now. If that's what it is, hey, we are partying with what used to be big stars.
See, I like this from the 682. I had Afro Man perform at my frat party 7 years ago. He's definitely washed, but that was a great party. See, washed, not washed, just have a good time.
Yeah, I get exactly. It really is.
What did you say? You're a young person.
I mean, I like it. I don't have any problem with the Chainsmokers if they wanted to come and perform at a college campus. I don't think there's anything wrong with anybody that wants to perform at a college campus.
He's saying show up at Mean Green, and he's down. He'll be there.
Okay.
I like it.
All right. Well, there you go. From the 817, Corey and Kevin don't understand publicity. Now, I definitely understand publicity, but didn't you say Reggie is also on Team Washed?
Reggie said washed, as a matter of fact. So he even threw the R in the middle of that one right there.
And from the 321, Bill Murray shows up at frat parties and plays ukulele. Is he washed? Look, this is going to be tough for some people to hear. He is 100% washed.
What are you doing right now?
You just need to deal with it, America. But also, he's a weirdo. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. I mean, he's a good weirdo. And weirdos do weird things. Maybe the Chainsmokers are weirdos. I don't know. But I don't think Bill Murray is the same as the Chainsmokers because that just feels like a thing he would do. He walked by someone one time at a restaurant, took a fry off of his plate, looked at that person and said, no one will ever believe you.
And nobody would believe you. Oh, Bill Murray took fries off my plate. No, he didn't. Nobody will. By the way, Mavericks have announced they've re-signed Dante Exum and requested waivers on Omax.
Yes, that was going to be in our next segment. I like it.
Never mind.
No, I'm just kidding. Omax was going to be a wanker of the weekend. For just not
gotcha.
But that's okay.
Gotcha.
That is okay. Let's go back to the Rangers plus talk more about Rangers. Nope. Wanker of the holiday weekend. All right, that's all on me. I might be washed too. Next, right here on The Fan.
Take us with you.
Back to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today or visit carsforkids.org. And the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost and you'll get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors. And go ahead and give me another Rangers highlight. Give me number 7 so we can celebrate the Rangers.
And here's the pitch. Hit high in the air, deep right center field. This is carrying well, and this ball is history. It clears that 11-foot high wall in right center. And Dylan Moore breaks it open. The Rangers are on easy street. It's 9-3 in the ninth.
So the Rangers will get back after it once again today against the Diamondbacks. 8 o'clock pregame, 8:40 first pitch right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. One of the more exciting and surely one of the more satisfying wins of the entire season yesterday with the early comeback, with the comeback again in the ninth inning, and then winning it in extra innings.
A lot of people are loving the energy Cody Freeman's brought to this thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I like his story. A couple of stories that have gone along with him, for sure. And then whenever you're doing something special late in games for the Rangers, that makes you a fan favorite as well.
Look, on Friday, Chris Young had said that injuries can create a world where, quote, unsung heroes step up. And whether you want to stick with Cody Freeman, if you want to expand it out, as we probably should, Dylan Moore, Michael Hellman, Alejandro Osuna, Ezekiel Duran. We've talked a lot about that slide and that hustle today. They have seen a ton of people step up in a void of injuries that hopefully does not claim Adolis Garcia as well.
That's another thing I was kind of curious about, and I'm curious how you feel in this as well. The whenever this happens, do you look at the other guys who are leaders who are not playing right now and go, why weren't y'all able to get this as well? All it took was for no leaders to be around for Jock Peterson to start playing better.
Right.
Even though he kind of started playing a little bit better along the way, but what was the difference? What was keeping these guys from doing what they're doing right now? Is it just the schedule and the stretch of it, or is it that mindset of, oh crap, our best guys are gone, we better be at our best right now?
And I think it's probably that one, because it just feels like human nature to not that you're not trying your best, but you feel maybe less pressure because you're like, well, I have somebody that can fall back on and help me out.
Oh, we've talked about that back in the day with Sean Lee and DeMarcus Ware, where teams would be like, well, Sean will take care of it.
Right.
Instead of, okay, I got you.
And so maybe that's part of the scenario, or maybe it's the exact opposite, and you go to Josh Young, who he had a really fun quote, I thought, is he goes, right now we're not feeling the pressure. We're just going out there, and it's a fun thing to be a part of right now. And so I hate that answer now that I say it, because I'm like, it could be some pressure, could be no pressure. So I feel like I pretty much just said it could be any number of things. But I think you get where I'm going with that.
Yeah, I do like that as well for them, especially this time of year, Kevin. All we've ever really asked was, can you just give us something important in September to play for?
Yeah.
And the Rangers, for our childhoods, were usually by July, you were like, all right, we're done. And it kind of started feeling like that again this year. We're like, oh man, we might be done. Although we were just close enough. This could alter our entire thinking of a full baseball season, right? Because, hey, it's a full baseball season, not just 80 games. But this could definitely change it if they go on a bit of a run here at the end. A, make it interesting for the rest of baseball, and B, slip into the playoffs somehow in the wild card.
Now, as we move into Wanker of the holiday weekend, I wanted to know if you think it's fair to say it is Omax officially waived from the team, and they're going to use the stretch provision to get below the second apron, which allows them to sign Dante Exum. Or do you think it's the Mavericks staff that just never really gave him a shot? Or do you think he got a shot and just didn't do super great?
Man, I want to give the staff credit.
I think he got
because
a good enough shot.
They saw him every day.
Yeah.
Now, whether they knew how he fit into their mix, I don't know. But I feel like Jason Kidd's seen a lot of different basketball players in his day, and even he thought Luka wasn't a good fit for them.
Oh,
I guess I'm assuming. I don't. You don't just make a decision like that without asking the coach.
Well, yeah, that's a topic for another
I
day.
think that he got his opportunities to prove his worth to this thing, and maybe he'll find a place, and somewhere else that'll work out for him better.
Is Luis Suarez the wanker of the holiday weekend? He spit on a Seattle Sounders staffer, or if he didn't, he reared back and tried to spit.
Get this guy off the pitch.
Oh,
as great of a player as he's been, how many people has he bit in his career, for one? And you don't do that unless A, you're a child, and B, you have some problems. Like you have something else going on. We don't bite people. What are you?
That was at the World Cup.
Yeah, and he's done it. It's not just the first. He's done it multiple times, and now he's spitting on people. Dude, come on, keep your mouth to yourself.
There is your.
I feel like you have to tell a child that. You don't have to tell an adult that.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. All right, we have lots of tennis stories, which I wouldn't have guessed, but here we are. All right, tennis story number 1. Sorana Cristia is, and I haven't seen if this got returned yet. She had a trophy after winning a recent women's tournament. It was stolen from her New York hotel room while she was playing in the U.S. Open. Believe it or not, that will not be the only U.S. Open theft story that we get to. All right, but somebody stole her trophy.
She won it at the U.S. Open and it was stolen?
No. She had it at the U.S. Open because she had been traveling and won it at another tournament. And so, some of these tournaments are quick. And so she's there. It's in her hotel room.
He couldn't have just handed it off to somebody.
I don't know what her social circle looks like.
Can you take this to the house for me?
Well, and what really sucks is she lost in the second round of the U.S. Open.
And lost her trophy.
So she wasn't even there super duper long. It'd been different if right now she was in the quarterfinals and she's like, hey, I'm focused on other things. But she lost and she lost her poor trophy.
Now all she can think about is that trophy.
Okay, but perhaps not the most egregious theft at the U.S. Open.
You ask that trophy back and just say, hey, just leave it in the lobby of the hotel and nobody will never have to discuss this again. Or do you say, I want justice?
I think she's probably to the point where she's like, just leave it.
Is that what you would do?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like one of her kids got stolen or something. A trophy doesn't have inherent feelings that, at least not as far as I know, that it comes back to you and is like, I was so scared. It's going to be okay. Whereas, if you remember that movie Ransom,
I do, dude.
Mel Gibson got his kid back, and then that kid
Lost
sees the guy
water.
who kidnapped him. Yeah.
I get you. I understand what you're saying.
All right, now let's go to the stands at the U.S. Open, where the boss of the paving stone company, Drogbrook, had to apologize once he realized people saw what he did, or his version of what happened. Now, the Polish CEO was caught on camera taking away a match-worn hat from a little kid. Now,
I've never wanted to comment on Twitter so fast.
Really?
I was so furious about this.
And so that poor little kid is yelling at the player. I mean, he yells at the CEO for just a second, but then he's also yelling toward the player to hey, that guy took the hat that you gave
this jerk
me.
Just did?
Yeah.
He snatched it quick, too.
Yeah, he did. By the way, I love the bit at, maybe they do this at all the tennis tournaments, at the major tennis tournaments, where they have the giant tennis ball that you can get autographed by all the people. I think that is the coolest. And so this CEO claims that he thought the hat was being handed to him for his kids, even though it's handed almost directly in a path to that little kid, and he leans over and snatches it really quickly and then turns away super duper quickly, and he can see that kid reach out and be like, no, that was my hat. And he goes, oh yeah, I thought the tennis player was giving it to me for my kids for later instead of the actual kid that was right in front of him. So what really, and then they took pictures and gloated over it and everything. And so what really happened is he found out people got madder about it than he thought they would, and they started raiding his business and everything like that, and that was going to be problematic. Oh, yeah.
That's how you get people, right?
Yes.
You go rate
really
their business.
It really is. And so that's the real reason that he's apologizing. He says he unequivocally apologizes because he did not realize what had happened.
So did he give the hat to the kid?
Ooh.
Or did he keep it and he's just saying, I'm sorry?
That is a good question.
That's what I do here on the fan.
I
ask the good questions.
will assume now, because of public pressure, he'll pretend like he cared the whole
buy
time.
a different hat and be like, here, you can.
Okay. All of those are possibilities, but he counts as the wanker of the weekend, right?
Dude, he was, the biggest one. I don't think there's another one this size.
And I hate to say this, but maybe Coco Gauff is another wanker of the holiday weekend. She had a big time matchup with Naomi Osaka. People were really excited, and Naomi Osaka just steamrolled her, man.
She's very good. Osaka's very good.
She is very good again. But, like, remember, she took a break for mental health, and then I'm pretty sure she had a daughter. And so, like, this feels like it could be, like, her big re-announcement on the tennis scene. So I just thought that match was going to be really awesome.
Kevin, I do want to give you a ton of credit for this. Because I don't know if you would do that. You might steal like an Aaron Judge foul ball from a kid. But
right.
I once saw you, there was a foul ball at spring training. It was hit. You went and chased it down. You had your you had your bag and everything. You went and chased that ball down. You picked it up and we were leaving. We were leaving.
Right.
And you found a kid and you said, "Here you go, kid." And his friend looked at you like, "Where's mine?" And you were like, you stiff-armed him and pushed him down. But that other kid...
I did not push him down. I only had one baseball.
That one kid's day, all right? And that was the moment that I was like, dude, look, that's the way it should be.
Right.
And I know we've had lots of discussions about foul balls at games and guys that, you know, older men that'll take the ball from a kid and we're like, come on, what are you doing here? It's a kid.
Right.
But like that's the happiness that kid gets. Like, you're an adult at this point. Your life is probably, you know, you've taken some hits. You know, like, what do you need a baseball for to make? That's going to make your life. You're going to live your dreams now because you got a foul ball.
Okay, is that the nicer way of you saying, I wish at this age anything made me as happy as it?
Yes,
everything.
A foul ball would have made me when I was a kid.
I wish anything in the world made me as happy as Noah finding out there's a new Danny Go video out. He's unreasonably excited. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats had groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibu's, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Outstanding, Hagee. Outstanding. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm hoping, do we get the Tuesday CY show with Labor Day being yesterday?
We do, and it's moved a little bit. It's going to be actually at 3:20 today instead of his normal 4:20, but excited to talk to him about all these developments.
Is a fair first question that everybody on the show, except for Broadus, giving up on the team is what sparked this winning streak?
I think that's an interesting angle, and the great thing about CY, he's always willing to have some fun with us. So I bet he'd go there.
Just make sure you don't repeat the same question, right? Or else it'll be the end of the world.
He's a good sport about that, too.
Yeah, that's happened a time or two.
At least on the show.
At least on the air.
Now, how are you guys feeling now? Broadus, I'm going to go to you first. You believe. Yeah. And you continued. Oh, crap. I'm sorry.
We don't have enough microphones in here. Hagee, you had the worst self-awareness of any human being I've ever worked with. Your powers of observation are god-awful.
I'm so sorry.
Almost very reminiscent of a poor playing linebacker, Damone Clark, maybe last year. Some of the worst field vision I've ever seen.
Great athleticism, no freaking instinct.
I'll tell you this, if
you write a story, you can edit the hell out of that story.
I'm over here
right?
just kind of enjoying my time, listening to everybody talking. Broadus, let me go to you as you have no microphone in front of your face. What do you got, Hagee?
Well, I was going to shout you out for never giving up on the Rangers. And
CY and I are connected at the hip.
How impressive have the variety of contributions been, especially since every day seems like you're losing a star player, but every day a new player is stepping up for them.
I'll tell you what might have happened is you have so many of these guys all of a sudden, because the season was kind of with the injuries, and you had guys come up from the minors and play a little bit, then go back down, then come back up, and it shows a little bit. We always talk about depth and stuff with that, but that guys have actually had experience, and maybe they got the jitters out of the way the first time around, and now they're like, okay, we're playing meaningful baseball here, and for the most part, they've done a great job. I mean, like I say. Last night I wasn't thinking we were going to get that key hit the way it all
unbelievable.
Worked. I was not. I was like, oh, this is going to be. Here we go. We're going to have to do something different here. But no, it's been great, and the young guys have settled in, and they've been big contributors. And you've lost a lot of guys. This pitching staff clearly not the same, but they've kind of figured out ways to make it work.
And hopefully we get good news today about Adolis Garcia, because it would be a shame to lose another one.
Especially two big series against Houston coming up. Yeah, I need them.
Absolutely. What was the college football game of the most note result?
LSU. Shut the hell up.
No, I was asking the rest of y'all. I was going to give you your time back.
Are we just going to continue on with this situation?
I was going to give you your time back. What was
The smart decision would be to say, get that microphone away from that.
Take it away from him. We all know Garrett Nussmeier
really wants
is going to win the Heisman and be the number one pick in the draft. And
the Heisman Trophy for the preseason favorite has not happened since 2004. I believe Matt Leinart was that guy.
Oh yeah, I think I did hear that.
Yeah, it's for when Arch got all that pub. It's probably was the not the right way to go there.
I know it's just one game, but do you think that Heisman ship has sailed for the season then?
No. Absolutely not. They'll figure out a way. You guys say there's some quarterbacks that didn't look great in this. That everybody's kind of counting on. And but yeah, I think there's plenty of season left to get back into this thing.
For everybody else, obviously it was LSU and Clemson. What was the next most noteworthy game of the college slate for whatever reason?
Mean Green won 51-0.
Yeah, it was 51-0.
Oh, I love a good 50 burger
whooping
shutout
for the North Texas Mean Green. I think Khaki Cav's onto something with the Natty, the Heisman. All of it's coming back to Denton where it belongs, baby. Caw! It was probably being just balls wrong on Miami, though. I was fading Miami pretty hard. I was not a believer in Mario Cristobal or Carson Beck, and that was a pretty damn impressive victory they had against Notre Dame.
Yeah, that was big. That was a really, really fun game right there, and it looks like Miami's been able to revamp that defense. So Miami FSU coming up in like a month. That could be huge with the way FSU was able to stomp on Alabama that way. And
Alabama looks like they might be in for
that was one I got right on our Bet Nation show, that Kalen DeBoer in Alabama this marriage is probably not going to work. Now, I do think it would have been anybody but whoever took over Nick Saban's job there. I don't think it's necessarily just Kalen DeBoer, although he's not a good fit.
You don't want to be the guy after the guy.
No.
You want to be the guy after the guy who is
You were destined to fail, and there was some cracks already at the last couple of seasons there for Saban. The dominance was starting to wane a little bit. But this could get really ugly for Kalen DeBoer and the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, it's not looking good, man. They're not buttoned up, and their trench play, like those guys getting bullied, is crazy. Yeah, monster storylines. I want to salute TCU and SMU as well for their work. But I want to salute Jake Ferguson's Wisconsin Badgers. They beat Miami of Ohio, where I was born, by the way. My dad was in grad school there in Oxford, Ohio. And they shut them out 17-0. So we look forward to talking with Jake today. It's going to be the first Cowboys player show.
Do you think if North Carolina's football team would have scored a few more points, Belichick would have been attracted to them?
Maybe they're cheerleaders?
I withdraw that question. All right.
I love seeing her on the sidelines, man. That was wild.
It's so
bad. And the Air Jordan. Did you see the Air Jordan posters where the balloons? He's got
the balloons in the background
all
of the
the
press conference.
Awful. It was 10 out of 10, man.
Now, I threw out a
You think there was
controversial.
clapping after the press conference, Kevin?
What's that?
You think there was clapping after the press conference, like the ones we were at?
Now, I had a controversial opinion. We were talking about bands and whatnot that were washed, and somebody said if I say this again, they're going to punch me in the teeth. So
Dang.
I hope they don't.
Sounds like it hurts.
What would you say if I said Bill Murray is washed?
Man, it's hard to say Bill Murray's washed. I mean, he's had some great social media videos, him giving impromptu speeches at wedding parties and stuff like that. I don't know. What's your evidence?
What's the last good movie he was in? Tell me one this decade.
What was the zombie one? Shaun of the Dead?
It was
Zombieland.
Zombieland, and that came
probably
out
15.
in 2009. That was 16 years ago.
He might be washed.
Did he win an Academy Award for some?
He did not. He
well,
was
the guy from The Godfather's daughter.
Yes,
won the
I'm glad you said that.
But that was like a real movie, right?
Yes, it was. I believe he might have been nominated. That was 22 years ago.
I like the Phoenician Scheme. It was pretty good. He played God, I think.
Looks like he's got some
God,
stuff
Kevin.
coming out.
You guys ever heard of that movie?
Looks like he's fixing to prove you wrong.
It's a Wes Anderson movie. It just came out in
It did.
25.
Summer blockbuster film.
No, it was not a summer blockbuster. So I was just curious because when people were like, how dare you? I thought, what's the last good thing that Bill Murray was in?
Yeah, I still see it. He'll pop up on a podcast from time to time, tell a good story. I still think he's got it in him. But yeah, from a movie standpoint, proof's in the pudding.
And it was probably a story about the past, right?
What have you done? What have you done for me lately?
Yeah, Frozen Empire.
That movie sucked.
Did it? I didn't see it.
Yeah, exactly.
Asteroid City.
What about the one?
Movie buff.
Asteroid City's
Asteroid
fantastic.
City, yeah, I love that movie.
Great movie. French Dispatch.
Your face.
Really
Right.
good.
So
Greatest beer run ever. Yeah, but you haven't even seen that.
No, I have. That is not a good movie.
It's a
He
banger,
also
dude.
doesn't have an agent, so he might just be chilling. I could imagine that.
Hey, and
Yeah.
he has the money and the right
Didn't he
to
get
do
Garfield
so.
as an accident?
Yeah,
Wasn't
because he thought it was a different Coen brothers that was doing the Garfield movie, and then he found out it was not the ones he wanted, and he was like, "Oh well, I'll
There's
take
different
a check."
Coen brothers.
Yeah,
Dang.
yeah. There's the good ones and the ones who I guess did the Garfield movie or
Garfield.
something like that. Now, I'm not saying he doesn't have a great resume. It's just it's been 15.
I also
years.
think
Yeah, he's
only
washed up.
one of the Coen brothers are actually good because I think half of their movies are entertaining and the other half are kind of mid.
Oh, okay.
So one of them's better than the other. I just don't know which one it is.
I like that. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. Did tell you about CY coming up there at 3:20. We also have Mark Schlerith at 4:40, and all the fun here for full 5 hours.
I love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. A lot of sports to talk about. Let's do this. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Bros, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control fixed for 5 hours flawless. That's what we're going to do here. 5 hours. And then you get an hour of Fan After Dark with Fred and Blake. Then Rangers pregame coming up at 8. As they look for number 7 in a row, gentlemen, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in the house. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. You guys have a nice 3-day weekend?
Sure did. I mean, other than some crazy Twitter stuff, man, I had a hell of a weekend.
I know what you're talking about.
That
was pretty clean.
The Sean Mahal party was strong, despite the rain, despite the elements. We battled, we swam, we ate, we had a good time.
Did you have enough food?
There was
a
lot of food.
More food.
I'm a little worried about showing up late. I don't know if they're going to have enough food.
More food than a Cowboys press box.
Sean does a great job with that.
He was ready and loaded. He had something else in the oven. He's like, when it's time, honey, he was like, if the meat's getting low, let me know.
Yeah.
To go ahead and circle back for the second half.
Absolutely.
Sean's
a good host.
Great. It was awesome. Had happy birthday JJ. Went to the 1-year-old's birthday party.
Hey JJ.
Watched Jared, my buddy who started on the couch, just lose his mind watching Arch Manning. He's like, Sark sucks. Arch sucks. I mean, he's off the train. Then went back and rewatched it the next day. He's like, okay, I overreacted a little bit. Arch is going to be okay. They schemed. Art. I do think Steve Sarkisian does have a deficiency with red zone play calling, specifically at the 1-yard line.
Field shrinks on him a little bit.
Gosh, you look back at Oklahoma, they lost a game there against Washington with a chance to come back and steal one there to go to the College Football National Championship 2 years ago. And then this one, like, you almost got stuffed on a 4th and 1 QB sneak. You're going for it again on 4th and 1 at the 1-yard line with a QB sneak. I probably would have dialed something else up there, but armchair quarterback style. Kudos to Ohio State. Caleb Downs is an absolute star. Their defense is the real deal. Matt Patricia, who we can't even call fat anymore. I mean, that guy, I don't know if it was Ozempic or what's going on, but he looked fantastic on the sideline for the Buckeyes.
He sure did.
It was a blast. I mean, just getting college football back in our lives, big games, and then now we're on to beat Filthy Week, man. I'm pumped.
Yes, we're just 2 days and a few hours from the pregame show Thursday afternoon right here on your home of the Cowboys with Chief and Broadus, and then the postgame show afterwards. And then Friday, we're going to be at the Globe for Rangers Astros, and hopefully the train just keeps on rolling. And, we were pulling into the Globe talking about, I don't know. I mean, it's totally possible if you have another week like this, you'd be looking at your wild card Rangers. Really an unbelievable run, 6 straight wins. They've taken 9 of 10. Just what we were talking about them needing is a sustained winning streak. Like, okay, you've gotten down to it. Now you're going to have a monster winning streak or two. They are 1.5 back of Seattle for the wild card, guys.
It's amazing.
Rangers fans, you're not dreaming.
No, and you're only 4.5 back of Houston right now. And you've got Houston coming into town this weekend.
Yeah, Houston's got the Yankees right now, too, I believe, at home. So it should be, hopefully the Yankees give you a little help along the way.
23 games to go. And salute to our buddy Cody Freeman, game tying a single with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the 9th after hitting a home run earlier in the game to keep it close. The comebacker that ricocheted off the mound, that's when baseball gods might have pivoted. And it's time to go back into all the blessings. Adolis Garcia, we're standing by. We'll have CY on coming up in an hour and 15 minutes. Can the hot streak continue without Dolly? What do you guys think?
I think so. I think they're starting to find sparks in different ways that we did not foresee coming. Like, to me, Cody Freeman, he's got October hero written all over him with the way that he's coming in clutch. Jake Berger off the IL, boom, here we go, we're driving in runs. Like, this team is showing a ton of resiliency. Jacob Latz has been phenomenal in any role they've asked him to be this year, very reminiscent of Dane Dunning in 2023. I'm buying in, guys. They got me back. There's something special brewing with this Texas Rangers team, and I think they're going to sweep the hell out of the Astros this weekend. They might be able to finish this. I mean, we might be looking at 11 straight before this thing's all done.
Yeah, that's just the one series that you would feel really nice knowing that Adolis was in your lineup versus the Astros.
That's true.
He does
at home.
He brings a special element versus that team, and he's the best version of himself. So would like to see him available, but as Wolchuk mentioned, I mean, you've lost You've lost a lot of dudes, and it's kind of been almost like a galvanizer for them, it feels like a little bit.
Right.
Addition by subtraction, perhaps.
That's why I'm feeling optimistic about the Cowboys this year. Hey, on paper, it's a bummer. You lose Micah Parsons. Where's the pressure coming from? Where are the sacks? You rally together. We're playing team defense, all 11. Rangers are finding a way to do it. About to go on this second magical carpet ride for a World Series twice in 3 years. Cowboys, just when you're counting them out, they're going to find a way to win this division this year. Now, we'll be one and done in the playoffs? Probably. But it's going to be a damn fun season, winning another division title.
That's strong right there. We'll check it. Now, are you saying that with a straight face? Are you just joking right now?
That one's not in jest, and that one's not a joke.
You're picking the Cowboys to win the division?
I am picking the Cowboys to win the division.
Wow. Can anybody else do that right now?
I can't.
Throw some balls, guys.
Whew. I cannot do that.
It's just a weird division.
A lot of things I can do. Those are giant homer balls over there.
That's not
yeah,
one of them,
and I'll accept that. It's game week, and I'm feeling real nicey.
Homer balls of the week.
I got homer balls of the week over here. But I don't believe the Eagles are doing it, so it's Cowboys or Washington, unless somehow the Giants come out of nowhere and Jackson Dart takes over week 2 and goes on a journey.
Now, what are you basing this off with the Eagles?
Just the trend that the NFC East doesn't. I think, yes, injuries, the injury bug, it just seems to happen where something's going to derail a repeat champion in the division. And as good as the Eagles are on paper, and they're a really good football team, they're stacked, they were very healthy for the majority of last year. I don't think health back-to-back, something's going to happen. And that's also a locker room. You get infighting that'll go down. The coach will even join in on that a little bit. All it takes is just a little bit of smoke, and then boom, the fire can erupt there with the Eagles.
Okay, so Shoddy said things are trending towards Tyler Guyton playing in the opener?
Yeah, that's the big question you're going to have to ask yourself is, do you want to go with Nate Thomas or Tyler Guyton as your starter at left tackle?
And then he was saying Diggs is trending in the right direction as well.
Looking for packages to put him into the game is what we're hearing from that, that maybe that all the stuff with the conditioning has come off really, really well, but they're trying to figure out ways to get him involved in this game. So I don't think it's going to be as a starter, but I think that they're going to, when they get in some of their nickel stuff, we could see him going in and maybe Bland going to the slot.
Do you think there's a clear right answer on Guyton and Thomas?
I think, to me personally, I would probably go with Thomas first, just because I feel like that he is, he's gone through all of training camp right now. Even though Guyton has practiced, I kind of feel like they'll go with the guy that's, has got some game experience this year.
Yeah, he doesn't have as much rust on him. I could see that. I mean, but if you think if they're both 100%, it's clear Guyton, or has Thomas impressed you enough to make it?
If it's 100, if both of them are 100%, it's Guyton.
Right on.
But I think that, to me, just for the week one, now maybe it's a situation where you could see how it goes, and if you have to insert Guyton into the game, I think you might be able to do that.
Okay, David Mulligett on ESPN today talking about the L4, L5 facet joint sprain, said Cowboys team doctors also diagnosed him with it. He always intended to play. He was going to be on the field Thursday to play against the Eagles. He's played through many injuries. That was one of the topics over the weekend, the L4, L5 facet joint sprain. He said, also, if you look at many of these contracts the Cowboys have done over the past few years, the guarantees don't stretch much further than the first new year. And he said the narrative that Micah turned down a fair or great deal is simply not the case. It's hard to tell with these. I feel like today with the Don Van Natta and the Jeremy Fowler story and then Mulligett on ESPN, it's just a continuation off kind of a he said, she said narrative. Brian, what do you know?
If you're in a situation where the Cowboy doctors have diagnosed this, why get the second opinion? That's the thing. I mean, wouldn't you just say, okay, yeah, that's the opinion. We have an L4, L5 problem here. I don't know. That to me, that one I don't.
Because they were saying you got the L4, L5, but you can play. We've cleared you. Yeah. And he was probably, thinking that maybe this L4, L5 facet sprain is bad enough that I can't play.
Sure. I mean, I just if that's the direction that they want to take, he's got that right. By the way, I'm not saying he didn't have the right to get the second opinion, but I kind of feel like that if the Cowboys said, "Hey, listen, this is how we're going to do. You could play. We can give you the epidural. You could, you would come up with a plan."
Mm-hmm.
I could say I have some questions about that.
Man, having to do epidural at 26, 27 years old to keep playing football at this stage.
It's awful.
Yeah, it's tough. You seen somebody get an epidural in?
No.
I mean, can you imagine having to do multiple of those?
I saw for pregnancy.
For delivering.
Delivery, yeah.
Maybe
they
this
hit
time
you with
I'll
that
be in the room.
epidural. It's
No epidural?
Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. There's a part of me that's just not buying that at all. Like, they were selling it for a long time, and now they're trying to, like, make good on the fact that they weren't lying this whole time. He's still out there. He's out there at practice, hitting sleds.
He looks really good practicing for the Packers from the clips I've saw. I mean, he's done those things where you see him, hand down, explode, run around a bag, all that kind of stuff.
He's fine.
He does not look like a guy that's struggling with a back problem right now.
He said in his press conference there on Friday night that he was feeling good.
Yeah.
He's ready to go. He's totally okay. So, hey, who knows, man? But I would lean towards him. Might just kind of be saving face.
Let me be real honest here. I used to work in that organization, as everybody knows, and I worked with those doctors in Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
If they found something out like this, there would be a pretty good chance that this trade would probably be void. They would probably, because listen, I watched
serious,
I watched them find a neck injury that Eric Dickerson didn't even know he had, like a narrowing of the spinal canal. And he found it on an MRI that Dr. Pat McKenzie did. And he goes, I played all these years with this and I didn't even know it. And he said, Dr. McKenzie said, evidently you did if you haven't had an MRI on it, but you have an issue. And he retired as soon as he came to visit us. That was it. He was done. He said, I'm not going to play anymore. Not with this. So yeah, it's kind of a strange thing that these teams go through when it comes to their medical stuff. I think Green Bay would have probably voided the trade if they knew that there was potentially some back problems.
All righty. Elsewhere over the weekend, Daron Bland got paid $22.5 million. It's about 25% under the top of the market. And I saw, it's really just a couple of years and maybe under $40 million total guaranteed.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you look at this. It's not where the top of the market's going at corner, which is probably $33 or $35 million. I understand, there might be a point to be made that, wow, you can't sign Micah, but you can sign Daron Bland. I think this is exactly what the Cowboys are looking for. Players who are around the top 10 in their position that are taking significantly less. It's what Osa did. That's what Bland did. The topic out there, did they overpay? I think I could see that as well. Daron Bland is not a total shutdown corner. He's going to give up big plays. His ball skills are there, though. So I kind of see it both sides of this, either the criticism or the support of the Cowboys. How about you, Brian?
Yeah, he got more money than Diggs. And I think that's probably what he was looking at. Maybe he wasn't looking at Sauce Gardner and Stingley and Horn and Ramsey and Surtain and guys like that. He was thinking, how about my own guy? Feel like that. I'm just saying. He's probably looking at, I'm a better player than Diggs. And if you look at how it all breaks down, he got a really good deal from the Cowboys. So tip of the cap to him and his agent. That's what he was comfortable doing. And it looks like, Zach, you were kind of talking about looking at the breakdown of the contract. It looks like Dallas did a decent job on this one.
They did. I mean, like each year it looks like, they're not on the hook for a ton of, cap hits here. You also have, the guaranteed is what is a big portion of this. And it's really kind of a 3-year deal with an out. Bobby actually compared it to the Amari Cooper deal that they made where it was like 2 years, $40 million, and then they were able to kind of get away. So like if the Cowboys did decide the final year of the deal, things aren't working out here, they're not going to be on the hook for any guaranteed money. So, this is one, and maybe that's why they're able to get this done quicker, because it was one that does, it is more of a team-friendly deal, I would think, here for Daron Bland and the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think initially the numbers were like, oh, wow, okay, that was quite a bit for him. But yeah, as you break it down, you're thinking this is basically this season and 2 more seasons.
Well, they got to get these guys on the field healthy at the same time and have Revel be an impact rookie, and then maybe your corner room could look like a strength by the end of the year. But do you feel like paying one of them kind of is that final piece of evidence that this will be Diggs' final season? Are they going to pay 2? Is 22 and 20 enough, enough to keep both?
I can't say that they're going to walk away from Diggs with any certainty. I can't. I think that they're probably, we'll see how Diggs plays, and with him coming back, and credit to him for sure for him to come back is. I thought this was probably October, maybe early November. So hey, if he plays at a high level, I don't see them walking away from a corner. Maybe Revel will be the guy that we think he can be, But I don't see any indication that they're going to walk away from this guy.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot going on here in sports, and we have so much college football to talk with you about as well. But just got word here, the Jake Ferguson Show will debut coming up at 2:40 here on your home of the Cowboys.
Let's go.
We'll finally go home for that sport hodgepodge. Ferguson coming up at 2:40. We got the champ on the other side, and then Wolchuk's top 10. Where are you taking us, buddy?
All right, football season's here. What are the top 10 smoked meats in America as we get ready for tailgate season? And yes, Eric, it finally happened. That's next.
course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Wolchuk's Top 10 here in just a second. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. We're an hour from CY. We'll get the update on Adolis Garcia, Corey Seager, and whoever else, whatever else comes to mind. And into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius with the champ.
Here it is. Anyway, little Chuck D right there. Remember the Chuck D? Here it is. All right, anyway, fam. I don't know who the winner is, Mr. Dawson. We do the G-Back of the Day every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. It got kind of weird there at the end of the show on Friday, so I have Shay and Irving lined up. He called into the Dan Patrick Show, talking about his disgust with the Cowboys, even though he's still locked in.
Was it a vote-off?
It was a vote-off.
It was a vote-off, and we had Trap House Sports.
Yep.
Had a Jerry Jones diss in the situation.
And that's your winner with 60% of the vote.
All right.
At G-Bag Nation. Follow us when you get there.
Boy, all right. Here we go.
Trapaholics Mixtape.
Man, Dallas Cowboys, they ain't hitting on say, man. Jerry Jones, man, he bout old as a bitch. Been a fan for 20 years, now I'm about to make a switch. Man, how the we lose Micah, bro? That don't make no sense. Say, why the I'll trade that man to the Packers? What's the reason?
Yeah.
To the same team that knocked us out the playoffs every season.
Facts.
To the same team that used to give us hell with our range. Now they got DDG at QB and he's still giving us problems. So I'm like, it's time to solve them. Hand me the switch, I'm headed to Dallas. My CTE just awakened, it's time to show Jerry Jones my man. Say, why the did we trade Mike for a trade that wouldn't even happen on Madden? So they like, Trap House, you gotta chill, you getting strange, you getting outlandish. So they like, Trap House, you gotta chill, the CIA gonna put you on the list. I'm like, too late, won't stop till I show Jerry Jones my fist. So I'm like,
yeah.
Too late, can't stop.
Yeah, dude, it's so good. I feel like this could go on the hit station. Like if you put this on, people will be feeling it so hard. Okay, there is
Brand
your
new one from Trap House right here.
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
Disgruntled Cowboys fans, turn up.
5:30. The champ will face the challengers right before LA Live at 5:40 every night. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10. Here he is, Boy.
Thank you. Well, it finally did happen. Last night was such a terrible game for North Carolina and Bill Belichick that I guess the broadcast used every bit of material that they had. So in the fourth quarter, they had nothing else to resort to because TCU was kicking the Tar Heels' ass so bad that they finally did it. They said, you know what, Kirk, let's get Peter here. And he ended up.
Did you think about your boy the whole time?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Like,
Eric was on my mind. I was like, boy, Eric is upset about this.
Yeah, I hope somebody's taking pictures and tagging him. We got paws on the desk. Yeah. We've got Reese taking off the headset and he's putting it over Peter's little dog ears.
The most look at me dog of all time.
Oh, come on. He is adorable. People should be looking at him. He is a gorgeous golden retriever.
Kirk Herbstreit should be embarrassed.
No.
He should be ashamed of himself.
Are you embarrassed?
He's just force-feeding this dog into America right now as if it's a one-of-one, unbelievable, never-before-seen golden freaking retriever.
Hey, they make people
absolutely,
happy.
literally put a headset on him.
They did. They did it, and I don't really blame them. Especially at that point in the game. I think they probably wanted to go home like everybody else did that was in that stadium after the shellacking. That was the 48-14 TCU drubbing of Bill Belichick and the Tar Heels. But shout out to Peter, man. He made his first ever broadcasting debut. Hopefully the first of many for him. I think he's got a bright future in the industry.
I think so, too. Because like less than 24 hours or just over 24 hours prior to that, he was dropping a grumper on the field of game day when they were trying to get their when they were trying to get their $250K field goal kickoff. They had the dog just squeezed one out right there in the middle of the broadcast. Just completely dumping on Lee Corso's final broadcast.
You don't like golden retrievers, bro?
The milkman,
the paperboy, the evening TV. Come on, man. That golden retriever kept that family together.
Damn right. They're great dogs. They're a dime a dozen. That's all I'm saying.
They're all different.
Airbud. You know, Airbud was special. He actually had a talent, okay?
So does Peter, first golden retriever to ever call a game.
It's like show and tell every week with the same freaking item.
He's amazing.
This is my dog. This is my dog. Did you forget I had my dog?
The
This is
sports
my
world
dog.
all
Lee
cried with
Corso's
Kirk.
flying Southwest to his final broadcast. I got my dog riding private.
Well, look, Lee wanted the points, and I don't blame him for that. He's going into retirement. He's going to do a lot of traveling now. He wants to be able to book his Aruba cruises or whatever he's doing. Shout out to Lee.
He's definitely going to be sipping Mai Tais with Jimmy Johnson in the Keys.
Did he have the original Buckeye head or something like that he brought out? Like, dusted the old Buckeye head off?
It might have been the first
I've seen
one.
something like that.
They gave him a gift.
Is that what that was? It was an old one.
They presented him a gift of one of the Buckeye heads. Yeah.
Good
I don't
for
know
him.
if it was the 1996 one.
The first one he ever wore.
Yeah. But
That was the first time he ever did it. They were telling that story. I thought it was awesome. I mean, the entire Lee Corso send-off. And then he crushed the picks.
Well,
he even went Florida State.
Ohio
Picking
State.
his tail off.
Ohio State, they had a real problem with that. Like him.
Yeah, they didn't want to give it to him.
Well, they didn't want initially in 96. They didn't want him to. They didn't want to do
They
that.
said no, we don't. And then eventually they got the permission to do it after asking the cheerleaders and then the head coach. And somehow, some way, the pressure got to him. They said, "Hey, there you go."
Oh, good
And
for him.
From that point on,
Kind of fitting that he picked Ohio State first and then picks them last.
it was pretty. It was. A
Maybe
full
that's.
circle
I
moment.
think that's maybe why he did what he did. Just to kind of
incredible.
close.
He
the
could
book.
do no wrong this weekend. You see that?
Well, the thing about it too is he's a Florida guy. He went to school at Florida State. It would be like me picking against LSU.
Yeah,
That ain't happening.
Like, that's my team. I can't pick against them. And then they won.
But he's a really big. He's like a well-known spokesman for the state of Florida. So if you notice, he picked Florida State and he also picked Miami, and he loves Notre Dame. He absolutely just. I mean, that's his team.
Maybe I got butt cracked on this, but I saw a deal where every game he picked, he was 6-0, and every school he coached at won. It was like the ultimate Lee Corso send off.
It was incredible. I was happy for him.
Incredible.
No matter how Kirk Herbstreit's dog tried to
Just say, man, you happy for him, but didn't feel no good for the dogs? No good feels?
No good feels. Even
man.
with that
You sound like a
puppy like
Scrooge
sheen
McDuck,
on
dude.
his fur. I mean, that's
He put the headsets on, bro.
I could see once a dog's like 15 months old, totally lost their puppiness.
That dog's so
kinda
cute.
You're still getting cute pup vibes. I very much so.
It's
a good-looking dog.
Yes, that coat on that dog. I mean, I've got a golden. Doesn't look like that.
No.
You can tell he was pampered, bro. You can tell.
Oh, yes.
Nice and clean, ready for TV.
Totally.
Yeah.
Groomer.
Yeah.
I mean, personal. Abby's bothering me for a golden retriever. Actually, it's hilarious this is happening.
You can
And I'm
probably
like,
thank Kirk for that.
They're
I'm
great.
like, honey, they don't all look that great. She's showing me the Instagram golden retrievers.
I mean, Lila, our dog, is beautiful, but she does not look the same as Peter does.
Yeah.
They don't all come in the same shapes and sizes there for these Goldens.
That's a show quality retriever.
That is, absolutely. All right, 877-881-1053. Best smoked meats in America. It is smoked meat. I mean, it really is always smoked meat season, but now it's tailgate season. We're going to be smoking some meat. Shout out to the Schlerith house. Sean outdid himself again, the big pool
Usually
party on
does, man.
Saturday. Yep, he crushes it. The brisket was simply outstanding. And that mac and cheese that he had there as well.
Shout out to the mac and cheese.
Also very good.
And he had the nice little the queso in the crock pot.
Did he
So
make
you
the
could
mac
just-
and cheese, or did he have somebody make it for him?
I just assume he made it, but I could be wrong.
I assumed he made it as well.
Did you put any protein in it?
No, but that's the thing. You had that option because
could've put the
you had the
brisket
pulled
in?
pork, you had
Yeah,
the
the
brisket.
brisket,
So
okay.
we were doing like a nacho queso mac
Yeah,
and
there you
cheese
go.
pork
There you go.
extravaganza
Yeah.
or brisket. Like it was fantastic. That was a 5-plate extravaganza for me.
It's incredible. And Chris Arnold was there just dunking on all of us. I was like, Chris, can you have a carb, please?
Seriously,
This is
just
unreal.
he took that shirt off and the whole place went
I
silent.
just want to be Chris when I grow up one day.
Me too.
That dude is a legend. Honorable mention, best smoked meat, lamb. How do we feel about lamb?
Never had it smoked.
I've never had it smoked either.
Isn't it fair to say every meat is at its best when smoked?
If you do it too much, it kind of maybe affects it a little bit.
I don't know.
Don't get me
There
wrong.
might
If
be
it's a
some
bad
meat
smoke,
that
I'm
might not
talking.
be
I'm
good
talking like a
smoked.
a quality smoke, a guy who knows what he's doing, a real meat master
Yeah.
behind the pit, getting it done. I think every single piece of meat is better when smoked.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You have to get it the right. You got to get the right flavor on it.
But now they got the plug and plays. You know what I mean? You don't even really have to. You don't even really have to be a total mad scientist, do you? With a lot of these smokers.
Yeah, well, you could program them, but do you know? Like
if you have like an $80,000 smoker, that's where the program
You're gonna be-
perfection starts to kick in. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Never mind.
the thing
Holy
that
crap.
the thing with
I'm looking at one of them $500 ones.
My gosh.
no, the smoking part of it though is like if you can do it like on an offset, with the and maintain the temperature, that right there, that's the trick. It's to me the artificial. God, I can't talk today. artificial stuff is just that to me. It doesn't give enough smoke. It's got to come from the wood, and I would and the pellets. I'm not a big fan of pellets.
Doesn't get the strong smoke on it that you want.
Yeah,
it is an art.
A different smoke.
That's
it
the
is.
problem.
I've got a big appreciation for everybody that is good at doing this. It is not easy. 469 or the 817, the brisket I smoked this weekend with Meat Church. Holy cow, it was the bomb. Which meat was it from the 817?
Well, is he saying he used Meat Church pellets?
Which meat was it?
Which meat was it?
No, he used
Whose meat was it?
Tale as old as time.
Did he use pellets or did he use the? He didn't. He used the.
Maybe it was the Meat Church products.
Okay. So he's using the seasonings, which are very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, all the Meat Church stuff's fantastic. 817, there's nothing better than a good old Texas style smoked beef rib.
Ooh,
that would be their top. And yes, the smoked beef rib, fantastic. Number 10, top smoked meats in America.
Dawson, haven't we had brisket before together where it's like there's too much smoke on this thing? Because you got mad at your orange wings one time because you thought you had too much smoke on it.
Yeah, you can oversmoke something real easy.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of unedible.
It gets bitter.
Makes it really bitter. Yeah.
Once it crosses the point of no return, it's over.
Can't bring it back.
10 is duck, smoked duck.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'll never forget being at the Vegas, that crazy, what was it called? That crazy Bacchanal.
Smoking.
At Caesars.
I thought the duck was the star of the show that night. And that wasn't even smoked. I think that was just a roasted duck with sort of like a mango salsa.
I find ducks too much fat in duck.
It is fatty. But a lot of these Chinese restaurants are doing special stuff with the
Peking?
With the duck, yeah.
I've only had it once, and it was homemade at a cookout. And it was so tender, but it gave me the worst indigestion.
My favorite commercial on college football is when the guy shows up at the tailgate party with the duck, and he's got, I brought duck, and then Oregon mascot is standing there like everybody's like,
you know what's funny? It was an Oregon State tailgate.
Yeah.
So they were doing duck.
There you go.
Number 9, a whole smoked chicken. Is that what Hutch is?
Now there we go.
That's just falling off the bone.
And I was reading like poultry is the easiest meat to smoke. I don't know if that was accurate, but that is what I was reading while kind of doing some research on this article.
The meat is very receptive to the smoke, so you can get it pretty dang smoky in 20-30 minutes, where a brisket's going to take hours and hours and heavy smoke.
To me, poultry would seem a little bit more difficult because of the skin.
Yeah,
blocking the smoke doesn't get to the skin.
Yeah, it's just an easier meat to smoke, I guess, probably for everything Gavin's saying. The time, if you do it right.
Oh, time. Okay.
The time in which you're not having to go back and check it every 8 hours or whatever the heck you're doing here. Baby back ribs come in at number 8. That's smoked meats.
Probably what made me fall in love with barbecuing was the ribs.
The ribs.
When the ribs are done perfect, it's just amazing.
Gosh.
Yeah, dude, it really is.
Sausage at 7.
Yeah.
Smoked sausage.
Doesn't take the smoke well enough.
Oh, man, I love smoked sausage.
That jalapeno cheddar, baby?
Yeah, bro, I love that, bro.
So
oh, my God. I was going to say hot links.
Yeah.
Because I miss some good hot links, man.
I do love
It's been a minute.
I do want to mention, you said something about homemade, and we had talked about the Rice Krispies. Man.
Somebody come with Rice Krispie treats?
Maybe, and I don't want to, this is not an indictment on the meats that were at Sean's house, but I believe Bobby's wife brought the homemade Rice Krispies.
I think she made brownies one time.
Yeah, her brownies, and these might have been even better than the ridiculous brownies she had. I'm telling you what, we're talking ooey gooey, all the sugary sweetness. It absolutely blew the packaged Rice Krispies out of the water.
And
I've seen the light. Yeah, I've seen the light.
Gluten free. Very sweet of her to do those.
Oh, those were gluten free too?
They are, because Rice Krispies are gluten free.
They weren't flavor free, I'll tell you that much. They were incredible.
Yeah. The burnt ends come in at number 6. Best smoked meats in America. 5 is turkey.
Maybe? I don't know.
Really? You guys can S on the
which one you say you don't know? You don't like the burnt ends?
But the burnt ends, I don't know smoked.
Oh.
I thought that's how they did it.
I wouldn't know the difference. Just give me the burnt ends, bro.
Give me the burnt ends.
Appreciate it.
Got some overthinking.
It's meat candy. Yeah. Burnt ends require an expert, I would just say.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can mess those. You can mess those up.
Turkey at 5.
Turkey's the best.
Oh, the smoked turkey. Gosh, what they're doing, that hurt.
Better than brisket.
Turkey. God, I love it. Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, I said it.
Better?
Better.
Wow.
Better.
Better than Bird and the Midnight Falcons.
I've just been going through a turkey trend here. So right now,
smoked turkey is
take
incredible.
The amount of butter that has to go in those turkeys to keep them nice and juicy.
Oh, the juice. Chicken wings at 4. Orange Magic specifically.
Chang.
Dawson got mad that one time, and I thought you hit him right. He was like, these are too smoky.
Yeah, I mean, there's a perfection I'm going for. If they're not 10 out of 10, I'm disappointed.
Smoky wings with the ranch dressing from Wingstop goes crazy, bro. Just letting you know.
I think if I do that, I'm making my own ranch.
Okay, I ain't mad at that.
If you're gonna go all out, if you're gonna do that, I'm gonna make my own ranch.
Okay. Top 3 best smoked meats: the beef rib at 3, pulled pork butt at number 2.
All right.
Ooh,
yeah. Hey, this is not going to be on your list, but do we say queso?
No.
The smoked queso?
But I do love when people are
Getting a
saying
lot of love
that.
for it on the text.
Corey hooked me up with some smoked queso. Yeah, Corey got me. I'm locked in.
You know what you're doing.
If old girl ever leave, I might. Hey.
LA's queso cuisine.
I got you, bro.
But number 1 best smoked meat in America is the brisket.
Okay.
Oh, the brisket.
No doubt about it. Another top 10 is in the books. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Cha-ching.
Jake Ferguson, Cowboys Player Show is next here on 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Oh, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Joining us now for the first Cowboys player show of the season in his 4th season with the Cowboys out of University of Wisconsin, where he was all Big Ten. The 2023 Pro Bowler, now signed through the 2029 season for America's team. It's tight end Jake Ferguson here with you on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing wonderful, thanks, and thanks for joining us this season. We look forward to getting to know you better. Let's start with that. How was your off season? How'd it go? What'd you do?
Off season was great. Proposed in April, and then just kind of got to work after that, and doing stuff with the guys and doing stuff with Dak. We went out to Georgia and had a little throwing session and then some camaraderie out there, and then. Just got ready for the season with OTAs, but it was a good off season.
Do you look forward to that trip with Dak every year?
Yeah, every year. I mean, it's unbelievable what we do and the relationships we make and how you get to know each other. It's not just on a surface level. We get to know each other's stories. We get to know each other as men, and that plays into our season where it's a long season. Some guys might get down or some things might happen. And be able to communicate that with your brothers who you're going to war with every single day, that's special. And to have that relationship, that's very special.
Now, how's Dak have this organized? Is he like a wedding planner or like a camp counselor running around with planned events and games, or does he let it happen organically? What can you tell us about that?
We've got a little bit of a team now. Now that it's been going on a couple of years, Miss Julie, she is helping Dak. She helps Dak and helps us with all of our flights and then Airbnb, hotel rooms, whatever we need. And then, we go to Lake Oconee High School to go throw. So we're throwing on their high school field. And, I think now we've got pretty good foundation of what we do. So it's, every year it's just something that I really look forward to.
So are you having to stress out about any of the wedding planning stuff, or are you able to let the fiance just handle that?
Yeah, I'm in it a little bit. I hear updates now and then, but I only have one major request, and that's a ranch fountain, late night for snacks, for like some wings, maybe some pizza, something like that. But that's all I'm really pushing for.
How are you going to really ignite the dance floor? Like, how confident are you in your dancing?
Yeah, I'm if 1 through 10, I'm probably a 10, confidence wise. Wow. Dance move wise, I'm probably like a 4 to 5, but I definitely get it going. And then my go-to song is Fergalicious, obviously, because that just gets it going.
That's when the pants go flying off. Is that how you won her over? Your dancer?
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, when we first met, that's what we actually were dancing. So I think that was the selling point there.
I love that. Okay, because I was wondering, like, this day and age, is it dating app stuff? Do you meet organically? Like, how do you pull that off?
I'm old school, man. I'm all about dancing. We're getting it going. I'm not a very big phone guy, but we hung out. It was supposed to be like a weekend, and it turned into like 10 days, so it was good.
How was Tight End U? Did you get to experience that again this summer? I know you've been out there before.
Yeah, I did, and this year it was great to go. I actually brought Brevin Spanford this year, brought Schoonmaker last year, and I think Schoon was able to come for the last day. But getting out there and meeting all the other tight ends, getting to talk with them and just pick each other's brains, and then also just we did a golf outing this year, so it was really cool to just see everybody, and you really don't get to talk to those guys and. Besides like after games or something like that. And it's very, hey, how's it going? Stay healthy. Have a good one. So it's good to get to know those guys.
It seems like tight ends might have the best personality of any position group, like on the team. Do you think tight ends are probably the best partiers?
Oh, yeah.
They're the go-to ones, stirring it up?
100%. I tell everybody this. You very rarely, I think there's only ever been one, but you very rarely meet a tight end that's not a good guy.
Is everybody else fighting for second when it comes to just crazy animal? And George Kittle's the obvious number one.
Yeah.
Curious,
Exactly.
when it comes to your Wisconsin days, how do you power rank your consumption from the brats, the beer, and the cheese? What's your one seed?
From what's my consumption at Wisconsin, or what's my consumption of those now?
Let's go back to the college days when you were getting, you're a little bit freer.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell you this. So at the end of my freshman year, my grandmother got me a Johnsonville brat maker with 5 brat slots. So I would go to the store, get a bunch of brats, and you know how they get you where they only sell them in, I don't know what they sell them in, 5s or 6s, and then the buns come in 8s.
Oh, it's annoying.
So you got to load it up. So I was pumping probably, I'd definitely put double digits easily in a week.
Hell yes.
For sure, on brats. Easily.
So
I'm a huge milk drinker, so I was getting gallons. I still go through a gallon if I'm skim now, but I go through a gallon probably a week now.
A gallon is. So do you think you could punish like the 999 challenge, the 9 dogs, 9 beers, 9 innings?
Yeah, easily, very easily.
Jake Ferguson here with you, Cowboys Player Show on 105.3 The Fan. So congrats on the contract. That was pretty cool, right?
Good segue.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, very very cool. Yeah.
How tough was your negotiation? Was it smoother?
Yeah, it was a little smoother. I'm not going to go into super big detail about it, but yeah, the whole contract and everything. It's a blessing, and I'm honored and blessed, like I said, to have the Jones family believe in me, and then I'm like I said, I'm just excited to get going and to just play and to be here. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Hey, Jake, who gave you your play style, the way you play with such violence? Is this mom or dad?
That's definitely my dad, but then you can also mix in my grandpa a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad played middle linebacker at Nebraska
right
in the 80s, and then my grandfather also played middle linebacker at Nebraska. So I was always a defensive guy. Like I had, I think, 5 offers in high school, and I committed when I was at the end of my sophomore year, but all of them besides Wisconsin were for defense. So I've always been a defensive guy. I've always been, middle linebacker, outside linebacker guy. And then actually when I was violent in youth, violent in high school, and then when I got to college, they're like, you're on offense. And my college coach, Mickey Turner, who's at Illinois State now, finally taught me that you could be violent with the ball in your hands.
That's what I thought, yeah.
That's where it kind of, I put all of it together.
How bummed would you have been if you hadn't got offered from Wisconsin?
I'd have been pretty bummed, but I probably honestly would have walked on. My brother was 4 years older than me. I would have tried to walk on. I grew up watching Wisconsin football. I was in the locker room for as long as I remember. When Ron Dane was running the ball, I remember him, I remember him coming up to the suite after he'd graduated and talking to him and him playing pranks on people with me. And, I was Wisconsin. I was a Badger my whole life. And, I will be a Badger my whole life.
When we watch college football a bunch around here, and we always the traditions and stuff and the jump around. As a player standing on the field, how crazy is that?
Yeah, I mean, for people who have never been to Camp Randall for jump around.
Yeah,
it's so hard to explain because you feel it. And the only thing I can say is the geography museum. I don't even know the word for it, but the people who study the earth, they have the Richter scale goes off
right
when jump around happens. So it's like a mini earthquake. And we'll be beating the team by like 20. And you look across, and they're jumping around. It's kind of crazy, but it's unbelievable. And you see everybody, the whole student section's going, and you look around, and there's there might be some people who are a little older, they're jumping around,
right?
And so it's infectious there, and that's one of my favorite traditions in college football.
So how tough is playing in Filthy, and where does this rivalry rank for you since you've been a Cowboy?
Yeah, it's number one for me. I'm not a fan at all, really. I just, I think the people are nasty. The things they say, at games. So, yeah, That's all I got to say.
There's no question that's the most hostile environment.
Oh, yeah, easily. I mean, it's not just the men, it's the women and children, too.
Jake Ferguson here with you on the Fan. Looking at them and looking what they were last year was such a dominant run to end, but they've lost a number of guys here from the defense. Do you expect them to be about as good, or what kind of a fight do you expect from the Eagles for the division this year?
Yeah, for sure. And, it's always, as much as I don't like them, there's a Warriors respect there. I'm not going to go into this game and say, we're going to beat the brakes off them. They're a great team. This is also the NFL. It's 32 teams of the best guys, and they do a great job of, being disciplined and having good game plans and stuff like that. So, we just got to execute. We got to be on our P's and Q's. And, we also just got to not look too far ahead. We're 2 days out now. We got to focus on today, focus on the next day when the time comes, and then when it's game time, just put it all together and execute.
Jake, how different do you feel like this offense is compared to the previous offense?
Yeah, I think, personnel-wise, I think there's just so many weapons. And, there's not just one spot or two spots we can go. There's so many different things we can do. And then from a play caller standpoint, I think it's almost like the same thing, like our motions, our shifts, our formations, all the different pieces we have within our play calling ability there's just weapons in every single thing that's there. And, there's so much we can do. And that's exciting to me because, that makes the defense just think, they just don't know what's coming. And when you got them on their heels, it's pretty fun.
So I put out there some fan questions since we're going to have you on all year, Ferg. I wanted to get the fans involved
Let's
here.
do it.
So one wants to know, this is Aaron, asked, what is your best Dak story? And I guess this has got to be a safe for work one since we don't want to get any FCC violations.
Yeah, I'll tell you the first story I've ever had with Dak. I was a rookie, and it was, I'd just been drafted to the Cowboys. I go to OTAs. And we've got this it's a very easy route. It's just called a stick. It's a little 5-yard out route. And I'm pretty sure he's just getting the snap, looking and throwing. And it's real quick for him. And me being a rookie, I'm just like, all right, this is going to be a nice little stick route. So I go up to 5 breakout, and as I'm turning my head to go look back for the ball hits me in the side of the helmet in the ear. And I'm like, oh my God. And I look back at him, he's like, come on, Rook. And I was like, all right, this is the league. And so, I still laugh about that, but, I all the time now when I'm running that stick, I break out and my hands are already shooting up, even if he doesn't even throw it.
That is awesome. Okay, last one here because I know we don't want to keep you too long, but Call Me Nighthawk wants to know if you got any pregame rituals or superstitions.
Oh, I'm very superstitious. So I always start whatever I do on the first week, I keep it. So I guess I got some other superstitions. I always go left sock, left shoe, right shoe. And then I have this thing where I drink a shot of pickle juice, a shot of beet juice, and then I take whatever I need to take, whether it's like Tylenol or whatever. And then I go to my locker and I drink an orange Gatorade. And then I try to think of there was one year, Pro Bowl year, I had these pair of socks that I wore and had a really good game. And so I harped on our equipment guys. I was like, I need these socks every game. And yeah, there were sometimes we didn't have them and we lost. I was freaking out. But no, I'm very, very, very superstitious.
Gonna have to yell at Bucky for you for doing that, man. Bucky's got to take better care of you out there. Him and McCord, what the hell are they doing? Yeah,
they're pretty good now. Buck's got me locked in.
Bucky will get you locked in for sure.
Oh yeah.
Well, congrats on your engagement and a great off season. We're excited to chat with you. We're excited to watch you play now that you're healthy and all that. So go give them hell. We'll be pulling for you, and we'll chat next week.
For sure. Appreciate you guys. I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome.
Thanks, Ferg.
There he goes, Jake Ferguson. Every week here in the G-Bag Nation.
What a guy.
Mm-hmm.
What a bro.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fun year.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, that was awesome. And we'll have him for the next 17 weeks. All righty. Top stories coming up. I found a little bit more hope on Cowboys Eagles if you need that. Some chicken soup for your Cowboys soul and everything that's been breaking throughout your day here on 105 through the Fan.
The Uber Eats have loads of them. No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Sapphire Squad? Nutmeg Maidens? No. Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls? Doesn't sound right. Was it Sapphire Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 2 G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Let's take a look at everything that's been breaking here in the world of sports throughout the day. The top topics as we are 2 days from Cowboys Eagles here on The Fan. And Landon Dickerson did not practice yesterday, but he did today. So he practiced Sunday, he missed Monday, back out here on Tuesday. I was kind of thinking yesterday that maybe he tested it Sunday, wasn't good.
It's his back.
But then now it's his back.
It's his back, yeah.
Okay.
That's not the knee, it's his back that's been a problem. So that's what he's dealing with a little bit. But if he practiced today, I would say that he's probably going to play in this football game.
How much excitement is out there at 877-881-1053? Cowboys fans have been through a lot, from the Green Bay loss to the destruction of last season, now the Micah Parsons trade. It is awesome to have football back, and I think that's just generally cool. But I don't know where else you go other than that. I guess Zach's picking them to win the division, so maybe I should start with you. That's based on this passing offense is going to be so prolific they're going to score 28 points per game and give themselves a cushion.
Yeah, it's just a belief in the offense. It's really also just the division. Like, I believe in this trend that's lasted over 20 years. There are no repeat champions in this division, and the Eagles are probably better set than maybe any other that's been here before.
Never bet against a streak, though.
But
it's looked that way for the last 10 years. 100%. Like, the champion was just, there's no way it can go on another year.
Yes, and that's why, like, last year during this time, I just went with Washington, and I thought, okay, well, maybe I believe in Jaden Daniels. I thought he was really good. Washington's schedule was probably going to be pretty favorable for them. Dan Quinn, first year as a head coach. This year, like, I don't know. Maybe it is Washington's time. I'm just not going to take the Eagles. Like, that's why I'm going to Eagles to even miss the playoffs. I went one step further, not just them not winning the division. But, I think the Cowboys do have a chance. And just being a Cowboy fan my entire life, when people start to not expect them to be good, they somehow find a way to kind of overperform to those expectations. And I do love what they've got on the offensive side of the football from a skill player standpoint. It's probably the best they've had since 21. And it's the best receiving duo they've had since what? Like Terry Glenn, T.O., Alvin Harper, Michael Irvin. Yeah, it's unreal with George Pickens and CD. And our guest of the week, Ferg. I really think Jake Ferguson can have an outstanding season. Hopefully he's able to stay healthy. So, and I'm bullish on the offensive line. I talked about that. So, and the defense, I do think that's also going to be better, and hopefully they're getting good signs of health in the secondary. That's been a big question. Could the secondary be so bad that even with a good pass rush, and now you don't know what the pass rush will look like, but I think they've got a chance with Kenny Clark and Osa Odighizuwa in the middle. Now you can get some pressure from the middle of the pocket, and that's one thing that we didn't really highlight and I think talk enough about getting Kenny Clark. He's not just your prototypical, I'm a great run defender, which he is. But he can also, 2 years ago when he was healthy, he can give you a little wiggle up the middle there and get some pressure on the quarterback. And Osa, statistically, for the analytic people out there, was one of the best three techs in the sport when it came to generating pressure up the middle. So, like, I think there are things about this Cowboys team where it doesn't need to be doom and gloom, and they can have regular season success We've seen plenty of regular season success. That's all I'm focusing on. I think they can be a good enough team in the regular season to be able to win this division. All bets are off when you get to the playoffs. I won't be being crotch first confident at all, but I think there's reasons for optimism about the season.
Yeah, and I think, man, I am interested in this regular season because it is such a difficult schedule. And so you will have some opponents that are playoff type teams. And if they can find consistent success versus those teams, especially offensively, then I think you start thinking about, okay, how much has this coaching staff really helped you? Because that's something that this team has not had, especially offensively, for a really, really long time. And so you still obviously have the same quarterback. You have some upgrades, I think, personnel-wise. In a lot of ways, you're better off. Hopefully, Jaden Blue can be a guy that can stay healthy and give you a little something out of the backfield, because he's a guy that can actually strike fear into defenses in a way that Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders just cannot do. But, man, if they're able to go win 10 games against this schedule, then I think there's a huge credit deserved, more than likely, to the coaching staff for having these guys prepared and coming out with a better plan to actually help their players. And McCarthy, Garrett, Kellen Moore, like those guys didn't do that. And maybe that was the missing ingredient versus all of these playoff teams that you've gone up against throughout the years. Because even when they have great regular seasons, it's usually just feasting on bad teams.
Yeah, coaching staff finding something. I think the run defense has been so bad for so long, I'd have a hard time imagining it can actually be good. But with similar personnel, Dan Quinn was able to, pull it off. Why couldn't Eberflus? But I think what you mentioned there with the run game, I think that's where it has to start. I was looking at the games from last year, and the Cowboys had just over 400 yards combined offense in both these games. I mean, it was atrocious offense. But in those games, Rico Dowdle ran the ball a combined 35 times for 4.5 an attempt. If you get a guy who can actually make guys at the second level miss, like is Jaden Blue that guy? I'm pretty sure.
It's your most likely option.
Yeah, I don't think Javonte Williams is. I don't think any of the other running backs are. But if Rico Dowdle could generate 12 for 53 in one of the games and 23 for 104 in the other, I think a star running back might make a couple of chunk runs and totally change the texture of the game. But it really is predicated on the Eagles taking a significant step back. And attrition-wise, I think just for salary cap decisions they had to make, I think that is there to be taken. But for me to find a real hope, I think it's got to be Diggs and Bland getting back. Your pressure's good enough. Ezraku's making it happen, and you can become that takeaway defense. Diggs and Bland combining for double-digit takeaways, I think is what it's going to take.
Yeah.
I don't believe in the offensive line yet. I would love to. I think Beebe's got a big step to take year 2, and Tyler Booker has a lot to prove to me.
Yeah, I think it's fair to be optimistic about the offensive line, but you certainly have to see it, and it'll be a real test with Jalen Carter and company on Thursday night, no doubt, but they're young, and if they can stay healthy with the coaching staff that they brought in, I would imagine by middle of the season, you should be feeling pretty good about the offensive line. It's the pressure defensively now without Micah. You talk about Osa being a guy that's been really, really good about getting pressure, but he's been able to benefit from everybody's focusing on Micah. Like everybody's double teaming, triple teaming Micah Parsons, so everybody else gets to feast. I can't wait to see how these guys actually approach rushing the passer now, where, okay, like who's getting singled up? Because you don't have the obvious double, triple team guy to help everybody else go get money.
I guess I would say, Fowler was able to have 10 sacks last year, but who was the edge rusher that was freeing him up out in Washington? He's a guy that's a proven commodity in the league with double-digit sacks. We discussed that the strength of this team was probably the depth that they had at edge. You remove their best player 100%. But they've still got players that are capable of getting after it. Now it's just going to have to be multiple guys that are maybe asked to get a sack or 2 more. And Donovan Ezraku, I'm still a believer in. I know Nick Harris is a guy that's been really, really high from the draft show on him. And I was talking with him at Sean's party on Saturday. And I don't think Donovan Ezraku, I think he was workshopping a lot of stuff. I don't think you got to see the best version of him in the preseason. I think that was by design on his part. So I think he's a guy that's going to come in and hopefully be a bright spot. Sam Williams, can he go ahead? He's in a contract year. Dude, go earn your money this year. Marshawn Nealand, I think, has got a little bit more of upside in that department as well. So they've got plenty of options there that are candidates to step up.
Okay, 682 agreed, Zach. Every time expectations are low, they exceed those expectations. 908, Cowboys win Thursday. Cowboys are an underrated team. That's Brandon in New Jersey at 877-881-1053. 214. Absolutely have no emotions for this Cowboys team. I'll have it on in the background while I'm getting stuff done around the house. Wow, that's peak right there.
Mm-hmm.
You're just kind of indifferent about the way this thing goes. I think, at least if I'm depressed, I at least want to see how bad is the offense. Could this be Dak's final year? And I want to see where's Green Bay? How are they doing? Like, there's a number of medium to long-term team building things that I think have an incredible intrigue, even if you're totally bearish on their ability to get wins. Okay, the Don Van Natta report, along with Jeremy Fowler. It was great to have Jeremy Fowler on with Sean and RJ today. The biggest one, the revelation that Carolina was interested. The Cowboys wanted their defensive tackle. Is it Derek Brown?
Derek Brown.
Yeah, Derek Brown, who I think set the record for tackles in a season for defensive tackles in 2023. But those things can be quirky. But, I mean, watching his highlights, I could see why the Cowboys would want him. Probably a better player than Kenny Clark, but I would depend on Brian for that kind of detailed scouting. I just wonder, would you rather just taking the picks from Carolina? Like, if it wasn't, I wouldn't insist on Brown. I would say we're not doing this Green Bay deal for 2 picks in the mid to late 20s and Kenny Clark. Let's just take the ones from Carolina. How about you guys?
I mean, from teams that we know of, Carolina certainly would have been the most attractive of where they're at in terms of team building, their future, their potential to win. The picks do seem like on paper they would have been probably the best to be high draft picks. But Fowler did say this morning with Sean and RJ that they inquired. So who knows if it even got to we're discussing about what are we doing here? Is it going to be 2 and a player? What if we offered you 3 ones? Dan Morgan was throwing his hat in the ring there, which he seems to do with all of these big name trades. Carolina always is one of the random teams that are mentioned in these, so I wasn't shocked that they were interested in Micah. But yeah, Carolina, if you could have told me, hey, you get 3 ones from Carolina and 2 ones in Kenny Clark, and I'm excited about Kenny Clark, but I'd have taken the 3 ones.
Yeah, I think to me that, and I did get some confirmation that several teams were involved. But now we got to figure out if Green Bay was the best offer. That's the thing that if maybe some others were saying we'll just give 1 and a 2, and Green Bay said no. Well, Green Bay probably knowing that they're going to be. We talked about this. Their 10-year average of where they picked has been 23. So if you're the Cowboys, you're going to have to ask them this question. You're like, listen, if we're going to make this trade with you, you're going to have to kick in a little more because these picks are going to be down. But I did get confirmation that several more teams were involved. We just need to figure out, though, was Green Bay the best of the compensation that they got?
And then 903 made a good point. Like, Micah would have also had to agree to sign with Carolina. Would he have wanted to do that? I think he might have been down depending on what the money looked like, but that is another element in this. He had to be willing to sign with that team.
New AP Top 25 is out. A&M, number 19. Oklahoma, number 18. SMU, 17. Then you jump down here inside the top 10. Texas hanging on there at number 7 after their loss to Ohio State, and the Buckeyes have jumped.
No shame losing to Ohio State, by the way.
Hell of a defense.
Yeah.
Hell of a team. I think he made some good throws, and the Longhorns showed their defense is pretty legit, so I think it should be still an exciting season for Texas. Does it change how you look at his future, Arch Manning, in any way?
I'm going to be one of these guys that said this. I watched him play high school football. I never completely got where all the hype was. I see him being a long, lanky type of a quarterback. I saw mechanics that weren't always great. Like I said, I have nothing to do with the competition stuff, but you watch him play in games. Like I think he played against UT San Antonio last year was a game that we got to watch. And there was always kind of the way that he throws, the way he drops down, the way, the arm angles and stuff. His mechanics are not tight at all.
Well, that was on full display.
Well, and that's kind of, I'm not surprised.
Was that a DiNucci?
The Uncle Rico.
Well, it's just the way, because he's such a long guy. He's almost got like a buggy whip arm. It's almost like watching. You ever watch Randall Cunningham throw? It's kind of that long motion, the long throwing motion. That's with and just the footwork was never ever really solid. And I'm not saying this now. Bennett and I, my son, got in this discussion. He's like arguing with me about he's going to win the Heisman. And my son goes to Texas, of course, so he's friends with and all this, and he's arguing with me about it. And I'm like, Bennett, there are things mechanically that you're probably going to have to correct. And this is even before the start of the season, because we were just having the discussion. And Garrett Nussmeier's not much better with mechanics. We were having this discussion. He's like, I bet you my quarterback's better than yours.
No.
And I'm like, I go, well, my quarterback's played more games right now, but my quarterback's mechanics aren't great. That's the thing with Manning is you're going to deal with a guy that's kind of how he plays. He's a little bit. You got to tighten some things up, and his uncles, their mechanics weren't always great either.
Yeah.
Towards the very end, Eli was so fearful of the rush, and he would duck and throw and duck. He just was he was flinchy in the pocket, and then you got turnovers that way. But like I said, I couldn't quite. We talked about this. We talked about which team had the better quarterback, and I know we had that discussion about. I was like thinking, well, and not that Ohio State's quarterback was any good either.
Yeah,
but I thought Ohio State
were really good.
I thought Ohio State just had more. They just had more in this game. And
once again,
I mean, there were certainly, and I think Chase Daniel did an excellent job of posting a breakdown on Arch. But there were throws out there he's going to look and say, damn, I need to check that read sooner.
Yeah.
Chief has a college football darty. We'll revisit all this coming up in 1 hour, but our guy CY, the Cy Young Show, is next here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk Prize Picks. It was a hell of a weekend on Prize Picks. Had a lot of Tolos reaching out. They were showing me their plays. Unfortunately, had a chance at a big-time win. Jeremiah Smith got the more on the catches. I got the more.
4.9-star rating on Google.
DFWsecurity.com. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time for the Chris Young Show here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan. Pregame at 8 o'clock tonight. Show's brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. And good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys, I'm well. How are you all?
Well, we're doing great. 6 straight, 9 of 10. I mean, put that in context for us. How much better are you feeling?
Well, this is what I've said for a while now, that this is the type of streak that we were going to have to get back in the race. And it's just really a credit to the guys. I'm really proud of the way the guys have fought. And really, in spite of some real adversity with the injuries that we've sustained over the last couple weeks, and to see the guys come together and fight and and make a run here. It's been really fun. So we're here in September. We're playing baseball in a pennant race and with a chance to make the playoffs. And I'm very proud of our team for getting to this point, and I'm hopeful that we can finish strong and finish it off.
I mean, whether it's 2023 or whatever happens now, I think it's remarkable that the team never gave up and through all this adversity of the injuries. What do you attribute that to?
Well, it's just the character of the group. I mean, I think it's the leadership in the dugout with Boch and his staff and the never say quit attitude. I look back to the Toronto series a few weeks ago, and it was, I think, a series of tough one-run losses before we went on that trip and then into Toronto, and it really felt like a point at which we could have given up. And the team went on to Kansas City, had a couple more tough losses, and then has really responded since then. And I think it was kind of a defining moment in terms of just which way the season was going to go. There's still a lot of baseball left to play, and we got to keep it up. But I am very happy with the way these guys have fought and competed. And I think it starts with the leadership, with the manager, the coaching staff, and then the character of the players. And these guys are they all know what's at stake, and they all are playing to make the playoffs. They all remember what 2023 felt like, and they want to relive that. They want another crack at it. It was no fun sitting out last year, and I feel the same way. And so we're all working to try to get back to that. And with 20 whatever good games left, we may have that chance.
Hey, CY, you could swat this one out of the air if you want, but I'm kind of feeling like that it took more than 25 guys to get to this point. And I mean that in a way that you brought some guys up. They might have had a rough patch. They went back down, came back up, kind of they're starting to do some better things for you. Is it that simple, or is it more to it?
Well, I wish it was that simple. But any team success is not just the 26 guys that are on the roster. It's the depth of the organization. It's the ability to continue to improve the roster as it goes. And it's the ability to withstand injuries, which we've had to do recently a lot. And so it's just a collective effort. And it's not just 26 players. It's well beyond that. It's your entire 40-man roster, and oftentimes players who aren't on the 40-man. It just takes a lot for this to come together. And you hope that in the first half you play good enough baseball that when you hit your rough patch or you have the injuries that you can withstand it. And unfortunately, we didn't play well enough in the first half. That said, in the second half, every year there's a team that gets hot and makes a run, and I'm hopeful that that's us this year. I really believe in this group. I believe in the character of the group and the way they've continued to show the fight and the resilience. It's been fun to have an infusion of energy with some of these young guys. Cody Freeman, Alejandro Osuna, they've been wonderful. Dylan Moore's been a great addition. And so it's just a right mix of guys right now that are playing hard and playing well, playing for each other. And my hope is that we're going to get a couple of these other injured guys back, and it's going to give us a good shot here down the stretch.
I love that you brought up Cody Freeman and Alejandro Osuna. And last night, what they did, it just seems like when you get that type of contribution, it can really fuel a special run. Like there were some special vibes that went down with some of those at bats, specifically from Freeman, that stood out to me. What stood out to you about some of those young guys and how they've been playing lately?
Well, I think just what you said, this infectious and contagious energy that they bring. We've known for a while, they've both been in the organization for a while, and we've known for a while that they're winning personalities. We've been asked on both players in the past by other organizations, and we have intentionally not traded those players because we know they represent our core values. They represent the type of people and the type of competitors that we want in our organization, and what I define as a winning player. And those guys represent that. So when you get those guys in this environment, especially this time of year, they're hungry, they're motivated, and they're excited to be here. It really is contagious. And for me, watching this, I just can't help but smile when I see these moments where they both step up and have big opportunities to make a difference in our season. And they've both seized those opportunities. And we're just so happy that they've continued their developmental path and are now helping us at the big league level.
How's Adolis doing?
I'm waiting on a report. I'm here in Phoenix. We have not heard. He was getting an MRI this morning. My hope is that it's nothing too significant, but you never know. And these scans will give us some indication as to how he's feeling today. at which point we'll be able to kind of make a decision on what the next several days, or hopefully not longer than that, look like.
Chris Young here with you on the Fan. So Corey Seager went deep the night before, and then overnight he started showing signs of the appendicitis. How'd that all come together?
Yeah, he was actually showing some signs before the game, and said he was good enough to go. I think the pains increased a little bit over the course of the game. We were in a game where obviously it was a huge blowout win, and Boch had plans to take Corey out of that game. It coincided with the time at which Corey was feeling enough pain that he said he'd like to come out of the game, and one thing led to the next. He did not travel with the team after that game. He stayed back. He saw the doctors the next morning, and everybody agreed that this was appendicitis, and that the prudent response was to proceed with surgery. And so Corey had that done. I've spoken to him post-surgery. He's feeling better, still sore. Obviously, it's an operation, but the competitor in Corey, he's researched other athletes who've come back in very short periods of time, and he's determined to try to do the same. I don't think it's fair to quite commit to that completely, because obviously anytime you undergo a surgery, there are complications, and so we don't want to put him in harm's way. But I know Corey is very focused on trying to make it back, and our hope is that he'll be able to, but we've got to see how the next several days go in terms of the healing.
How are Malley and Cole Winn progressing?
Great. They're both pitching tonight. Malley and Frisco, Cole and Round Rock, or for Round Rock, and we're excited to get both those guys back. They both had really impactful seasons before they went down with injury. Cole, thankfully, has been more of a short-term injury. Tyler obviously was a very serious injury, and why he's missed a significant period of time. But he is feeling great, and if we can get him rehab start or two, and come back down the stretch here and help us out in the rotation, it would be a huge lift to get Tyler back, and obviously Cole, to have him in the bullpen with the success he's had this year. Both those guys will help us a lot.
CY, how tough is it to get the guys ready to play after a crazy flight travel snafu like you guys had?
Well, again, I think it speaks to the character and the leadership of the group. There are no excuses. This is the big leagues. There are no excuses. And like I've said time and time again, nobody feels sorry for us when we have an injury. Nobody's going to feel sorry for us if we have flight delays or problems traveling. So you have to show up and you play. And our guys did that last night. And really, the fight that they showed, getting down early 3-0, Patrick Corbin settled in. The guys fought back, tied the game. Then we kind of give it up there in the 6th inning. And then the guys really came down to the last strike, and Cody was able to get that base hit. It just was such a fun game to watch and to be a part of. And my hope is that it kind of propels us forward. But we've got another tough game tonight. And again, nobody's gonna just roll over for us. We've got to go make it happen. And I think yesterday was a perfect example, with the adversity they faced in terms of the travel, to come out and play the game they did, just, again, speaks to the character of the group.
Now, Chris, I got to admit something. Okay, so first of all, our guy Brian, he never stopped believing, and he was a force of nature there. But I think it was the Evaldi injury. I had to say on the show that I stopped believing about 10 days ago. I'm back now, but if you don't want to let me back on the train, I understand. So I just want a full disclosure on that one.
No, we'll welcome anybody back on, and I appreciate the candor in terms of it. It's hard not to. I mean, it's I'm a fan as well. There's a lot that's out of my control, and there are moments that test you over the course of a baseball season. And I've said this before. Baseball has a unique way, I think, as compared to other sports, of really kicking you at times, and then all of a sudden rewarding you with some of the best moments you've ever experienced. And my hope is that with all the challenges we've been through, that we're going to be rewarded for the perseverance and the resilience, because I think those are the probably two most important qualities that define a team or even an individual as it relates to the game of baseball. And so I don't blame you at all. I understand. I was down when we lost Evo. He's such a big part of our team, but I still believe in the group, and I know the talent we have. Our pitching's been tremendous. It continues to do very, very well, and it's going to give us a chance. The team's going to get stronger here with Tyler Malley coming back soon, getting Cole Winn. Our hope is that we get Corey Seager back. We just got Jake Berger back, and if the team's healthy and playing like we are now, I'll take our chances against anybody.
Well, I told the guys, I said, when CY tells me we're done, we're done. That's it. I'm I'm going to keep the faith. I'm going to keep the faith until my general manager tells us we're done and we're going to move on.
Until we're mathematically eliminated, I just won't concede that. I love the competition, and frankly, I loved in my career being the underdog. I've said this before as well, and that's what we are right now. And we've got work to do. We've got an uphill climb. There are very good teams in front of us in the standings, but this is the fight we signed up for, and I'm excited to see how we're going to finish it.
Let's freaking go. That fired me up. I love it. Pregame tonight, 8 o'clock. CY, give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thanks, guys. Let's keep going. I appreciate it.
Do it.
Cheers.
Thanks, CY.
There he goes. The Chris Young Show, most Mondays at 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation, but with the holiday, he floated the sked for us, and we appreciate that. And the Chris Young Show is brought to you by our friends at Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Okay, where are we going now? Krusty's Corner, Brian.
Yeah, Krusty's Corner. Let's talk about this Philadelphia offense. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Mike Tirico, Brett Boone, Nick Eatman, and the debut of the Brian.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
headquarters, the Bearded Monkey, and we kick it off at their Lavon location. We'll see you there, Tolos.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Back Nation 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Krusties, Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant as well for being a part of this one. This is the first installment of the weekly breakdown.
We are back.
We're back.
Yes.
We're back. So, this is looking forward to every week kind of talking about the Cowboys' opponent, the offensive side of the ball, and then the next day I'll do the defense for you and just kind of give you an idea of where we need to pay close attention to. So I'll start with the Eagles offensive group. And to me, everybody makes a big deal about this wide receiver crew.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think it's their offensive line. I think their offensive line is really what gets this thing going. And I get it. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and those guys are outstanding. Tight end Dallas Goedert. I think all these they've got great skill guys. They've got great weapons. You can throw Saquon Barkley in there. I know he was voted by the top 100. He was number 1 voted by the players.
Yeah, when you do a hurdle spin like you did last year, just go ahead and punch your ticket to number 1.
Pretty epic.
But but I really do believe that where this game could hinge for Dallas defensively might be what happens up front. And I mean that with how do they deal with Jordan Mailata, how do they deal with Lane Johnson. I think Landon Dickerson's going to play. He was dealing with the back issue yesterday. It wasn't the knee, but I think he's going to play in this game. Now it comes down to what you feel about Tyler Steen. And he's the starter now at right guard. Guy Becton for last year, he left and went to the Chargers.
He was really good for them.
He was really good. And he kind of resuscitated his career with the and I say resuscitated, but they were talking about him as a bust.
Yeah. And he was hurt and he was not good with the Jets.
Not good at all with the Jets. But the one thing that he did was when they ran the football, they're like, if you look at just watching the tape, like yards were contact, at contact. It was always beyond the line of scrimmage when they ran the ball. And Dallas had so many at the line of scrimmage or contact behind the line of scrimmage. That's the one thing with the Eagles that you watch them play, their ability to control front and then get their ball carriers through the holes without being touched 2.5, 3 yards down the field. That makes a huge difference. And I'm going to say this though, but Dallas has got to figure out a way. They've got to figure out a way not to have to go toe to toe with these guys. Because I think especially on that left side, I think with Mailata and Dickerson. Now the one thing with Dickerson and I think with Mailata, I think they're the guys that you could kind of take advantage of in the passing game. I think Jordan Mailata is. You rush him down the middle, it's death. He's just
so strong.
He's just so strong.
He is.
But this is where the Cowboy rushers, the edges, have to figure out how to attack him. But it's going to be not letting him get out of his stance quickly, and then also not letting him get his hands on you. When he doesn't get his hands in position and guys go under him, it could be a problem for him. He's not the quickest footed guy, but his power is so impressive. So whoever's rushing off that right side, that's where this thing is going to, I think. Lane Johnson's such an athlete. He is really just so impressive with the way that he's able to move, the way he's able to. He's not the strongest, but he is so athletic in the way that he's able to get outside and kind of take care of things. Dickerson, I think, will bend a little too much. You get him in some pass sets, you get him in space, he tends to get a little top heavy on you. And people have taken advantage of him by getting him to bend. If he's reaching for his guy, that's a problem. So it's a problem for him because he's trying to get his hands on you because he knows that's his best avenue. Because that left side of that line, just power over there, not really the athletes that they have on the right side of that offensive, on the right side. Now, the guy I'm going to try and attack, as I said, is the right tackle, or excuse me, the right guard, Steen.
And that's a tackle that's moving inside the guard. And he is not good as a tackle.
That is, you can watch the Giants tape, and we all know that the Giants have some quality defensive tackles.
Best in the league.
He gives up some ground because you can play under him, and I mean play under him. You can get under and lift him, and you could walk him back. This is where I think that with guys like Clark, anybody now, we'll see what the combinations are. I have a feeling that we're not going to see, Winfrey in this game. I didn't see the injury report. Did he practice, by the way? I don't think he did. But
it was the same as yesterday.
So he's a DNP. So the back spasms are likely going to keep him out of this. But I was hearing some whispers that he wasn't going to even dress, even if he was healthy in this game. So it's going to be about with Mozzie and Clark and those guys. Can they work under this guy? He's the guy that struggles with power the most, where Landon Dickerson, the other guard, he struggles with the movement.
Which Solomon Thomas could end up being a solid
Solomon Thomas could be over there. Osa could be over there. The quickness is what gives that left side problems. The right side is a problem with power. So that's something that Dallas, if they're going to have success, if they're going to have to get after Jalen Hurts, it's going to be last year. Man, watching the tape, Overshown was so good in this game. The way that he was able to attack. In the sacks that he had, and I'm talking about the game that was played at AT&T Stadium.
Yeah, the first matchup.
In the first matchup, he was just so good in that regard. And they were able to, if you watch teams throughout the year, attacking the middle of the pocket that's where it was for Hurts because he can handle stuff off the edges. It's the stuff in his face that were a problem. There were a couple of times too where I watched where Saquon Barkley playing in these games, having to be a blocker. If you rushed him, that was going to be an issue for him, being a blitz pickup guy. But he could kill you, as we all know, running the football.
The biggest difference in these teams has been Howie's ability to turn this offensive line over from what it was 10 years ago when the Cowboys had that great line. They were kind of going back and forth with Philadelphia, and they just did a hell of a job. But I think we might be near the end of it. Lane Johnson doesn't have too many seasons left in him.
He's talking about this potentially could be his last one. And they really, like I said, I haven't seen much that, Fred Johnson was a guy. Fred Johnson played a little bit last year when Jordan Mailata was out, and Dallas caught him. Matter of fact, the game that was played at AT&T again, Jordan Mailata did not play in that game. But Dallas you just got to be very, very mindful of this. Now, let's see what happens in the coverage in the back end for Dallas, because I'm hearing that we're going to likely get Diggs in this game. Wow. And there are going to be some packages that they're looking to put him involved in.
It's exciting. Diggs on the outside of Elam, and then you can play Bland inside.
That's exactly where this thing is gonna roll. So, having to deal with Brown, having to deal with Smith, that right there, you're going to need really all hands on deck, and you're going to need the most quality that you can find with those. And I think Dallas will be a better side, even though Diggs is not. I mean, he's just practiced. He hasn't done anything like any game stuff or anything like that. But man, they are trying to figure out ways, and so I think it's.
I was a little nervous the other day. He said week 4 at the latest. I was like, man, what's that mean?
I think he was totally just jacking with people.
Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying I'm 75% week 4. I think the intent all along was him to try. They'll tell you they wanted to get him ready for week 2 because of the conditioning.
Yeah.
But it seems like that he spent some extra time last week, the 3 days that they had off. He came in the facility and was working on his conditioning with the staff. And so, good for him for getting all that done, because they're going to need all these guys in this game. But like I said, I think it's going to have to be attacking this Eagle defense through the middle of it, not on the outside, unless, like I say, you could do stuff with Jordan Mailata and use quickness to get past him.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the nation. We'll check what is next.
Let's do a little daily football fix. We got coaches beefing with one another. Are the Cowboys players entitled? That's next.
Tolos, are you ready to transform your bathroom into a dream space? Zentex Remodeling Group has you covered. Since 2001, their family-owned team has been turning outdated bathrooms into modern masterpieces across Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. Right now, you can save $999 on a new bathtub or shower system, or you could choose 0% interest financing. Plus, mention 105.3 The Fan to your design consultant, and you'll get a free Kohler toilet with your purchase. From walk-in showers to tub-to-shower conversions, Zentex uses top-quality materials with installations done in just 1 day. You cannot beat that. Plus, enjoy peace of mind with their lifetime warranty on products and labor. You can trust Zentex. They're proud winners of the 2022 BBB Torch Award for
is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a Rangers game day, although it's a later one. 8 o'clock pregame there in Arizona. It's always fun. 8:40 a first pitch. It is an Evaldi day, so they got to make do with what they got. Try to get through. We do have more Cowboys news coming up, and I'm looking forward tomorrow to Ed Werder's column. Said he spoke with 7 GMs about their opinions of the Micah trade, and he is finishing writing this thing up, and it's going to be out there tomorrow. So we continue to react and analyze to what the Cowboys might have. Yeah, he's got his own gang of 7, doesn't he?
Sure does.
And we're looking for now. 48 hours from now, we're going to be inside the final approach to Cowboys game night. So looking forward to week 1. Here's Wolchuk with more sports.
All right, so Chill Clarence Hill's reporting that according to a source, action's happening between the Cowboys and left guard Tyler Smith on a contract extension. No deal yet, but negotiating is going on. The big question will be, can they finish this before Thursday? But it can be done anytime this year, but that's great news. And I guess with the money that you freed up, you can be more aggressive. Let's get Bland done. Let's get Tyler Smith done.
They've got a 5th year they can add to that too, right?
They do.
They have a 5th year option.
They absolutely do. So
makes sense.
100%
Yeah, this is what we want the Cowboys to do, is get deals done early, find the players that want to be Cowboys, don't want to go anywhere else, and are willing to get a pen to paper. You know, I think there's a tremendous advantage there, because I think a lot of players would prefer to be Cowboys. And, you know, they haven't leveraged it as much as they could. Maybe this is a turning point on that.
Okay, that's a beautiful segue into Cam Newton and his podcast, as he had Gerald McCoy on. Now, Gerald McCoy was a free agent signing for the Cowboys a few years ago. Unfortunately, never played a down for the team.
He's got a thigh hurt, something like that?
He got hurt. Got hurt. It might have even been like mini camp. I don't even think he made it quite to training camp. But Gerald McCoy was talking with Cam Newton.
Doing TV now, right?
He is, and he's doing a great job.
NFL Network?
And I believe still living in the Dallas area. That was part of he'll explain it all, but went to Oklahoma, big time Sooner fan, Carter Freeman. I think Gerald McCoy might be one of his favorite players other than Baker Mayfield. But here was Gerald, just all the things that come with being a Dallas Cowboy.
Why the Dallas Cowboys players' egos are the way they are, or why they carry themselves a certain way. The way they treat those players, the things they do for those players, I had never experienced. Like, when I first moved, we drove my car from Florida to Dallas because I had to drop my son off at OU. He was going to OU, but then our retirement plan was to live in Dallas anyway, because I'm from Oklahoma. So it's like we could be close to home, but I signed the Cowboys, so let's expedite it. Let's just take our car and drive down there. So my wife had the car and the kids. I had to get to work. I had no problem. You know why? Because there's a Dallas Cowboys Uber account where they pay for all of your Ubers for up to 200 miles for every player, regardless. You need anything? Cowboys. There's certain cities you can go in where players are put on a pedestal whether you play or whether you don't. Dallas is one of those cities. So in that 3-week span, I still am reaping the benefits of being a Dallas Cowboy for 3 weeks. To this day, and I live in Dallas. Man, you was a Cowboy? This, and this. It's how not only the organization and where they put you, but also the city. But then also it can be a detriment to you as a person and as a player. You can become complacent. You can become dependent. And you can become entitled. So it's all about how you balance it.
It's tough, man. And it probably is much easier said than done for each individual circumstance and player. And, obviously there's been a lot reported about Micah lately. But, I mean, this goes down the list for all the players that have come and gone really since the team has been able to hoist the Lombardi trophy. But there are, I mean, as it sounds like it's a great team to play for, and there are a lot of benefits, and probably why I would imagine Jerry and Steven give you the list. Like, this is why the added benefits of being a Dallas Cowboy. There is a lot to that, but there is also the opposite of it, to where, the entitlement that he was talking about. I can totally see players falling into that as well.
Yeah, the entitlement's big. I think that's why you got to get guys. This is personnel, but it's also coaching. Like, how do you get a coach that helps you cut through all of this? And that's why I liked Shoddy so much when in training camp he was making it a big deal to have discipline. And, there are strong consequences for it that we can manage out here on this practice field without Jerry having to be involved at all. So I think the head coach has to know how important this is and have a plan for how to mitigate it. But, yeah, I think that can happen with a lot of teams. And the unfortunate thing is usually it requires a level of success for people to get fat and happy and, stop paying attention to the things that need to be paid attention to. With the Cowboys, I think it just comes standard. But Shoddy, I feel like is a coach that might be able to cut through that.
Yeah, 214CA's got a good point to this, and he's called it affluenza. Like, they've got affluenza there at the Star and Frisco. And it's true. You're kind of living in your own little bubble at times.
I mean, the Longhorns had it. Mac Brown gave it to him, and it took him a long time to shake it.
Absolutely. And Sark, I think, was recently talking with the Athletic, or it was Dave Campbell or somebody about that. Like, he had to reset the culture there at Texas because you had a bunch of 5-star guys that think they'd made it because they're putting on the burnt orange. And it's like, dude, you haven't done a damn thing here. And just because you're a 5-star doesn't mean I'm going to play over this 4-star that's kicking your ass in practice. You're not going to be given anything. You've got to earn it. And there's so much in sports that has to go with that stuff and the mentality. Now, fantasy football, I know Eric and I think we wrapped up our last draft yesterday.
We sure did. How many you guys got going?
I'm in 3 leagues. I cap it at 3. I can't do more than 3.
It's about 3 too many.
You're probably right.
I'm just kidding.
It's probably why I'm like,
I admire people that can do that. I really do. I mean, I
love it. It's fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's a good way to, stay up to date on everything that's happening with some of the other
But you get
teams.
mad after about week 5, right?
Yeah. Once the injuries start to count,
you quit?
You're like, I've never quit, but there are times where I'm just...
It gets so annoying when you're busy as a dad with a long job and you got all these things going on and you got the honeydews and it's like, I got to sit down here for 25 minutes and manage a league that I've been out of since October.
Especially these people that are working, I don't know what they're doing. Maybe they're just at home, they're at the office or whatever, and they're just on the computer.
You're up against sales guys.
Yeah, and so the second, some news drops with an injury, I see this.
These guys are on it, man.
We're on a break. It's like, oh, here we go. So-and-so's out. Well, I need to go pick up their backup. Well, boom, it's happened 15 minutes ago. As soon as the news broke, Joe in finance is on this shit.
Look at that.
Fantasy will do that to you, man.
The anger.
Okay. Fantasy will do that to you.
Look at Wolchuk go. Fired up. Keeping Lucius on his toes
on the
back
Toxic
there.
Tuesday here.
We're back.
We are going to get the first Cyclops running back on Friday night, it looks like.
Oh, Najee?
Najee.
One-eyed Willie?
Yep, and I have not actually seen the eye because the only videos I've seen of Najee Harris, he is wearing sunglasses.
RMAT.
Yeah,
So-
I just saw him doing a ganger interview and he was wearing some type of goggle thing. So
Yeah, okay. So I don't know. I would love it if he did wear an eye patch. I think this
That'd
would be
awesome.
badass.
He
goes out
played
there
for the Buccaneers?
Yeah, well, he's playing for
No, that's what I'm saying. If he played for the Buccaneers,
that would make it even
Or the
better.
Raiders.
Yeah.
Or the
Raiders,
80s.
yeah.
That would make it even better.
There you go. I should have thought, yeah.
Let's get him some goggles like Eric Dickerson.
Yeah,
maybe.
or Sellers now.
Yeah,
Sellers
the
is making
visor.
this thing look awesome.
That
when
does
he's going
look
out
great.
there with the goggles.
that dude's a transformer.
Najee going to be cleared to play. So I don't know if you have a Marion Hampton in the league, you might want to look at that. Big bummer. Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle of the Bills. I liked him a lot coming out of Duke. He is out for the season. So that's already their first big loss. He's got an Achilles injury, starting D tackle, 3rd round pick. He's going to miss the entire 2025 season. So, hey, if you got the Bills win the Super Bowl this year, they'll be just fine. They'll be able to overcome this. They did it all last year.
I bet
Suffering
they're
injuries left and right.
Working the phones to maybe get a Mozzie Smith or whatever to replace him.
Maybe. You think so?
If they're smart, they are.
You think we should, hey, we got a guy here. Pretty
Offer him up.
talented. Pretty darn talented. Trent McDuffie. Looks like Kansas City's always going to have a little bit of and you're not just the Cowboys, guys. Chiefs might have some issues signing some of their own, too. He's not expected to sign a contract extension ahead of the 2025 season, so the Cowboys get Daron Bland done. Trent McDuffie, who is absolutely phenomenal. You talk about a guy that can play outside, inside, all-pro corner. He's set to earn less than $2.6 million this year. That's their best DB.
Man, that's tough. I would not have a hard time signing a McGuffie. You know what I'm saying?
No. Love a good
Give me a
McGuffie.
Sharpie.
Especially on a TD Tuesday.
Especially when it's not afraid of contact like he is.
No, that dude's a badass. The Saints are hiring your old buddy, Brian.
Tommy D, I talked to him today.
Yeah, what'd he say? Is he pumped?
Yeah, he says, how about this? They got me as a consultant. I'm living in Atlanta, and I didn't realize how much everybody in Atlanta hates the Saints. Yeah.
Oh, he's getting a lot of hate mail right now.
He didn't realize it?
Yeah,
you were the GM of the Falcons.
He didn't realize it was that
it's bad.
much hate.
Yeah, Falcon Saints don't like each other, but
Tommy D, he's excited to be back in.
He should, and I mean, he was getting some interviews for some of these GM jobs.
He was kind of like, they were talking to him. He's a fun guy to talk to.
He's a fun guy.
But, he was not, I don't think he was totally serious about, only guy I've ever asked to go to dinner, say, hey, let's go out and go to dinner and like at the combine or something like that. He brings his own food.
Oh, yeah, you said that. He's like a health freak, right?
He's got
healthy. Carrots and beets in his scouting bag.
Telephone bark and stuff like that. Telephone pole bark. I mean, he brings his own food. So, like, you go, like, hey, Tommy, let's go to. He goes, okay, sure, I'll meet you. And then he shows up with a backpack, and he's got all his food in the backpack while you're over there, like, eating the cheesecake and stuff like that.
He's just making you feel bad about it.
Nah, he didn't make you feel bad. He's a good dude. He really is.
There's something about the Toms that just they can't eat like the rest of us.
Yeah, well, okay. This is one of the weirdest nuggets that I saw this offseason. I've been saving this for today, specifically for September 2nd.
Oh, wow.
Tom Brady could get passed in the record book this year by a player who's not even a quarterback.
Passed in the record book for, like, oldest player or something?
Sports longevity?
It's an oldest player thing.
Oh, it's
Calais
a
Campbell?
kicker. No, it's a kicker.
Long snapper?
It's got to be a kicker. Snapper.
Think about, like, Tom Brady and maybe this one, an unfortunate moment for him. I'll give you that hint. He had a really bad blunder in a Super Bowl. They tried to run a play, and it just didn't work out well for him.
Oh, the incomplete when they tried to throw him the football.
They tried to throw, so as a receiver.
Oh, that's right.
Tommy has caught a pass in his career. In fact, he's got 6 yards receiving. He has a chance this year to be passed by Mercedes Lewis as the oldest person
to catch a pass.
How
many years is Mercedes? Has he played 20 years?
Who is he? What team is he on?
19 years. Mercedes Lewis is still floating around. What team is he on right now?
UCLA. I remember scouting.
He was at UCLA. He was at Jacksonville. He was with Green Bay. He might be with the Bears. Is he in Chicago?
Yeah, he's with the Bears.
Okay, there it is. But he's expecting this to be his last year, said Mercedes Lewis, and he's got an opportunity to pass Brady. Brady's number 2 behind Jerry Rice for oldest players when it comes to 40-plus. Jerry Rice is always going to have this record. Then it's Brady with 6 yards. Mercedes Lewis has 2. So one catch of 5 yards, and Mercedes Lewis is good to go. He'll pass Tom Brady in the record book. He probably never would have been able to do this in any other
category. Go. Ben Johnson is aware of this, and he is going to come up with some type of trick play for Mercedes Lewis to go ahead and get this record.
We've got to be, and I hope it happens week 3, actually, because Brady will be on the call against the Cowboys.
You got to take down the GOAT week 3.
That'd be fun.
Get
Mercedes Lewis in there, get him a little catch, and then say, hey, Tom, we just passed you. All right, here's the last thing I want to play for you. This is going to get Brian fired up. Your coach is dunking on the Clemson coach here, Brian. Here was Dabo taken to the podium after what was a disgusting review of the film, I'm sure, for his Clemson Tigers against LSU. We'll first hear from Dabo Sweeney, and then we'll go right back into Brian Kelly's reaction here, courtesy of Bussin' with the Boys.
It's like getting the final exam day one of class. They made a 65, we made a 58. Neither one of us were great.
We dominated him in the second half. So he's either a really good grader for, giving himself a 58, or he's a really hard grader on us, or he didn't see the second half, which that might be the case. He might not have wanted to see the second half. again, look, this is all like, past.
Our coach is kind of a jerk.
I mean, that was one where, he's usually not that quick.
Yeah.
That was pretty good right there.
Yeah, our coach
he might not have wanted to watch the second half. I thought that was a dub for Brian Kelly there.
Well, when he got to coach against a coach that's a worse game manager than him.
Ooh, that's only because he didn't get to go up against Mario Cristobal.
I'll tell you what. Nobody likes to use the timeouts at the 12:39 mark of the first quarter like my guy. Or my guy, like.
That's true. He did have a very early first quarter timeout.
Dabo said, "Wait a minute, next series, let me use one at 11:46." But yeah, listen, you're in a game where points are valuable, and you had a chance to kick a field goal before the half, and you just waste it. No, I mean on a great drive. Come on, I can't stand him sometimes. I really can't.
Well, thank you, Brian, for that sports passion.
Thank you.
And thank you, Wolchuk, for yours.
I know.
It was well received on the text from those that were streaming.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Lucius, and I'm sorry for any child that was in the vehicle.
I don't think it went out over regular radio.
Just
we
got
that.
Tell people what you said.
Dude.
That might have been for the streamers out there that could have that Bluetooth.
Fishnitzel,
Yeah. He was fired about his fantasy.
It was.
Yeah, little less mom out there.
What a waste of a cuss word.
Mark Schlerith coming up at 4:40. We got Chief next. What are we doing?
College Football Tuesday, Darty, featuring all the goods from week 1, and we already have a nominee for College Football Rant of the Year. That's next year in the nation.
Welcome back, Nation. Mark Schlerith coming up here in 20 minutes on The Fan. It's time now for a college football darty. What an opening. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And it's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, Eric.
Okay, we have the college football rant of the year that we will get to here in just a few minutes, but a heck of a way to barrel into the college football season. Friday night, you had Deion Sanders forgetting that you can call timeouts, but good thing for him that happened on Friday night. We just gloss over it because there were so many other things to get to, including Arch Manning stinking it up quite a bit versus Ohio State, and man, I was pretty surprised that he looked as bad as he did. And they were not trying to even attempt to really push the ball down the field. Broadus, you were talking about the mechanics being an issue ever since you saw him in high school.
Sure.
But it was on full display on Saturday. And that's a tough place to go play. Tough defense to play against, a defensive coordinator that is NFL background. No shame. At some point, you're waiting for him to sort of settle into the game and look, at least for a moment, that he's the guy that we've all been hoping for. And outside of a pass or two, it was, and he used his legs a little bit, but I think he wanted a little bit more out of that as well. He was high, he was low, he was behind, he was throwing short. Just a bad day at the office.
Yeah, when you're not accurate, mechanics is always the first thing you kind of want to point to. You want to look at, remember this whole thing with John Kitna and how he was helping Dak?
Yeah.
He was talking about pointing his knee and pointing his shoulder and all those things. So when you get a little bit, when nerves kind of get you, and I think nerves got him early in that football game. And that's the one thing that you kind of just are not really sure how you're going to spin it. And I think he missed some throws. Obviously, he'd love to have back. But yeah, that they're gonna have to tighten up some things with him when it comes to standing there and throwing when you hit the plant foot and letting it go. And I like I said, it's I think it's because it's the way he's built. He is a tall, kind of gangly kind of guy, and it just doesn't. His mechanics don't allow him to play like a guy that's this kind of a little bit of a smaller guy who's maybe a little bit tighter with those mechanics.
I think appreciation for Sark probably ran through Longhorn minds that night. Like, well, we were demanding this guy go in instead of Quinn Ewers, but you could see why Quinn Ewers was the answer and why he was a guy that Sark would trust. I think you lean on. It's still early, it's week one. It's a really tough defense.
Yeah.
He's going to go out there and have good games.
Yeah.
But these are the kind of games that your legacy is going to be defined by. Are you going to be a big game quarterback, or are you going to get nervous or rattled?
Well, the Ohio State, again, you have a team that has pro talent.
Yeah.
All through the defense. And then you couple that with a pro coach. Now Sark's called games against outstanding defensive coordinators. But this one's a little bit different. Because this guy, I think he saved some things. I think he didn't show everything that he needed to show as far early in the game and had something late. Now Texas kind of did figure some things out and started moving the ball.
Yeah, they've been moving the ball.
But when they had that final drive, the final drive, I think it was really what all happened on fourth down.
Yeah,
that was
their
really
fourth down was
the red
issues.
zone stuff, man.
Yeah, the red zone play calling, I think, is very fair to question.
But Matt Patricia, as a defensive coordinator, I think that's a pretty tall ask to have to deal with the talent he had and his ability to use that talent.
Yeah, it was a clean sweep for the 5 most bet week one college football sides by total money at BetMGM. Texas, Alabama, Notre Dame, Clemson, and Indiana. None of them got the cover. And Texas is obviously the big one. And then, of course, Alabama. I mean, we were at Sean's house watching that game, and Bama starts off nice. They go score a touchdown. It's like, okay.
Kind of like North Carolina.
Yeah, I don't think the Bama thing's getting fixed, man.
The Bama thing, I think, is going to be a real problem here because the way FSU was able to dominate them at the line of scrimmage was, I think, the most impressive thing. because with Alabama, you think, okay, maybe their quarterback just wasn't really any good, but you don't assume that they're going to lose the battle in the trenches versus an FSU team that, of course, nobody was really giving them a chance other than Lee Corso. And I guess Danny Cannell thinking that they could cover, but he even said, like, that's my alma mater. I got to back them when they're 14.5-point dogs or whatever they were. But FSU showed up in a big way, and now Alabama, dude, it's like pets' heads are already starting to fall off. This is a nightmare situation for them. And I saw there was a write-up from a booster said spent time around the team hotel for 25-plus years at Alabama. He says, I'll tell you, DeBoer's tenure is much closer to a Shula than a Saban. Players are walking around at 1:30 a.m. getting DoorDash deliveries of fast food the night before the game. He says, I've seen players with random friends coming in and out of the hotel until 2 a.m. They couldn't get organized to leave the team hotel at one point without confusion last year. As soon as I was around this, I could not get it out of my head because you could see it was an organization that looked second class by the way it was run. Since witnessing this, I've held hope, but my eyes, brain, and gut all told me this is going to be bad when being around it. So, I mean, you go from Mr. buttoned-up, detail-oriented Nick Saban, who rules with an iron fist, to then just, hey, Kalen DeBoer, we're going to let the guys do what they do, and it becomes a slop fest.
And there's a tremendous amount of value, I think, with how other people look at you when they're making their recruiting decisions. Like, all this matters, and then you get the low-effort play from the loafer who's running across the field on one of the Florida State touchdowns. Like,
yeah, that looked bad.
There's a number of flashpoints here that I think probably from the very beginning, DeBoer making this happen was a long shot. Like, following the guy is tough. So I would just, use this as an opportunity if I'm Bama to start finding the next guy that has a shot.
Back in June, the FSU quarterback Thomas Castellanos.
That's what I was going to say. I was about to say something about this kid because he transferred from Boston College.
Oh, he's talking that talk.
Yeah, exactly.
And now he's walking that walk. So
should be.
So they back in the summer, he says Alabama doesn't have Nick Saban to save them. I just don't see them stopping me. That was the quote. That's bulletin board material.
Right.
Are you kidding me? If that was an actual Nick Saban team that got anything close to that type of bulletin board material, you wouldn't stop hearing the end of that until you go smack them around week one, right? Well, that's obviously not what happened. So then FSU wins the game, and now you have the T-shirts with the quote, Nick can't save them.
That's great.
And I'm pretty sure that's Thomas Castellanos, like NIL, getting it done. He's going to be cashing checks from those tees.
Yeah, his ability to run and escape is, Florida State a couple years ago when they were, unfortunately when they lost their quarterback,
Jordan Travis,
and they lost their chance for the national champ. They weren't in the playoffs and all that stuff. That team had talent, and they just didn't have a quarterback. And last year they really didn't have a quarterback. So that for them, they didn't have to throw the ball in this game. If Florida State is going to just run the ball and have a quarterback that runs as much as this guy and runs as well as he does, Florida State's going to be a tough team to have to defend.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, Florida State now, all of a sudden you're going, okay, and they climbed up. I think they're like 14th now in the rankings.
Yeah, they started off in the top 10 last year and completely fell apart.
Yeah.
They were them. It was just a bad situation, but tip of the cap. Gus Malzone, the offensive coordinator there, by the way. Yeah. So that's an improvement.
He's got the Crimson Tide's number a little bit.
That's an improvement.
So and you'll get FSU Miami here in like a month or so. I mean that game could end up being for kind of all the marbles ACC style.
Be great to have that rivalry back
old
and
school.
be worth it something.
Back when they used
kicking Clemson out of this thing, aren't you?
Yeah.
No. Not
don't like
Clemson.
SMU.
Clemson will still be fine. SMU TCU in a few weeks is going to be a great game.
Yes. But I mean Miami and Florida State.
Yeah.
Big time starts to the season. Now, I want to take you to Barstool. I think this could already be the college football rant of the year. This is an anti-Alabama rant from a guy who was doing radio in Louisiana for many years. So I guess he's an LSU guy.
Oh, is this Hebert?
Yes.
Joe Bob Hebert?
Yes.
Okay.
You're familiar with this guy?
Yeah, his dad was Bobby Hebert, played for the New Orleans Saints, quarterback.
Okay, well, he's an absolute legend.
Oh no, he is.
He
left Baton Rouge to go work in Chicago to do Barstool stuff.
Okay, so this is his coming out party at Barstool.
Yeah.
Listen to him, an LSU man, just tearing Alabama to shreds.
Through and through.
Alabama is officially dead. Dead. It's over. It's over, Alabama. You fucking sucking pieces of shit. Hockey fucking penthouse living motherfuckers used to sit up there and used to piss on all of us. When you beat us, you would say, "Oh, well, you should be happy. You put up a good fight." Blah, blah. You your time. Now you're down here in the suck. How does it feel? And the best part is, I know it feels worse for you than it feels for us because you're not used to being here. For 20 years, you have lived a charmed existence where everything revolved around you. Everything you had, you got. Everything you wanted was at the tips of your fingers. You never had to worry about entering a single weekend. And now, every weekend, you're going to feel the existential threat of losing games that you didn't have to think twice about in the past. And so you have this standard that is so out of touch with reality. You're like a trust fund kid that is bankrupt, and that makes me happy. And again, I hope that I can bathe in your tears. I will cover myself in them. I will be consumed by them. I will drink them out and drink my own urine just to enjoy your pain again. So get ready, because guess what? You spend a lot of time at the top, but it ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun. Is it, motherfucker? You Alabama.
Wow. That is strong. Now, what format's he doing this in?
He's on Barstool.
This is a Barstool now.
Wow.
I can only
Yeah,
imagine what his radio show sounded like in Baton Rouge for all those years. That was 10 out of 10.
What's our guy Barstool, the college football guy? There's a guy that's kind of
Brendan Walker.
Brendan Walker. I think he does a show with
Brendan Walker went over to his mom's house, who apparently he's a big Alabama fan.
Yeah,
was trolling her.
Yeah.
She's like, "I popped his Xanax already. You're not going to get the reaction you want from me."
He went to school at Mississippi State.
Yeah, he loves the cowbell. More cowbell.
Well, thank you, Chief. Let's talk some more football with Mark Schlerith, our Odyssey NFL insider. He's going to join us all season long Tuesdays at 4:40. That's next year on The Fan.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlerith every Tuesday at this time, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And a good afternoon, Mark. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing wonderful. We're fired up for the season here, pregame in just 48 hours from now. But we got to talk with you here about the big decision last week. How big of a mistake was it to trade Micah Parsons in your estimation?
Well, I mean, I think when you find a guy that can really rush the passer. Now, like, I get all the Dallas Cowboy fans that are on me right now, which is great. I love it. Come get a taste, because I will mix it up. There is no question. I am not afraid. But I thought it really changed for Micah, and I thought it was a mistake. And I've said it many times on television in different places on the Stinkin' Truth podcast. I think he's a more effective player as an off-the-ball player. And you look at what he did when he was off the ball, in the middle of the line of scrimmage, middle linebacker, outside linebacker, off the edge as a backer. Like that, when you have that ability to be all over the football field, it just makes it that much more difficult to designate. Like, as an offensive lineman, I break the huddle. The first thing you got to do is find number 11. And how are we going to contend with number 11? And so we'll have a plan for number 11. If he's on the end of the line of scrimmage, we're like, okay, we're going to double team him with the tight end, or we're going to run the back over there and chip on him, or we're going to slide protection to him, whatever the case may be. But when you don't know where he is, then all of a sudden you have to start to communicate once you break the huddle, and you have to change that communication based on, is he playing outside backer, middle backer? Is he a rush defensive end this time? What personnel are they in? Are they in a 3-4 front, a 4-3 front? All those different things create confusion and create opportunities for a defense to be great. And when you moved him with his hand in his dirt at one position, I just think you made a mistake. You took one of the most dynamic players in football and made him at least a target where you could always pretty much count on him being in one spot. So that to me was, a classic mistake. But the bottom line is the dude is one of two players in the history of the National Football League to get 12-plus sacks in his first 4 seasons. The other guy was Reggie White, and that dude is pretty good. And then lastly, what I'll say to you guys is I don't want to hear your whining about, well, salary cap. You can't play, you can't pay all your players. You can't pay Dak, and you can't pay CD and Micah, too. Hey, you know what Howie Roseman says, who you're going to face Thursday night, the Philadelphia Eagles, their GM? He goes, hold my beer. I'll pay everybody on my freaking roster. You can manipulate it. It's fungible. The salary cap is fake. It's monopoly money, and if you want to get it done, you can find a way to get it done. So I don't want to hear that whining either.
How much does the trade change your thoughts on the Packers for this year?
Yeah, I will say this. For all you guys who are getting on me right now about Micah Parsons back, that truly is a concern. I had no idea going into this trade. So that was new information we got after the trade. And having had multiple back surgeries and having a bunch of epidural injections over the course of my playing career and since I've stopped playing, that's legit. That does scare me a little bit. If Micah Parsons is the Micah Parsons he has been before this point, and if the Green Bay Packers use him as just kind of a defensive weapon, we see that with running backs who can motion out of the backfield and get outside the numbers and run routes and all that stuff, and they just become kind of these offensive weapons. If you use Micah Parsons that way, it would totally change my opinion of the Green Bay Packers going from second or maybe third place in the division to contending for the divisional title.
Mark Schlerith here, brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. How much of a learning curve do we give a rookie Tyler Booker? What should be good goals for him this year?
You got to play great. Like when you get in there and you get to play, and and this is an offensive line that is obviously going through transition. It's been once a great stellar group. You haven't run the ball, worth a snot lately. You should just be able to say, hey, man, I want to come in here and I want to be physically dominant. There are going to be mistakes, right? I think the biggest thing to me, physically, you're going to get worn out occasionally. That happens. We all get our ass kicked. That's part of playing. But the biggest thing is you cannot allow yourself to have mental lapses. You can't be your own worst enemy. The thing that I see from a lot of young players is something I told my son when he was going into professional baseball. Just because you play a pro sport doesn't make you a professional. Be a professional. Don't cost yourself opportunities to be great because mentally you screw something up. Like missed assignments, unacceptable. You can't have them. And a lot of rookies will do 2 or 3 or 4 a game. You can't have any. And if you can just eliminate the missed assignments, if you can just eliminate the mistakes mentally, man, you give yourself a chance to fight on every single possession and every single play. And that's what you want. So, I think that young offensive linemen play really well in this league as long as you eliminate the mental errors. You do that, and you got a chance to compete physically.
Stink, it's Zach. Thanks for having Brian and I on the Stinking Truth podcast last week, man. It was an absolute blast, and encourage everyone to go check that out. But for the Cowboys going into Thursday night, if they're going to spoil the banner night, what's the script got to look like for them?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, to me, I think a couple of things, and this is really hard to do against the Eagles. This is why they're so dominant. You know, we get a little bit enamored with receivers and enamored with quarterbacks and enamored with, guys who touch the ball. And show me the team that dominates the line of scrimmage, and I'll show you the team that wins about 85% of the games. And where the Philadelphia Eagles are so freaking strong, and yes, they have great talent, they've got receivers, and they've got running backs, and they've got all that stuff. But where they're really dominant is both lines of scrimmage. And that's where they control the game. So even if they're not executing offensively, even if they're out of rhythm as an offense, they can get back to the sideline and go, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get in too tight formation, two back formation. We're going to get in heavy personnel, either 12 or 21 or 22 personnel, tank. And we're just going to bludgeon some people. And in doing that, we can get ourselves back into a rhythm, and also we can give our defense a little blow. And that's what makes them – that to me is what makes them special, is they just have the ability to go, oh, wait a minute, you want to play that finesse style? We can do that because we're talented enough. But we can also just line up and bludgeon you, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. And so for me, for Dallas, it becomes, can you run the ball? Can you set up your play action, your run play action off that? Do you get into the red zone? Can Dak be an effective not only decoy to hold the back end of the offense, but also scramble or designed runs down there in the red zone a little bit? Can you keep from kicking field goals down there and score touchdowns? And then ultimately, if you can keep the game close by, limiting Philly's possessions, running the football, doing all those great things, now you can make a play or two on defense and you can win a game that way. But that, to me, is how you're going to have to do it. You're going to have to play close to the vest, and you're going to have to be the aggressor on both lines of scrimmage.
Yeah, Stig, I was going to ask you, as you were talking about that, who needs to be better, Dak or the play caller?
Yeah, I'm a big play caller guy. Like, you got to have your quarterback in a rhythm, and you got to do all those things, right? And Shoddy is really good when it comes to, fishing for information, getting in formation, seeing how they play it, seeing what adjunct kind of play he has off that formation, off that run action. He does a really good job with that stuff. So to me, a lot of that is play calling. The other thing is you're going to face a defense like Philly, and they got two beasts on the inside, and they got some edge presence with Smith coming off the edge, and I know Sweat left, but they've got some really good players there. Part of you as a play caller, that part of your responsibility is to take pressure off your offensive line by making sure that we're balanced, by making sure that we have enough run, that we have enough short set, that we have enough screens, that we have enough things to counter the pass rush. If you get into a position where you got to play a drop back game and Dak Prescott, like he did in that playoff game, throw it 60 times or even 40 times, you're going to get blown out. Like that's a recipe for a absolute blowout. So just got to understand that, and Schottenheimer's going to have to be really good as a play caller.
How does the Cowboys' social media experience relate to other fan bases when they're getting after you?
They're probably a little bit more courteous than most. Like there's some nasty fan bases out there, and I love every second of it. But yeah, there's a lot of the fan base that are just real loyal Cowboy fans that no matter what they do, they're gonna tell themselves, it's like everything's gonna be okay, everything's gonna be okay, everything's gonna be okay. And then there's the realistic ones that are like, what are we doing? Why do we continue to do this? But they've been fairly salty. But I wouldn't. They can't hold a candle to Philly fans or Giant fans or Jet fans. They're vitriolic. Those folks, I love it.
Sounds like a challenge, Mark.
Yeah.
Appreciate
like
you.
I said, guys, come get a taste. I'm always open for business.
I love it, man.
That's
well,
man 101 right there.
Thanks for joining us this season, Mark. Enjoy week 1. We'll catch you up with you next Tuesday.
Sounds good, guys. Be well.
Salute. There he goes. Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlerith, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. I believe we got a hodgepodge coming up with the Rangers player show now booked for 5:20, Chief.
How about that?
Wonderful.
We got 2 bleep holes of the weekend plus some college football darty leftovers next in the nation.
Okay, I want to...
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go. It's hour number 4, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I have just been informed the Rangers player show is now coming up at 6 o'clock. I think there's like a brisket sando buffet happening right now in the clubhouse. They just wanted to clean up, everything that they could.
You think they found a barbecue place in downtown Phoenix? They all pulled the bus over at.
I hope they went to Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, man.
That's
the
that'd
spot to go.
Be a heck of an option if there's one down there in the area of their ballpark. But I'm not sure. I think for a quality brisket sandwich, you'd probably have to DoorDash it all the way from DFW.
Did we like the Super Bowl when we went there as a show?
No.
It was just okay. Remember, we had to get on the train and
no, the train was cool,
over.
except until I didn't get off on the right stop.
You went the wrong direction.
I was in Flagstaff. Yeah. I was like 190 miles away before I realized I was on the wrong train.
Phoenix is just so generic. It's not like you're going to Phoenix to experience this culture or that culture. It's just like a generic downtown with pretty good restaurants and desert all around you.
I think I met Bassick over. He was at like the Waffle House.
You guys had dinner at
Waffle. Yeah, it's we sat down and I bought him an omelet, and he was like yelling at me.
It's a great place to eat. It's a great place to be old, apparently.
Rangers 11-4 since Coach Ballsack went on his pregame rant.
Let's freaking go. He's done it again. Okay, we have the Expressway coming up at 20. We got the G-Bag of the day at 5:30, LA Live. And then Rangers Player Show. I believe it is going to be Merrill Kelly coming up at 6 o'clock. And then, of course, TD Tuesday. So still 2 hours of sports coming up. Here's the Chief with your evening hodgepodge.
Yes, the first TD Tuesday of the 2025 season.
No LSU TDs in this thing, I heard.
I don't know what happened to the archiver, man. It was slim pickings in there.
Sounds like you were just more interested in like bleeping out some guy's
rant.
Hey, where's the credit for that?
Great bleeping, by the way.
That was a cuss-free environment.
How did you manage that one? That must have taken you 3 days to get through that one.
Yeah, I saved it and said, well, we'll just see how this one goes. I figured I would have missed at least one. But the one I missed actually came out of Wolchuk's mouth.
That's about to say Wolchuk made up for that.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Was there anything funnier this football weekend than Belichick just getting absolutely undressed?
No, my
last
buddy
night?
Mike Lombardi's a GM.
I did feel for him. I did.
That first drive was amazing, though.
Hey, they'll have that first drive forever.
Well,
I don't think they completed a pass for like 2 real-time hours after that. But man, they were.
Them in Alabama, they're going to live off those opening drives all year.
TCU, nice job.
And Josh Hoover, Rockwall Heath, he looks like the real deal, man.
Not a furry. Josh Hoover.
No, not a furry Josh Hoover.
It was a big time ball sacking. But
the ball mover.
You actually and I kind of somewhat a little bit predicted this. Didn't go as full with the headset and the play sheet, but I said we will be seeing his girlfriend.
You did.
The 24-year-old Jordan Hudson. We will be seeing Belichick's girlfriend on the sidelines. Not only that, but they had like a verbal exchange.
Yeah,
she was giving him like some type of some strategy or reminding him to take his pills or whatever.
She said, "Honey,
I don't know what she was doing.
I'm going into the portal."
Yeah, she
was looking at Sonny Dykes on the other sideline thinking, I might need to go for a real ball coach.
Yeah, everybody was like, no, UNC stepped up and told Belichick, hey, this is how it's going to be. We don't need to be seeing any more of her. as if they're not doing a Hulu documentary on them, and she's going to try and get all the FaceTime possible.
Dude,
so she's
TCU's
there
Twitter account
in her high heels. Oh, dude, TCU's Twitter account was incredible.
They crushed it. Because they did showcase the program's going to be on Hulu. TCU quoted it, said, "When does this episode come out? Episode 1."
Yeah, they were all over it, dude.
If Matt Patricia has Arch Manning in hell, what do we think Bill Belichick will do to that poor kid at TCU? TCU football. I guess we'll never know.
Which program said that? The North Carolina? Or
Some random person.
Yeah, I thought I saw that. They were awful. Mike Lombardi and them need to get that together.
I mean, their roster is really bad.
It was just
but it was gross.
Bad at quarterback. I think Brad Johnson's son is still quarterbacking there. We might see him before.
Matt.
Yeah.
In his
Max.
7th season.
Max.
Yeah,
Max.
Might be Max with 2 X's.
I mean, between
2X Max.
No, I think he's a 1 Max.
Between the Fighting Jordan Hudsons, between Alabama getting railed, and Nico Iamaleava coming out of the gates with a total dud for UCLA. I think those are the
Utah
three
is
things.
not easy to play. Let's not act like that was like one of these
No.
show up and everything was going to be
But
cool.
that
game.
kid's not that good.
Okay, we're still going to talk about Arch Manning sucking on Saturday. He had a tough matchup.
It was
Nico
tough, yeah.
Iamaleava, who thinks he's better than the Tennessee volunteer program, shows up to UCLA.
I believe in.
And just absolutely S's the
I
bed.
see what you're doing over there. You're just showing that you can say the dude's last name. I know what you're doing.
That was a little bit of a flex, humble
Did it
brag.
well. Said it really well.
You did a good job.
I also love the Texas A&M police, TAMU police on Twitter.
Twitter, we have that going on
it's
this
back, and it is back with
we
a
have
vengeance.
fan fighting in section 138. What do we got?
Intoxicated subject, PA 102, unable to walk without assistance, released to sober friend.
Oh.
The next one, respond to section 333 for subjects arguing over seats, problem resolved before arrival. The next one, intoxicated subject, released to sober friend. There's another one, minor in possession times 2. Minors attempted to hide alcohol behind a bush. Citations issued. Intoxicated subject, released to sober friend. A lot of released to sober friend. But then you had the vapors. Subject vaping, had a flask, ejected. Intoxicated subject, section 121, vaping, arguing, ejected. And then intoxicated subject, section 233, subject having trouble with the railing, released to sober friend and ejected. The TAMU police Twitter account is a Saturday favorite.
Do you have the sober friend automatically if you do that at A&M? Do you have to? I mean,
I guess that's the get out of jail free card. It's like, I'm going to go make a fool of myself, and as long as one of my boys is willing to be the sort of the DD,
I appreciate
I'm good.
the fact that they let you go to the sober friend. I think that's.
I think most of the frats have this covered. Where like the one of the pledges has to stay sober.
Freshman.
Yeah,
Bennett
they got to be the
about that all
ones
the
to go
time.
pick them up and all this crap. So they usually have somebody. Now, if you're not in the fraternity circles, maybe you do have to rotate or something every Saturday.
Who would be the sober friend of our group? Probably me, right?
Kevin or Gavin.
It'd be Dawson.
Fred. Oh, that's right, Dawson.
Fred. Yeah.
Fred. That's a good point. Good point. Didn't think about that.
Yeah, congratulations to Lee Corso. Went a perfect 6 for 6 on his predictions. Final college game day appearance, the most watched game day ever. Somebody parlayed that, by the way. They took it was the Lee Corso parlay.
Oh,
they put like
smart.
$100 on all those picks.
Dang it, that's smart.
And he cashed out in a huge way. So congratulations to that college football bettor. Yeah, I'll get it pulled up here. I think it was pretty substantial.
35 hundo maybe?
It was 19 hundo.
Well, that's pretty good because the Florida State one.
He put $10 on it and won 1900.
Oh, wow.
That's
okay.
awesome.
There you go.
Because he had Tennessee to cover, Florida State to win, South Carolina to cover, Miami to win, LSU and Ohio State all to win. Bang. There it is. $10 turns into 1900. That's fantastic. And Lenora Sellers became the first South Carolina quarterback since Ronnie Sunshine Bass. Yes, that's Sunshine from Remember the Titans to win a game in Atlanta. That's a 48-year losing streak that is broken. And Lenora Sellers was all that he was cracked up to be. Trying to tackle this dude?
Forget about it.
I told you guys.
I mean, he's in the pocket, 300-pounder. Boom, get off me.
I watched
Break it to the edge. Another linebacker. Nope, slip. It's 3rd and 13. I got the first down.
Move on.
We're moving the sticks.
Move on. I've already told you about all this.
Did you?
Yes.
Did you tell me that this was a transformer?
Yes. In my preseason analysis of college football, I told you that
You
Ohio
told us
State.
Arch Manning sucked. Lenora Sellers was the man. Nussmeyer's got
you were
bad
all
game.
over this.
What discussion did you and I have about Ohio State and Texas? I believe you picked Texas.
I did.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Back to you, Eric.
I did.
Back to me live in studio?
Yeah, back to you, Eric.
All right, we'll pick it up. Congratulations to the Arkansas fan who
the one that still exists,
found a way to put up on the screen the big jumbotron during the game. Congrats on the divorce, Grant. Plenty more fish in the sea. Like, that's what college football is about. You had the Oregon Duck mascot running out of the tunnel, tripping, falling, and then decapitating himself.
Oh, let me ask you this. If you're a mascot and you lose your mascot head, you automatically have to run off the field that quickly?
Yes, rules are rules. I think they
is that in the handbook?
That's mascot 101.
You got to get him out of there.
Kids
are watching.
I saw one time
that's devastating to watch a duck's head fall off in the middle of a game.
Ole Miss, Johnny Reb was on the sidelines. Dalton Hilliard ran straight over him, knowing what he was doing. That mascot head flew off, but the guy was laying flat on his back because he was unconscious.
Yeah.
Dalton trucked
They had to peel him off.
Oh, God, they need a spatula to get him up off the field. But I didn't know this. If you immediately lose the mascot head, you have to run off the field quickly?
Yeah. They're trying to hide the identity of the actual person in there.
There's a lot involved. It's graphic and
Dawson,
you want to maintain
what's the line you use for Stephen Jones? What's the line you use for Stephen Jones?
And how? How is that?
How so?
How so? Okay, how so, Eric?
I rest my case. I would like to get to Ryan Day's nipples, if you guys don't mind.
Very strongest nipples of the weekend, I think.
Ryan Day, the Pierce Nipple Nation allegation. Did you guys see the photo?
I did.
The evidence is pretty damning. Okay, not only is he in like 75-degree temperatures with sunburnt skin, just cutting glass at a Peyton Russell level, the shirt is plastered in a way.
He wears a tight shirt for a man that big.
Yeah, you don't do that with the movies, but that's his choice. The thing is you can see that there's like two balls on the outside of what is obviously the nipple in the middle. And it feels like there might be a barbell sort of piercing on the left nip.
Did we lose a bet?
Is this like the Miss Rachel thing that went viral? We all just assumed.
What do you mean?
Might have been like if I win the national championship, I'll do this, boys.
That's where I
could see that
that's
happen.
where I think
Possibly they were alleging that.
Yeah, we lost a bet.
And he clearly wants us all to know
piercings.
because he's wearing a skin-tight shirt. You don't go dry fit with a pierced nip that you want to hide.
That couldn't be Goosebump.
I think he got
areola.
ball sack
It would
on
be
this.
Okay, have you seen the photo? Because you haven't even seen the photo yet. So don't talk to me about ball sacking people when I'm trying to tell you about a legit pierced nip. Look at that.
I feel like that's been tampered with because the other one doesn't have anything on it.
The other one's
Eric,
you think he went single angle? Oh,
Look
come
at this.
on.
I think people do the
Eric.
single pierce when it's a bet payoff and you're only trying to do one and you don't really want to do it, but you said you do it to
It's
win a
double
natty?
piercing or nothing.
Look at that, Broadus.
Yeah, I don't know.
If it's not
Scout's
Photoshop,
eye,
that's
Broadus.
definitely a piercing.
Scout's eye.
I'm not.
Yeah, if it's not a
Scout's
Photoshop, then Scout's eye. What do you think? You've seen
You
these
think we're
before.
photoshopping barbell nipple piercings?
I think
on
so.
Ryan
I think
Day?
so. I
buddy,
think
are
so.
you kidding me?
You think we got that kind of time on our
this
hands?
is
in the internet?
2025.
Get out of
you,
your
Eric.
freaking
A
mind.
Michigan fan would do that in 2 seconds.
I thought you guys were going to be hyped about this. Why are you trying to dunk on it?
I mean,
Okay, let's
there-
live in the world where it's real.
There are other pictures, and I would like to believe it's real. I would believe it from Ryan
But the
Day.
other pictures don't look the same.
I would just like to say congrats to Mrs. Day.
I mean, anybody dyeing their
That's a
beard to
freaky
that
family.
extent could be doing anything.
He's got his game face on, and then he's got the pierciest nipple you've ever seen in your life. Congratulations to the Buckeyes, #1 team in the country.
We need to get.
are
We
number
need to
one.
get to the bottom of this.
LSU Tigers, #3, by the way.
Yeah.
How about that, Broadus?
Yeah, watch what happens there.
That defense flies around.
got Florida here in a
Harold
couple of-
Perkins with
No,
the
no.
closing speed of a freaking jet.
They need to rush him more. They need
Yeah.
to rush him more.
Okay, we got to get to the bleep hole of the
This was a
weekend.
proven ball sacking. Okay, I know my way around a ball
geez.
sack here.
Okay, go ahead, prove it. Give me the evidence. Tell me.
That Twitter has already proven that this has been on social media. Ryan Day, there is a wildly inappropriate picture circulating that he got his nipples pierced, and it
Just
is proven
one.
to be fake.
And it's proven how? Did he take his shirt off and show the people
the
his
move was
unpierced
further
nipple?
spread by Ballsack Sports, a satirical social media account known for the fake sports news.
Okay, well, let's move on seamlessly. This is real.
Gosh, Eric.
The video in Addison. Nico Harrison trying to enjoy some eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Yeah.
This is the sound
The Prince Albert's real, though.
of a real angry Mavs fan. I believe he deserves bleep hole of the weekend. Here's the sound. Here's the
Nico? Nico. What's up, man? Good to meet you. We all still hate you.
Oh, no.
All right, good. Good talk, brother. Do better.
Do better.
Do better.
Oh, no.
He did say, I hate you back.
He did. Nico's response was, I hate you back. That is true. But I thought that was a little, that was a line crosser.
I'm with you.
I mean, I do think it was not like great fan behavior, but for the ownership, it should be a sign. And I'm just waiting for the time that Patrick Dumont's lights actually come on and he starts thinking for himself and, stops being groomed or whatever's going on between him and Nico, because there's so many signs. I don't think any ownership group would have held on to Nico unless it was a group that's fairly new and is still getting their bearings. Horrible.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, that is definitely the energy that I would say a large majority of Mavs fans still have. But to walk up to him right there, I mean, bleep hole of the week, but also big time balls of the week.
Hilarious, but yeah, probably we didn't need to do that.
I wonder if he knew he was about to go viral and that's why he did it. Is this an influencer man or a aspiring podcaster?
It's a good question. I don't actually know who the person
We'll hire him
was.
at my place.
But you also had the guy that was the tennis Polish CEO hat stealer of a child.
That guy, and he's talking about suing people. What
is this?
Like, if you go after this guy, you slander him, he's taking you to court.
Yeah, he has since come out and apologized, but basically you had a tennis star that took his hat off to a kid. He was trying to give it to a kid,
yeah.
And the adult, the CEO Polish guy, snatches the hat and takes it away.
And put it in a bag. Like
this is my hat now.
Yeah.
Totally my hat.
Just rob the kid from this souvenir.
Yes, and then he doubled down with like a message being like, "Hey, he wasn't fast enough. Like, that's on him. Welcome to the real world." And then he, like Rada said, he was like, "I'll sue people if you're going to talk smack about me, whatever."
You slander me, I will sue you, is what he said.
Holy crap.
It was pretty ugly.
But the kid met the tennis player and they got another hat.
Okay, so they made it right for the boy.
The kid ended up winning in the end,
Yeah.
but gigantic douche nozzle.
What a bleep. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have the G-Bag of the day coming up at 5:30, LA Live at 5:40. We'll get you updated on everything that's said around the Cowboys today, including agent David Mulligetta talking with ESPN. And there is another Cowboys player working on a contract that could be announced soon. We'll get you up to date on all that coming up next. I want to chat Frankel. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Rangers Player Show's coming up at 6 o'clock. Merrill Kelly is going to join us. Fitting for him. They are in Arizona, where he was really good for them for 6.5 seasons, and he won the only game against the Rangers back there in that 2023 World Series. So we'll reminisce on that a little bit. Merrill Kelly coming up at 6 o'clock. We have a couple of Cowboys news items from the day. And the Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids as well. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Clarence Hill reporting that talks are on with the Cowboys left guard Tyler Smith, and I guess we could have a deal on that pretty soon. I don't know if there's much discussion to be had. Obviously, that's a player that's a must-have guy, and dude, if they can get him for like 20 to 25% off the top of the market value, that would be an incredible job here by the Cowboys. I did wonder with the Micah trade over the weekend. I was thinking, man, is this part of maybe consolidating what assets you do have under the salary cap onto offense to make sure that you're at least an entertaining group that can support Dak Prescott better? But I guess they did get Bland done over the weekend, and they're going to try to show that they can make a physical team that can stop the run as well. So we shall see. I think we're probably years away from really having a full appreciation for what this trade ultimately did to the team. Diggs and Guyton, though, we are getting signs that maybe these guys could play. Shoddy saying they're trending in the right direction. I thought he was stronger on Guyton than Diggs, but Brian's been saying throughout the day that he feels like it's moving in a direction that Trayvon Diggs could play. And if that happens, I don't think you can really overstate that, even though he's not a complete corner. It gives you the chance that if you are trying to pick on their corners, they can take it the other way in a hurry.
Yeah, you can match up a little bit better probably with Diggs out there. It gives you a chance. And, Diggs, and I'll say this, though, every once in a while, that quarterback will get a little careless with the football. Mm-hmm. And so to have two guys out there that are kind of the ball hawk type of a player, I know last year in the game that was played at AT&T, watching the tape, Diggs had an interception down in the red zone on just a poor read by Hurts. So nice to have guys back there that if in fact that they play them the way they do, that maybe you can get some turnovers out of this thing on mistakes.
David Mulligetta, super agent on ESPN today, said a lot of things. He says, I'm not sure how it turned out this way. We were open to negotiating, reached out multiple times. For some reason, Jerry came out of that conversation and believed he had an agreement and wasn't open to negotiating further. Did you guys get the feeling that this ended the way that at some point Jerry wanted it to?
What do you mean?
Like at some point in the offseason, he decided we want to trade him.
He was okay.
Well, I think at some point was as soon as he felt he couldn't trust Micah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, no. I think that he had every indication of keeping Micah here.
I would like to know if, in fact, that the people within the building and the walls out there at the Star started to speak very, very loudly. We've talked about 2 years ago that there were things about Micah. People were saying it wasn't coming from the Joneses, but it was coming from people within the organization of what a mistake it would be to pay him top dollar that way. And I just wonder if all of a sudden, as you mentioned, this might be Jerry's get out of jail free card. That's like, hey, you know what? Okay, fine. I don't want to do this deal, but okay, now I can trade him. You make Micah look like he's the bad guy here. And I don't know. I don't think so. I just think that I think Zach's right about the trust thing. And listen, both of them are at fault. I'm not going to sit there and act like Jerry Jones wasn't at fault either. But this didn't end it like, and I'll tell you this as Cowboy fans, as a Cowboy fan, you got to kind of be a little bit sad in the way because now Diggs coming back as early as he has. And then with Micah being that pass rush, this defense could have gotten a lot better.
Yeah.
I mean,
they did. They're going to stop the run now.
Well, that's what they tell you. So we'll see.
Rangers pregame coming up at 8 o'clock. We're 2.5 hours away from that. Fred's in the house, so you're going to get an hour of Fan After Dark coming up at 7 o'clock. The Rangers start the day 1.5 back of the Mariners.
It's amazing.
Feel like I almost got to pinch myself.
What a run.
It's a reminder of how crazy a baseball season can be. But CY joined us back there an hour ago. If you want to go back and listen to the Odyssey app, and somehow the guy just he remains confident and optimistic in his team. And once again, I believe that optimism and confidence is going to be rewarded. Mariners are in Tampa. They're an hour away from the first pitch. That's going to be Wu against Rasmussen. I feel like the division's a long shot, but another week like this, which includes 3 games against the Astros, and maybe that could come into focus as well.
Yeah, I think that Rasmussen though has their number there in Seattle. I know talking about the big dumper. I think the big dumper's faced him like 7 times, 5 strikeouts. So maybe Tampa gives you a little help tonight.
And Seattle hasn't been playing great lately. So they've been struggling along. You've got a massive weekend series against the Astros. You just got to keep
Friday,
taking care
right?
of business. Yeah, we'll be at the ballpark on Friday.
Yeah.
So come say what's up to us, the Comerica backyard.
Yeah.
And those are 3 games. I mean, if you're just 4.5 back right now, you can make up a lot of ground.
For the first time this season, we have a Mike Gundy storyline. He and Oregon coach Dan Lanning unexpectedly going back and forth in the media. Weekly radio show last night, Gundy said Oklahoma State spent around $7 million on its team over the past 3 years before referring to how much the Ducks have spent. Quote, I think Oregon spent close to $40 million last year alone, so that was just 1 year. I might be off a few million. Lanning saying if you want to be a top 10 team in college football, you better be invested in winning, and we spend to win. Yeah, I do wonder, with some of these schools that have traditionally had power, this name, image, likeness movement, the Big Ten's always had more money. The SEC has had more talent, but now the money might start to speak louder. And I just wonder if, how Oklahoma State's planning on getting back in the big game if they're not going to get more comfortable with spending.
Well, they had T. Boone Pickens, right?
Yeah.
As his, so
he wouldn't stand for this.
Yeah, he wouldn't. If he was around today, he would he would say, Mike, what do we need kind of a thing. But it's something that everybody's going through right now is, talking, like I mentioned Mike Lombardi at North Carolina, and, they're trying to get more funds. They realize that they're in a little bit of an arms race with teams around the country. And, let's be real honest. We, one of Texas Tech, and Zach, correct me if I'm wrong, one of Texas Tech's best pass rushers came from Stanford.
Yeah.
And that was because of some NIL money that was spent.
Yeah, and I mean, Tech's gotten 3 5-star recruits in like the last 2 weeks because they're just outspending. That's what they're doing. They got 2 5-star tackles, 1 5-star edge, and they're just money whipping these kids.
All right, it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Hey, here we go, Dallas Fort Worth, and everybody else listening out there. I got a message from a dude in Alabama. Said he likes this station. He had like a screenshot of the G-Bag Nation with a whole lot of laughing emojis. Shout out to you, Playboy.
Appreciate you, man.
Shout out to you, Playboy. This is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. It's presented by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. My name is L.A. That is Lucius Alexander. If you see anything that I should be playing, you hear it on another station, I don't care where it is, man. Hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here, I believe this is day number 2 for this champion audio. Trap House Sports reacting to the Micah Parsons trade.
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
Man, Dallas Cowboys, they ain't hitting on they man. Jerry Jones, man, he bout old as a bitch. Been a fan for 20 years, now I'm about to make a switch. Man, how the we lose Micah, bro? That don't make no sense. Say, why the I'll trade that man to the Packers? What's the reason?
Yeah.
To the same team that knocked us out the playoffs every season.
Crazy.
To the same team that used to give us hell with y'all ran. Now they got DDG at QB and he's still giving us problems. So I'm like, it's time to solve them. Hand me the switch, I'm headed to Dallas. My CTE just awakened. It's time to show Jerry Jones my man. Say, why the did we trade Mike for a trade that wouldn't even happen on Madden? So they like, Trap House, you gotta chill. You getting strange, it's getting outlandish. So they like, Trap House, you gotta chill. The CIA gon' put you on the list. I'm like, too late, won't stop till I show Jerry Jones my fist. So
yeah, it's gonna be tough to beat.
Why would you make a trade that they won't even make on Madden?
Yeah. That was maybe the best screenshot.
Yeah, that's pretty good right there. All right, let's see here. We We have a mom talking to a very toxic kid about college, getting himself together. This kid is very toxic. Reminds me of Choppy's kids with all this cussing. This kid's going to be a problem in the future. Won't be able to tell him anything.
That is how you
That is not how
opportunities
works.
like Tri-County. So
I don't
if
give a
you
shit about
want,
who go to Tri-County. Just leave me alone.
you need to get that word out of your vocabulary.
Just leave me alone. You
That-
always yell
that
at me.
word needs
You
to
have
stop.
name for once. Stop
Need
yelling at me.
to stop using
I
that
don't
word.
care.
That word needs to stop.
Just leave me alone. Like actually.
Actually, yeah.
Just leave me alone. You deal with your own life, not mine.
I do deal with my own life.
I don't
and
care.
Your life.
Jeez.
Good night. What would you say that kid needs? Whooping? Phone taken away?
Phone taken
Grounded?
away. I mean,
Adoption?
my mom would have pulled over and found some nice little switches on that tree.
Yeah.
Got to taking them leaves off. Probably would have told me right there on the side of the street. And don't let my dad get to it. He'll braid them things up. Braid the switches, bro.
Ooh.
Yeah, intimidating you.
Sitting there on the couch.
Braiding switches. What are you doing, bro? This is abuse, fam. What are you doing? All right, let's see right here. We got a salesperson at a gym who had to make a voice call, make a voice message. And they fell apart during the message. Let's see, Dawson, you did a little phone work before, right?
Oh yeah, I was a telemarketer there.
Telemarketer. Yeah, check this out.
Hi, this is Allie at Fitness 19. I was just calling to see if you'd be interested in signing up for a tour to come and visit our gym and check it out.
Ooh, pick up.
Sorry. I see you visited our website and I think you could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just fell apart, man.
Yeah.
Hang up the phone and try again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
Hi, this is Allie at Fitness 19. I was just calling to see if you'd be interested in signing up for a tour to come and visit our gym and check it out. Sorry. I see you visited our website and I think you could.
Thank you. Yeah, it takes some time there. That sounds like classic rookie shake voice. You know,
a little bit.
You go through the phases in phone sales where you're kind of green and then you're super energized because you get a couple. And then you just start doing bits, and that's when you know the real fun has started. You know, when you come up with an alter ego, fake name.
Yeah.
Start messing with the people when they say no. That was the glory days back in the 90s. You could make good money, right?
Yeah.
Like in the 90s, if you could hit $15, $20 an hour, you were rolling in dough, you know? And that's what you could do at the Fishing and Hunting News.
Yeah, $12 an hour job back in them days was great. Bro, you making 12 at Frito-Lay?
Yeah. And minimum was like $5.50 an hour. I think when I started working, $4.25 an hour. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's when apartments were like $800 for something fly.
Oh, yeah, 3 bedrooms.
Something fly. Yeah. Here's another mom right here getting pranked. Pranking mom for TikTok likes is awful. Drive-through situation.
We'll get a mini Butterfinger Blizzard. A mini Butterfinger Blizzard.
You said a mini?
Yeah. And a mini cookie dough blizzard with these nuts on top. A mini cookie dough blizzard with these nuts on top.
Jeez, man.
That was a mini cookie dough with what?
These nuts on top. These nuts.
Yeah.
What are they? Just roundup regular peanuts or something? Just the regular ground peanuts, I guess.
Oh, like peanuts on top?
Yeah.
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 Anything else for you?
No, that's all.
Your total's gonna be $9.38. You can go ahead and 4 rounds.
Okay, thank you. Okay. What are these nuts?
What are these nuts? God, man, don't do your mom like that for the likes.
That is genius, though. And if you do your mom like that for the likes, make sure you email it to Lucius Alexander so we can get it on the G-Bag of the day.
Hey, shout out to DJ Pooh for one of the oldest running jokes of all time with that D's nuts.
Iconic.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah. It's got to be top 5 joke.
So
Hall of Fame.
many people eating off that D's nuts.
Mm.
Got him. That kid, Welvin got some new teeth off of these nuts.
Yeah, when Abby does that stuff at the drive-thru where she's asking for like secret menu type of stuff,
nice.
I don't want to sound like an idiot to the person taking the order. I think she might be pranking me, or she's just doing way too much. So I just lean back and say, "Hey, you can tell the person."
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, you know, I'm not going to remember all this.
Roll down your window. You got it.
Yeah. All right. Is it Trap House Sports, our current champion? I think one time looking for 2, but seems destined for 5-time status. Mom talking to Toxic Kid about college. That kid definitely needed to be whooped. There had to be bad parenting going on.
Yeah.
I mean, once as a parent, once you start rolling video, that's your A+ game. That's your A+ parent game. There's no impatience.
Yeah, that was a big brother rolling video, and a little brother probably going to snitch on him later.
Okay.
Then, of course, go live.
Yes.
Get you some likes out of it.
Yeah, yep. Salesperson at a gym voicemail or pranking mom for TikTok. I'm going to go with Trap House Sports, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go with the mom prank.
Dang.
Alrighty. We are tied at 1, Lucius.
Shoot, man. Voice message at the gym.
We're still tied at 1, Wolchuk.
These nuts.
It's 2-1, Brian.
Let's vote this thing off with the Trap House.
It's tied at 2. Jump on to @GBagNation. You can follow us all when you get there. All of our handles are in the bio, and we'll create a little bit of an Insta poll. Jump on to @GBagNation on Twitter. Vote it up, and we'll get the winner towards the end of LA Live. And speaking of that, here's Lucius.
It's a Toxic Tuesday. Let's get into some LA Live content right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody dance.
Yeah, man. I'm just out here, man. Just thinking how beautiful it is today, man. You know, it's a beautiful day to not be a buster, man. It's a beautiful day to not hate on nobody. It's a beautiful day to not spread lies and to not be negative. It's a beautiful day, man, to mind your business. It's a beautiful day, bro. God has blessed us with this beautiful day. Don't take it for granted. Don't take this beautiful day for granted. Don't be out here spreading propaganda just because you unhappy with your life and yourself. Man, God has blessed you too, man. He got your blessings. Don't look to nobody else and point blame at somebody else because you ain't reached and tapped into your blessings yet. They coming, all right?
That's a fact, Jack. Take that word right there from T.I. This is the man that fought Floyd Mayweather over his wife, Tiny.
Oh.
They say I got 2 black eyes. Where they at, though? This is LA Live for Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Welcome back to the grind, folks. It's a short week, though, game week. Can't wait for it. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Before I get into the proceedings this evening, Cowboys tight end Jake Ferguson joined the nation earlier during the show. If you guys missed it, you can always go back and watch that and listen to it and whatnot. He basically said that you'd be hard-pressed to find a problematic tight end out here. He basically said that, listen.
It seems like tight ends might have the best personality of any position group, like on the team. Do you think tight ends are probably the best partiers? They're the go-to ones, stirring it up.
Turn it up.
It seems like tight ends
I'm sorry.
on the team. Do you think tight ends are probably the best partiers? They're the go-to ones, stirring it up.
100%. I tell everybody this. You very rarely, I think there's only ever been one, but you very rarely meet a tight end that's not a good guy.
Ooh, challenge accepted. Truckwreck.com. Name some problematic tight ends to the fan text. Problematic tight ends, bro.
Yeah.
Aaron Hernandez.
I think that's what he's saying.
I think that's what he means, too.
I think he absolutely was saying Aaron Hernandez. Yeah.
I told Carter in here, Jeremy Shockey scares the hell out of me.
Yeah,
100%.
He was.
Winslow. Yeah, there's some problematic tight ends out here, bro.
Yeah, Junior was rough. Chewy, Mark Chimura.
Yeah, how about Kellen Winslow?
Chewy, what'd he do?
Mark Chimura?
Yeah, what'd he do?
He came home and the babysitter that had been watching his kids, I think he absconded with her.
Yes.
Temporarily. He absconded.
And she was underage?
Yeah, she was underage. Underage babysitter.
Oh, my God.
Oopsies.
Oh. That's crazy. Yeah, you're right. He is hella toxic.
Not a good one.
That is problematic.
Yeah.
All right, well, send that to the fan text so you guys can throw one randomly if you hear something, if you see something. Also, before I start, It Is What It Is podcast with Cameron and Mace is back for another season after taking a break for the summer. Cameron started the podcast off with a freestyle. He still has his fastball. But they had the playmaker, Michael Irvin, on there, and they asked him about his summer vacation, and Mike made an ill-advised joke to the point where I was pointing at my Bose speaker in the house like, Mike, don't do it. Don't. Listen to this.
Let me tell you something. I've been to Brazil, dog. I've been to, Jamaica, Mexico. I've been everywhere.
Yeah.
I went everywhere that they don't speak English because that way nobody can say.
Wait. That point right there. When he said that way, I was like, oh, Mike, please don't make that joke. Please don't make the joke, Mike.
That they don't speak English because that way nobody can say. If they don't speak English, nobody can ever say, Michael Irvin did it. If they don't speak English.
Michael Irvin did.
That's an ill-advised joke right there, bro.
Yeah.
You don't want to say that, Mike.
Time and place.
You don't want to say that.
I mean, never again.
I go to other countries that don't speak English, so they can't tell on me. Come on, Mike.
Yeah.
I was pointing at the speaker like, don't do it. Just speed and slow down.
It's private conversations with the buddies that may be there in the group chat. Just a joke.
For jokes. For jokes. Yeah. Also, did you guys see that Brittany and Abby Hensel, the conjoined twins?
Oh, one of them had a baby, right?
One of them had a baby.
Whoa.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure out too, Eric.
But
that's a good point.
Yeah, which one?
Google these joints up right quick. I say that respectfully.
Literally joints, yeah.
Google these joints up. Yeah, they had a baby. They're fifth grade teachers. It's basically a two-headed woman.
Okay, so one body?
Yeah, one body. The pair each has their own head, but share a torso, organs, and one bloodstream.
Wow.
Abby and Brittany made their grand debut on the Oprah Winfrey Show back in 1996. Whoa! Some guy married these girls, and they had a baby together. Now, they said that he only married one of them.
Yeah.
So the other one's not married?
What kind of life is she living?
What happens when the baby's being made?
I'd say that's non-consensual.
She's just kind of hanging out?
Yeah, or you on your phone or something with your good hand?
Yeah.
Oh,
maybe at least watch.
What's going on?
Close your eyes.
Do you not get any feelings? You share a body.
Yeah, if you share the same, I mean, if there's one central entry point, then they're both.
I'm saying this is a probably artificial insemination thing.
You think so?
I think so.
So he's not consummating the marriage?
I think this is one of those things. I don't know this. I think this is probably one of those things because of the medical conditions they might be in, that they have to be very careful of this. And I'm going to say they probably did it that way.
This man married a two-headed woman.
I think you're right. I think they did have a carrier because there's one quote that said they struggled at times with the carrier.
Yeah, there you go.
They looked extremely tired during the visit, but they seemed happy to see their colleagues.
Okay. But does he consummate the marriage?
No.
Yeah. They're consummating for sure. I guess just both.
So both of them have to be in the mood. That's crazy. Like, I'm not in the mood. I'm in the middle of my show.
They're always having a 2.5 sum.
That's great. Yeah. Oh my God, Eric. Jeez, dude. Good Lord, man.
Kind of look like those two-headed snakes.
It's a two-headed woman, bro. It's crazy. Pause. I say that respectfully.
It is a two-headed woman.
It's a two-headed woman. The shooters were hella active over the Labor Day weekend. 7 people shot, 3 souls lost in Jackson, Mississippi. Honolulu, they got busy shooting guns, resulting in 4 people being shot, and they lost their lives, man. 2 additional people wounded. There was 4 people shot at a gas station in Alabama, resulted in 3 people losing their lives. 5 people wounded in a park in, Minnesota? God, dog. In Chicago, the National Guard is coming for you, bruh. Multiple shootings over the Labor Day weekend in Chicago left 8 people on the other side with 58 wounded.
Gee.
And Chicago's a great city.
It is a great city.
It's a fantastic city, especially if you stay downtown. It's got a bad reputation.
Walking around city.
All of these shootings are right on the one side of town, west side and the south side. Just letting you know that. Stay away from over there, but downtown Chicago.